Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Are we? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. So even if you don't want to like the video just yet, I encourage you, go to the watch list. If you don't want to watch this whole 7 hours in the mix, we're going to have a recap for you. But Chatadonia and the people here live right now, good morning, and I hope you're ready for the third week of the year. We got a lot, actually. Again, you're going to get a bunch of data, more earnings. You're already waking up to bank earnings. Surprisingly, Morgan Stanley did good. Goldman Sachs did pretty bad. We're going to see how it plays out compared to Friday. China was not that good, even though they had some pretty awesome data, and everybody is talking about the reopening and all of that. So we're going to see how that one plays out. And then, like we said, you're going to get PPI data and a bunch more earnings this week. But it's kind of interesting how we're starting here, and I got a bunch of pretty pictures to show you. We're going to talk about put to call ratios. We got to go over the levels. We got to go over the VIX. So there's going to be a lot. It's Tuesday and not Monday, even though it feels like Monday. But Chad, it's going to be wild. I hope you're ready. And good morning. Oh, Chad, I missed you. You know how excited I got seeing some of your names here in the morning? Oh, it was beautiful. It was glorious. Good morning, Chatadonia. What's going on, Laker J? Lori, Mr. Martin, Wesley, Nepal, Ari. Good morning, baby. What's up, Mo? What's up, RB? Dominic, Open Face, Tyree, Kurt McGarr. Good morning, Chatadonia. Matthew Bailey. Oh, Casey Campbell, Ashley Howard. Good morning, Chatadonia. Oh, it's good to be back. Yay! Oh, good morning. What's up, Evan? What's up, Daquan? What's up, Craig? Oh, Tyrone, Nate McAllister, Caballero, Joshua M16. Oh, good morning, Chatadonia. Oh, love it. I love it. I missed you guys. Oh, these long weekends. Oh, man, good morning. What's up, TYM? What's up, Della? What's up, Bass? What's up, Keith? What's up, Philip? Oh, good morning, Chatadonia. Marek, Isaiah Kabibi. What's up, Jared? What's up, Mr. Rojas? Oh, y'all feeling good, Chatadonia? Oh, Hyportius. Oh, Yatara. Good morning, Yatara. Dispassionate. Good morning. Match. Mother Liquor. Good morning. Santa's funny sack. Good morning, baby. What's up, Faith and Thy Purse? You're a good rapid Charlie in the tray. Oh, and we got Kobe Maguire in the house. What they know about the legend of Kobe Maguire? What do they know about Kobe Maguire? One of the greatest to enter the sports industry. Huh? Everything. Oh, man. Good morning, baby. No, Chad, you have no idea. I can't explain it. I got like so hyped seeing your names in the morning. I don't. Is that weird? I hope it's not that weird. Don't make it weird. It's not supposed to be that weird. I got really excited. I don't know how to explain it. I was just like, oh, the Chad. Oh, it was very welcoming. So good morning. Shout out everybody early in the morning. We love to see it. We love to see it, baby. Good morning. Roblo. Well, I didn't even check Roblo. I think we're gonna have to get to it. Before we get to anything, though, let's keep up with tradition, baby. The random play. So, Chatadonia, this is that watch list I told you about. Hopefully you check that out so you don't fall behind there. There's also some pretty pictures. I think I give you some pretty pictures here. Actually, that's the title of today's video. We discussed it yesterday. They're calling it the generational rally. And then I have the counter argument for you this morning. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But, Chad, here's a random play. We need our random play for the options. So let's see what it is, man. And God bless you if you have participated. We appreciate y'all. So let's get it popping. I didn't get a notification, and it's not on my feed. Oh, if that happens to you, send me a screenshot of that, and we'll get that fixed for you, baby. Amen. Random play. January 4th, 7th. Wait, what? Is this the right one? That's the last one we got last time. We've already, Curtis, we picked the same exact play. How does this work? Chad, I need to consult with the board. Chad, this is Curtis got picked last time with the exact same play. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 4 January. Wait, how do we do that? How do we buy the same one? Is it pre-recorded? It's not pre-recorded. I can redo it. Should we redo it? Is that what you want to see? It's rigged. I don't know. It's fate. Run it. That's how I feel you on that one. I feel you on that one. I think double up. I think we double up. I don't know. I'm telling. It's the real one, man. It's the real one. 9, 10, 11, 12. I got to count with my fingers. That's how random works. I run it again. I think they say run it. All right, let's run it, Chad. We're going to run it again. We're going to buy the same exact play. I don't think that's ever happened before. I don't think we've ever had. Yeah, we have to double it then. That's it. The chat is spoken. The chat is. Wait, do you mean run it again or do you mean run the play? Because I'm kind of down with running the play. Double up, baby. Keep it random. It is very random. Don't do it. Please don't do it. It's a sign. I think it's a sign. I don't know. I think we're going to have to do it. I feel. Let's just do one more. Let's see. I don't know. I'm going to go with the Ford, though. I think we're going to go with the Ford. Thanks. Yeah, that's it. Watch. It's not even going to be. If it's not another play there, yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't get a notification. Yeah, bro. That's it. We're going Ford. We're going with Ford. Another one. It was meant to be, Chad. It was meant to be. So we'll grab that there in the morning. But good morning, Chatadonia. I hope you're having a good day. Let us get to the news now. And I hope you had a wonderful weekend. That means he doesn't watch this stream. I know, right? I think I see him in the stream. I see him. I think he's just in there. I think he really likes the Ford. I think he really likes the Ford, man. So we're going to see. But let's see, Chad. Let's get to the news here. Goldman shares slipped after the firm missed on net revenue, but its traders hauled in a revenue that topped, helping it weather a year of consumer division punched a $2 billion hole in profits. Provision for credit losses more than doubled to $972 million. Morgan Stanley rose pre-market after a beat on revenue boosted by wealth management. Futures sank into the red with European stocks. Treasuries slid with yield curve steepening. The dollar and oil fluctuated while gold declined with most metals. Wall Street bond dealers are moving rapidly to the sidelines of Treasury auctions. Until 2008, primary dealers had a virtual stranglehold on the distribution of new debt, usually capturing more than 80% of every 10-year note auction. But last year, the average was under 17%, and 2 auctions last week produced record lows awarded to them. That's bad news for market liquidity. Hot dog. Investors are the most underweight on U.S. equities since 2005. It doesn't feel like that. Bank of America's Global Fund Manager Survey shows participants are a lot less bearish than in the fourth quarter, sparking a rotation into emerging markets, Europe, and cyclicals, and away from pharma, tech, and U.S. Allocation to U.S. equities collapsed this month, with investors a net 39% underweight. I don't know. How do you feel about that? So literally, since 2005, investors are most underweight on equity. I know, dude, I was going to play MS pre-market, but now we're going to have to wait. Goldman is the one that's down. If MS keeps running, Goldman might just continue up there, so keep that in mind. At Davos, Axel Lehman said Credit Suisse employees should brace for bonus cuts after a horrifying year. Ralph Hamer said UBS is advising clients to go long on China. BlackRock's Larry Fink, the narrative around ESG investing has become ugly, and it's creating huge polarization. Jefferies/Tesla's price target to 180 from 350 on earnings and sales growth concerns and maintain a buy rating on the stock, which last closed around 122. Meme stock investor Ryan Cohen, there he is again, has built a stake in Alibaba worth hundreds of millions of dollars and is pushing the company to buy back more of their shares, People Familiar said. Remember Elon Musk's funding secured tweet? More than 4 years later, it's coming home to roost. A jury trial starts today in San Fran, with investors claiming his posts about taking Tesla private were indisputably false and cost them billions by spurring wild swings in the stock price. OPEC, they expect global oil supply and demand to be in balance in the first quarter. Members will need to produce about 120,000 barrels a day less than they pumped last month. The estimates are largely unchanged for the full year. China's economy was more resilient than expected. GDP grew 3% in 2022, beating forecast, and 2.9% in the quarter. This assuages fears of a crash, Bloomberg Economics said, but still leaves a hole to be filled, and trade with the U.S. is on track to break records. U.S. data through November show China has just published their own figures that reveal an all-time high full-year trade of about $760 billion. Actually, bro, dude, the China numbers were crazy last night. I'm surprised China even ended negative. They were really, really good, but we'll see what happens. Arbitrage trades that roiled the JGB markets last year are back. The spread between prices on the 10-year and futures have swelled, spurring basis trades that exploit the gap. In June, a surge in the trades led to a blow-up in Japan's bond market. A further side of basis trades is rising demand for the Bank of Japan's debt lending program, and chatter for the bank may tweak yield control is driving up borrowing costs, prompting a raft of scuppered corporate bond deals. I have another pretty pic. I have like 4 pretty pictures I need to show you guys today. Okay, we have a lot of fun facts for you. And then chart of the day is Bitcoin's rally this year is emblematic of a burst of risk appetite on bets that rate hikes will abate as inflation is tamed. The 23% jump in 7 days through January 15th was Bitcoin's best weekly performance since February 2021. Weekly gain of at least 20% occurred 9 times in the past 5 years, after which the token added an average of 40% over 3 months, data by Bloomberg has compiled. So very, very good for Bitcoin. My only problem is that FTT token is up 200% in the same period. That's it. That's my only thing that makes me sketchy. Otherwise, GG, Bitcoin and Ethereum bulls. It's a big one. It's a big one historically. Today at 11:15, Biden meets with Netherlands' Mark Rutte. 11:30, 60 billion 13-week bonds and 48 billion of 26-week bills. 3 p.m., Fed Williams is speaking. And then USTR Thai meets EU officials in Brussels. And then Tesla security fraud trial opens in San Francisco federal court. Eco data, the New York Fed Empire Index plunged to negative 32.9 in January from 11.12, the lowest since May 2020. Canadian headline inflation slowed to 6.3 in December from 6.8. A recession is a distinct possibility, Harvard University's Ken Rogoff said at Davos. My girlfriend got mad because I kept calling it Davos. She said, it's not someone named David. It's Davos. I'm like, okay, sure, David. Fed will keep raising rates, leaving them high for some time. He said inflation may slow to only 2.5, and the housing market may fall another 10% over the next few years. Citi's Jane Fraser said the bank is expecting economic downturns in 2023 to be relatively muted. The Pentagon is struggling to get China to resume military-to-military talks, according to a senior U.S. defense official, underscoring continuing tensions between the two sides despite last year's meeting with Joe Biden and Xi Jinping. U.S. retailers face headwinds, says Morgan Stanley. California weather to dry up soon, and then anti-inflation protests are occurring in Venezuela. UK wages grew at a near record pace of 6.4 between September and November, though pay fell 2.6 in real terms. Unemployment held at 3.7. Bloomberg Economics now expects 50 basis points at the Bank of England rate hike next month, up from 25. UK firm insolvencies jumped 32% year on year in December. Brexit immigration rules have led to a shortfall of 330,000 workers in the United Kingdom. German investor sentiment jumped to the highest level in almost a year. The ZEW gauge of expectations rose to 16.9 in January from negative 23.3. That means the gauge is near a 10-year average. ECB rates must climb further and are restrictive to bring back inflation to 2%, said chief economist Philip Lane. He told the Financial Times. Trade warring. Germany's Robert Habeck warned that the risk of more global trade disputes is very high. Spanish PM Pedro Sanchez urged the EU to reform state aid rules and seek a deal with the United States. South Africa is developing emergency legislation to fast-track power plants and construction as blackouts persist. Tomorrow's Bank of Japan decision is shaping to be the biggest risk for the dollar-yen pair since the great financial crisis, with traders betting on a possible swing of 2% or more in favor of either currency. The pair's overnight implied volatility jumped to the highest since November 2008. Alliance Bernstein said they may shun JBGs if the Bank of Japan sticks with its yield curve control policy and liquidity continues to worsen. So I don't know if you heard that, but pretty much they're saying this is going to be the biggest move on the dollar-yen pair since 2008. It's going to be huge. That's actually one of the charts I have to show you. Here's what they're talking about. So, like, legitimately, the implied volatility right now of 1 day, like any 1 day swap between the dollar and yen, it's literally at its highest 1 day level. And this is for 1 day, but if you even go to the monthly level, it's about 17%, which is still extraordinarily high. So, again, that's why we've been telling you very, very big. Oh, here's the other chart. This is the other chart I have for you. Hold on. We'll get to that one. Shake up Vietnam's president Nguyen Xuan Phuc. Phuc stepped down and was also ousted from the Communist Party's top bodies as leaders Nguyen Phu Truong's anti-corruption purge cast an even wider net. Economists expect growth will recover in coming months. The COVID wave passes. Industrial output rose 1.3 in December year on year, while retail sales 1.8 better. I think his name is Phuc. It's Phuc. Yeah, that's his actual name. Phuc or Phuc. India confirmed it'll support Sri Lanka's debt restructuring, a person familiar said, clearing a major hurdle for the bankrupt nation to unlock $2.9 billion from the bailout from the IMF. Singapore's non-oil exports doubled to 21% year on year. Australia's consumer confidence jumped 5% in January, the largest since April. Japan's service index fell 0.2 in November. Profits from making fuels in Asia are poised for another record year as the EU bans on Russia petroleum exports that's set to take effect next month squeezes supply. Rystad Energy said Singapore's refinery hydrocracking margin over Dubai crude averaged an all-time high of $16.50 a barrel. Oil hedged higher as traders are looking for a revival in Chinese demand. Brent is set to average 92 barrels this year, according to Oxford Institute for Energy Studies. Speculators raised their bullish LME zinc bets on the highest in more than 10 months. Wheat futures for May delivery are trading at the smallest premium over corn during the contract as corn faces the risk of supply squeeze. And then Russia wheat exports are forecast to raise to 45 million tons from 44 million. Bank of America came to a high-grade primary market with two benchmark offerings, and underwriters said the issuance stands at $94 billion. Emerson Electric unveiled a bid for National Instruments about $7 billion or $53 per share. Brookfield led group requested more time to complete a $12 billion takeover of Origin Energy. A period of exclusivity for the deal will be extended to January 24th. Liberty Mutual is exploring a sale of their Latin American business. People familiar said it's working with J.P. Morgan on the potential sale, which may fetch about $1 billion and kick off in the coming weeks. United Internet is listing of the Ionis in Frankfurt, eyeing a potential market value as much as 5 billion euros. Evergrande is said to propose offshore restructuring options. Bain co-chairman Stephen Pagaluka is retiring after a 34 career at the PE firm, the Wall Street Journal reported. He'll remain a senior advisor and continues to be involved in the portfolio of companies which he holds a board seat on. Silvergate Capital reported a $1 billion loss and said it would offboard some non-core digital asset customers following a quarter that saw a dramatic downturn in deposits. Microsoft to add ChatGPT to Azure cloud services soon. Foxconn replaces iPhone business chief after tumultuous year. UBS CEO says banking bucking the trend as rivals fire bankers, and Hertz to run out 25,000 EVs to Uber drivers in Europe by 2025. Activist Ryan Cohen takes a stake in Alibaba to push for buybacks. Bain Capital to retire. Akalek leaves Deutsche Bank, joins J.P. Morgan as Turkey economist. Microsoft invests in human resource software unicorn Darwinbox. Microsoft cut to sell at Guggenheim, price target $212. Travelers preliminary fourth quarter core EPS $340. Chevron to submit Cyprus gas plan in the next few days. J.P. Morgan price target raised to $167 from $156 at UBS. Chevron price target raised to $215 from $192 at UBS. Verizon price target cut to $45 from $50 at Deutsche. And then a failed Republican candidate said to have claimed the election in November was rigged against him was arrested in connection with a series of drive-by shootings in New Mexico targeting the homes of Democratic lawmakers. What? Yo, why have I not heard this anywhere else? Did y'all just hear what I read? Bro, this guy failed the Republican candidate, and now he's tied in connection of drive-bys. What? Yo, that's insane. 4 men conspired with Solomon Pena to carry out the shootings. No one was injured, but in the case, 3 bullets passed through the bedroom of a state senator's 10-year-old daughter. What the hell, bro? They got politics to drive-bys? That's a new one. Dallas Cowboys kicker Brett Maher missed 4 extra points in a row yesterday. NFC's wild card game against Tampa, the first player in NFL history to miss that many in a game. It wasn't all bad though. He finally kicked one through the uprights on his 5th try, and the Cowboys beat the Bucs 31-14. I'm sorry, Tom Brady. Tortilla tax. Mexico introduced a temporary 50% tariff on export of white corn used in basic foods to contain a spike in the price of tortillas. It's a key source of calories for Mexicans who consume more than 330 kilograms of this stuff per person each year and represents 89% of the country's grain production. Tortilla export. Tariffs. People problems. China's population shrank for the first time in 6 decades last year. The country ended 2022 with 1.4 billion people, 850,000 fewer than the year before. Last time this happened was 1961, the final year of the Great Famine. The number of babies born also declined to the lowest level since at least 1950, even as the government encouraged families to have more children. Van Gogh's Sunflowers should be returned to the family of its former owner, Sampo, the Japanese insurer that bought the artwork 35 years ago despite its Nazi-era past. According to a lawsuit filed in the U.S., the heirs of Paul von Mendelssohn Bartholdy forced to relinquish the artwork in 1934 as Jews in Germany were stripped of their assets, and they're also seeking more than $1 billion in damages. In progress in 2022, anything to go by. There's reason to be optimistic about the global direction of travel when it comes to same-sex marriages. And then on this day in history, Russian theater impresario Konstantin Stanislavski was born in 1863. An actor, producer, and director, he's best remembered for his influential system of method acting in which actors use various techniques to live rather than perform a role. The Stanislavski method became foundational to training actors in Russia and the U.S. over the last century and remains widely used. Wow. There you go. Russians in acting. Wow, we have done the random play. It was a double. It was the same play as last week. Curtis decided to put the same play in, and it hit. So I don't know, man. I think they like him. Some chats say it was rigged. Some people say it's fate. So we'll never know. But Chatadonia, we still got a couple of other players. Big Bear AI, they're down 11%, pairing the 260% spike from last week. Boyd Gaming is initiated with the outperform. Shares are up 4.3. Cheesecake Factory is cut to neutral from buy at Citi. Shares are down 4. Goldman Sachs falls as much as 2.7 pre-market after the bank reported worse than expected net revenue, including equity sales and trading revenue. Guggenheim is downgrading half a dozen software companies. Zscaler, Palo Alto were downgraded to neutral from buy. Microsoft Cloud and Workday were all cut to sell from neutral. MGO Global rises 20%, reversing losses from a volatile initial trading session. That's the messy one. Morgan Stanley rises 2.1 after the bank reported better than expected fourth quarter revenue. Piper Sandler downgrades Bandwidth, DigitalOcean, Ring Central, and a bunch of other cloud automation software companies. Shares of electric Chinese EV makers in the U.S. are down after Xpeng slashed prices on models in China. Snapchat is down 1.4 after JMP Securities downgrades the company to market perform from market outperform. SBNY shares rise 2.8 after the bank reported fourth quarter results, and analysts saying the stock had already priced in a lot of negative news ahead of the results. Tritium DCFS jumps 48% after the maker of direct current fast chargers for electric vehicles said it has secured the largest order for a single customer. And then Worldwide Wrestling is upgraded to equal weight from underweight. Wells Fargo, with the brokerage saying company's strategic process has a reasonable probability of success. Ba-da-pop-pop-pop. Yes, we sold UNH. We flipped that on Friday. Same with Wells. But Chad, those are the main plays for now. I'm going to hear from you in a little bit, but first I need to take a potty break. Okay, so let me take my potty break. I'm going to go back in time here a little bit for the news, and then we'll see what happens. And I hope you know you're blessed, you're loved, and good morning. Good morning. Amen. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I know you hear my voice. Hit that like button too. Oh, hit the like button, or you could hit it after I give you some of these charts. Okay? Amen? Amen. All right. I love
Following.
You
can't come up with a more bullish concoction for commodities. The lack of supply is apparent in every single market you look at, whether it's inventories at critical operating levels or production capacity. Manus has been leading the effort over in Davos, Switzerland on this conversation. Manus joins us right now. Manus, great to catch up with you, buddy. Just walk me through how balanced these guys think this market is right now.
Well, if you listen to Mazrui, who's the UAE oil minister, over the weekend at the Atlantic Council, he talks about a balanced market. Secretary General Haitham Al-Gaith was here this morning, his first Davos, my first Davos. Jonathan, you remember yours. Much more cautious. I thought he would have been much more bullish on China. He lived in China. He knows China. That's why I put a store of value on what he's got to say. And it was a cautionary tale. Are you red, amber, or green on the global demand cycle. He says there's hints of green, but you don't get confirmation of the green shoots, which plays into that bullish Goldman call on commodities until later in the year. And that's 500,000 barrels a day for China. That's way below Pierre Andran's mega bull call in the millions. And even Goldman's, bully's prize, so to speak, in terms of China demand. Jonathan, I think it's just too early. And by the way, listening to your last conversation, are we in recession, recovery? I put it to you, Mr. Farrow. It's a reality check. It's not necessarily doom and gloom. It's a reality check of less savings, a little bit of restraint, and that doesn't lead you to a sort of Damocles decline. But China reopening is key.
A market recovery always helps, Manus. It always helps. Manus Cranny at Bloomberg over in Davos, Switzerland. Manus, as always, good to catch up. Back with us for a final thought, I'm pleased to say, Troy and Gershon. Gershon, you mentioned Bob Michael at JP Morgan. I wanted to bring you the quote from the conversation the team here at Bloomberg had with him. He said this: "The delayed and cumulative impact of all the tightening that we're seeing ultimately will bite and create a recession. It's incredibly aspirational to think we are going to get away with that." He offered a little bit more detail on this. He said the equation is inflation doesn't come down until wages do. Wages don't come down until employment rises. Unemployment doesn't rise unless we are in recession.
But what if wages are very low still, they say. I don't know. Chad Adonia, good morning. So, Chad, we've got to hear everybody on TV. I've given you the pre-market movers. It is now your turn. What do you got for me, man? First play of the day. Let's keep it in the game. Who's ready for the third week of the year? What's your first play, Chad Adonia? Post it in the chat. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. What do we got? You sound like Conor McGregor. Roblo puts. Writing SE calls, SPY calls, watching Roblox, GS, YCL at open, watching commodities, buys on Mar. We'll talk about the yen here in a little bit too, since I'm seeing some of those plays. Netflix, SPY puts, Riot, Mara, 22 MODG calls, CNQ calls, March expiration, Tesla call, SPY call, Baba calls, GM Chattadonia, Meta short, morning, Josh, good morning, short Tesla on the pop, coin calls. That's a good play on the Tesla, I know. QQQ, Mara call, Roblox up 13, Tesla, CVX, Tesla call, Enphase calls, TQQ, JP Morgan, Roblo, Riot, Mara, coin, Chevron run, Tesla calls, Amazon puts, WNDW, never heard of that one, long, NANR, UNH puts, Tesla puts, SPX calls, Amazon, MSTR, Coinbase, Mulan, MGold shares, buying tortillas, that's a good one. Maybe find flour producers and then look at the commodities. Dancing Queen, maybe, we'll see. Mulan shares, Enphase calls, UNH puts, Power Long, UNG call, Apple puts, MGold shares, SoFi calls, coin, let's go Tesla, APRN calls, Goldman Sachs shorts, ETH, MS calls, Netflix put, Tesla calls, Myrna calls, call credit sped, ETH, good morning call, coin call, Ford Chad calls, coin, calls on Josh's muscles, Live Nation shares, Tesla, Minecraft, WWJD, amen, Microsoft Leap, Baba puts, Roblo, SPY puts, 360, 217, BBBY shares, GDXU, Palantir shares, Bond puts, watch until there's nothing, there's an offer I can't refuse, trimming, INDA long, good call on the flower, ETH, HKD, Pfizer, short new highs on ES, good morning, headed out to work, and Microsoft calls, baby. Oh, wow, Chad, look at the time. So I got a couple plays for you, but I didn't realize. Oh, look at the time. Today's already flying by. Welcome to Tuesday. That feels like Monday. Oh, yes. But you know how we get down, man. It's an honor, and I'm excited for it. And, Chad, I missed all of y'all, and I hope you know we still got love every single day, baby. Every single day. Before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to do anything, we got to pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And that is the veterans of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out, thank you, and salute to all of the veterans, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, as well as the families too. And they have made their sacrifice. And big shout out to anybody supporting their local community. I don't know if you volunteer, if you coach a baseball team, a basketball team, a nonprofit, all the doctors, the teachers, the nurses, the police officers, the firefighters. God bless you and thank you. And I hope you know you're appreciated, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send to the Jets! it's game time, baby. Or nah. Let's go, Chatadonia. Oh, good morning. Do 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 do. Yes, let's go, baby. Oh, it's good to be back. I missed you, Chad. You feeling good? You good? Salute to the community heroes. Amen, baby. Amen. So, I'm going to be watching Morgan Stanley, Goldman. Again, I think it's a little too late for Morgan Stanley. It was 1% when I first saw it, so it's already up around 4. But Goldman, they should be still down, so we'll see what happens. Then Pfizer, they got a big downgrade, and I want to see how they play out. Again, it's kind of healthcare related, and we've seen some of those underperform here. Netflix, again, they have earnings this week, so just keep in mind any pre-earnings moves. Microsoft, they got another downgrade today, so I don't know if it's going to actually hold up. I remember last time that wasn't good. Then Meta, I'm still in that play, but I want to see how they fare being one of those outperformers. Then YCL, baby, and then Baba. Again, Baba has the Ryan Cohen stuff, but even in general, a lot of people have been bullish over, what's it called? How you say? They've been bullish over the China. But yeah, YCL, so the yen. So Chad, I already had one of these to show you. That's not the pretty picture. But you could play YCL. I just hope you know it's the most volatile piece of shit out there in this week. That's all. That's what you have to know. So, again, a lot of people are saying it's overbought. It's not, but pretty much like even on the futures, given what is priced in, this is the highest volatility, one-day volatility on the yen in a very, very long time. Again, it's tomorrow. So I think you need like a 1.3% move to break even on almost everything. So again, you could buy the shares and all of that, but all I'm saying is that it's just going to be very volatile. So I'm down with the play. As far as direction, it just depends on whether or not we get a surprise out of the government. Again, I think the yen is strong, but like I'm saying, or it should go stronger, but it's already kind of overbought, and it just depends on what happens. But the idea here is that should be one of the bigger movers here this week. So you could keep that in mind. And then I have crazy pretty pictures to show you. We're going to talk about what people are calling the generational rally, but pretty much the charts I have to show you is that the bulls are not safe just yet. Round 1. Fight. So there it is, baby. You're actually opening up green. Again, a lot of things weren't as good there, so we're going to see how this plays out. SI ripping. Yeah, all of the, bro, I think I'm down like 18,000 on my Ethereum short now. So that one's ugly. It was down a lot more earlier, but we're going to see. I know the NQ kind of even balanced out, and now we're down less than 1,000 on the ES. Watch Amazon again. Morgan Stanley. I may be down to just play Goldman. If MS keeps going up, maybe Goldman will bounce, but you got to be careful with that. Again, Morgan Stanley has already kind of had its earnings move, and I think JP Morgan got downgraded in the morning. Yeah, they're down right now. AMD, they're up 0.5. NVIDIA's up 1 point. NVIDIA's killing it. Let's see if Tesla actually holds up. It's at 126. That's a good sign. What was the other one? There's Tesla, Netflix. Again, Netflix is pre-earnings, but remember, it's just super high. Crypto. Again, all of the crypto plays should be up. I don't know if they'll hold up, but we'll see. TSM break even with all the other chip makers up. Roblo up 14. That's a good one. Yeah, Roblo's up. It's up 12, 13 right now. HIMS. Where's Boeing? Boeing is down. Lockheed is up. Again, a lot of oil names too. People talking about the commodities. Was that the bottom? I don't think so, but I'm telling you over the weekend, even with, again, I was saying my other video prior, I was talking about how it's not, I don't think you missed the bottom. However, over the weekend, I'm telling you, the amount of bullishness was unreal. But then again, I have some beautiful charts to show you. So a lot of people are feeling good, and just fact of the matter is, if we close, like, let's say the stock market did nothing for the next 2 weeks, it would be very rare for January to close positive right now after a 19% decline on the year prior. So it just doesn't really happen as far as the first month, but usually, you end up positive after such a big decline. So it's very, very weird. But a lot of people, again, this China activity, the China numbers, those are all big deals. But again, a lot of people are kind of rightfully so, though. You're waiting on earnings when it's all said and done. So here's the good and bad is pretty much the party hasn't even started. So if you think this is a good run, it hasn't even started, but then the problem is if earnings are bad, it will end the party before it even gets started. So in a weird way, this is still just the pregame, even though a lot of people are very excited about what they're seeing. So Tesla's actually going up here. We'll see if this holds up. Again, I think if you go above like 128, but straight up just holding above here is a very, very good sign. I think like 129, 130 will be the next breakout level. M-Goal halted. There's Apple now. Is Disney up? Microsoft's going up even after the little downgrade there. So they're still in the red, but they're moving up there. Netflix is selling off 1.5% here coming into the earnings. SPY is up no more than 0.13. Surprisingly, the Dow is getting clobbered and bonds are clobbered too. Yeah, Pfizer's down 4 now. Shit. They got a big downgrade, but again, remember some of those defensives have been underperforming and then they got a big downgrade. And then those little Twitter files did not look good on Pfizer either, but I don't know if you're allowed to talk about those. Redfin, you know? Oh, HBI should be at $9. Come on. I may want to trade that one. I have no idea why Roblo is up. Maybe because of Kim Kardashian's daughter. That's the only news I saw on Roblo over the weekend. She asked the Tooth Fairy for Roblox instead of money. Baba low of the day. Yeah, that's actually surprising there. They were up a little bit. Dude, TSM, NVIDIA, they're all running. Check the banks now, too. I wish I had Morgan Stanley earlier. If Morgan Stanley dumps, I'm down to buy it. And then Goldman's trying to rise up here, too, but they're still down 2%. Roblo had 61 million users, up 18% in December. So there you go. Amazon new low. Remember, Amazon has been the straight-up leader for the last week. Tesla's still holding. Again, you're hitting a new low on the SPY. You're only down 0.15 or 0.05, but the NASDAQ's down 0.15 now. And then NVIDIA keeps climbing. NVIDIA is ripping the high taker, 173. Yeah, Netflix, again, so what? 2 days you get the earnings, but Netflix was at 333. So this is kind of a little bit of a sell-off leading into the earnings. We'll see. I feel like they'll get one sort of pump, but maybe it kind of pumped ahead of time. But just keep in mind pre-earnings, we might have a good play on that. Tesla's hitting a high. I don't know if we're allowed to say that. Baba straight dumping. Yeah, again, China had really good data, but somehow China markets did really bad yesterday. Hong Kong, China, they were down like 0.8 to 1%. Even off of like extraordinary, global data or economic data they had. Good morning, baby. UVXY is up. All right, so here. We'll see for the next move. EA's on the low. That's kind of low-key dumping. So here's what I want to show you. Are you ready? I have, which one do you want to see? There's two of them. Which chart do you want me to explain? Right or left? We'll see. We got to go here. There's two. Both of these are kind of important, again. And people are calling this the generational rally because this is the best start to global equities since 1988. So you in a generation, you have not seen any of these go. You said both? You said both? Greedy short type of day? Well, we're barely down now, so we'll see. But the Dow is leading down. Again, there's Netflix at the bottom a little bit. Good morning, Habibi. All right, well, first, here, we'll start with the easy one. It's not even easy, but I like this one the best. So this chart right here that I'm showing you, it is showing you the S&P 500 in blue, but then it's showing how any of the, pretty much since last year of 2022, anytime the VIX has fell below 18, the rally has been reversed. So even though people are getting bullish, and I'm telling you, it's funny because everyone was so bullish, but now we're getting a couple of counter examples. But even in the beginning of January, that mini rally, once the VIX fell below 18, everything reversed. And around March and April, that little bounce there from the bottom, when the VIX fell below 18, you had another topping out of the market. Same thing happened in August as well, and then even in late November too. So anytime the VIX now, even though people are getting really bullish and we have earnings, anytime the VIX has gone below 18 in the last 12 months, you've actually, the rally and the party has ended. So that's one level they'll be looking at, okay? And then here's another one. Even though we've been rallying like crazy, the put-to-call ratio is higher than August and is getting back to April levels. Pretty much puts are now outpacing calls 2-to-1. So even though investors are underweight, even though it's been a 15% rally or whatever, 7-8%, your puts are being purchased up in mass as well. So, ta-da! So there are your counter examples to the generational rally and everybody feeling extraordinarily bullish. M goals on the high. Roblo selling off. Miniso added to Goldman's conviction buy list. Pfizer falls as well. Fargo cuts on more pessimistic outlook. And then Netflix still at the bottom. Meta's kind of holding up, but we're starting to sell off here now a little bit bigger. 0.25% on the NASDAQ, 0.5% on the Dow, and 0.11 on the S&P. Oh, my positions aren't showing? Good call, good call, good call. There we go, my friend. Coin dumped. They still got a lot of cushion, though. We're going to see. Classic Tesla. Did it sell off already? I mean, the whole market is kind of opening. Yeah, it is. Again, if it could hold that 125 level like we talked about, that would be great, but we'll see. But yeah, I like those two charts. I hope they help you. I hope they help you. Now, like the video if that was helpful to you. You know, make sure you hit it with the subscribe too. You know what I'm saying? We got more of that. We got more of it. And we love you. Good morning. Good morning. Netflix kind of low, man. Kind of low. Wait, where's our Netflix share? I forgot about that one. Oh, we got $15 on the Netflix share. I forgot. There you go. Not bad. Not bad. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. NQ leading to the downside. Yeah, it's caught up with the Dow Jones. So Dow was the leader here in the morning. And actually only energy, staples, utilities, and materials are on the green. So actually all those underperformers are doing great. Yeah, XLU is surprisingly up. Coming down a little lower. Again, Microsoft. See what happens with Netflix. Again, I think they're going to be in. They're already down 2.5. Oh, I did not get the random play. It was another forward play. It was literally the same exact forward play that we had earlier. It was the same one. I don't know how that ended up happening. So I'm just going to double down on it and buy one more. I've never had this happen in the random play, but I think it's kind of cool. So I got it. I just bought it now. So now we have two of it was a January 24 $17 call. It's pretty cool. Mulan breaking out. Again, all the China names, all the China EV was down today. But if they do bounce, that'll be good. Tesla's holding that 126. Costco's still up. Costco's actually just got a green cheek lay up there. Nvidia's doing it again. Goldman's dumping. So this is not doing the recovery. But remember, they would have been right here on Friday, and then all the banks had that melt up there. But that is pretty low. Let's see if they continue or not. And then where's the dollar? Is it up today? No, it's still down. What was it? YCL. They're down 0.1. XLE, Energy, Chevron, and utilities are doing good. Excuse me. JPM's even selling off, but SPY is bouncing here. Again, SPY is barely green. NASDAQ did bounce about 0.5% on that, though, or 0.25%. But now Goldman and JPM, they're selling off even harder right here. I think, did Goldman already have their conference call? Let me see. Earnings call, 9:30. So I think their call should be starting right now. Yeah, they're down 3.8 now. Meta on the low ticker. Watch if Netflix gives up. Again, if you've noticed, I'm keeping an eye on ones that just reported and the ones about to report. And then remember, Meta was an outperformer there. BABA has now hit the high again after doing that sell-off. And then we're holding right here at VWAP again. Bonds have recovered a little bit. They've done the opposite here, but they're still kind of down. I think everyone's just getting ready for the volatility for the yen tomorrow. Because, again, whatever happens in Japan does have an effect on us, too. Commodity trade. I might want to go back again. I'm still in the UNG. And then I think oil will be interesting again. But let's get a better idea of where we're at. I mean, again, it's just now, even looking at the market, I think after the end of earnings, we're going to just find out. The real question everyone's asking is, has something really changed or not? And even though there's a lot of people feeling good about a lot of stuff, we want to see, is it a real change, or is this just now, what we've done 4 or 5 times already in the last 12 months of getting hyped up and, nothing really changing. But the what it's looking like it does look like another bullish year for commodities. Again, the last quarter made commodities look very ugly, and they gave back a lot of gains. But I mean, a lot of people, I think even Goldman was talking about it. It's a lot of the fundamentals are there for another crazy rally, but I'm tying it into whatever happens with inflation. Your positions on TD change, the trade price, and everything is. I've seen that happen before, but I'm not too sure why it does that. Like, I've seen it happen on a couple of plays where I've had some of my options just say that I bought them on a different day when I didn't. But maybe did you change your first in, last out preferences? Maybe that could be it. Coleman. Yeah, Goldman's up a lot. You could trade commodities through ETFs or futures. Or make sure you have adjusted cost basis off. Yeah. So we're bouncing up here. Bonds are going with it. But again, NASDAQ, SPY is actually break even, about to go green. NASDAQ is down 0.15, but then the Dow Jones is still down 0.4. Square on the high. They're actually getting the candle here to the upside. Square is kind of running 1.7. Delayed. I don't see anything. Amazon's actually down. I think all the big tech is down except Tesla and Apple. Apple is actually holding. Square's running, though. And then Deere on the high. That's a down name. And they've been down earlier. But they're running. Uber, new low. Yeah, they're not getting any of the love. Bookmap has a pin. Apple's going up. It's very interesting. A lot of volume just came into the upside here, but we will see. Where are we? I have levels too. So again, you're barely above the, 4,000 on the SPX. Low key. That's where we opened right below. So that level is still being it's being a little stubborn. But pretty much 4,000 will lead us into 4,004 and 17. Otherwise, 39.83, and then the 200-day is now 39.81. So you're above the 200-day moving average. Tenant health position disclosed in Greenlight Capital. Greenlight took medium-sized long position in THC. So THC, tenant health. I think they're already up on that. People could be reacting to that, but it's coming there. Tenant held position disclosed in green light capital letter. THC tenant has, or green light has taken a stake. Oh, when do they have earnings? How do you get to it? Analyze. Their earnings is in like a week. I grabbed 100 shares of Tenet, 52.28. I don't even know how they filled me that high, but I'll take it. I'm down with that one. I'm just thinking it as a healthcare earnings run up. It's already came up a lot, but if there's any hype on that. Yeah, and THC. Meta earnings February 1st. They're clapping me. Meta needs to... At least Meta is actually coming back. I'm still down on those, though. Why are they filling you so high? It's part of the game. Sometimes, I mean, remember... like my Wells Fargo flip on Friday in UNH, they gave me super good fills. So like my UNH, I was up like $2 a share by the time I got filled. So sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. All depend. The random play was a Ford 2024. It was actually the same random play we bought last week. So same person put in the play again, and it landed on there. Short dollar, you can if you want. I mean, but a lot of people are thinking the dollar just going to move big because of the yen. So you can short it, but I wish I knew the direction it would go. That's it. All I know is that it's going to move very, like the implied volatility for the dollar and yen specifically, it's something you haven't seen in 20 years. So, we've covered a lot of the yen. I've told you a lot of times, I'm like, this shouldn't be happening, first time in history. Well, tomorrow's going to be one of those events with the Bank of Japan. So essentially, you could go either way, but it's just a matter of what Japan does as opposed to whatever naturally happens with the dollar, if that makes sense. The yen would die. I think, no, the yen would get stronger. So if they pivot away from yield curve control and stop dumping and, issuing bonds and currency to uphold this thing, the yen should strengthen. But the problem is people would argue the yen could have already moved in that direction already. However, I'm in the camp that I think the yen is going to strengthen massively no matter what. However, it could do it very slow. And the point is, it's what I've been telling you guys. A lot of people believe the yen is overbought. However, here's the other update. That's that chart I showed you. Even with the high level of volatility in the yen right now, it's not stopping people from buying these plays. So even though everyone thinks Meta's on the low, Meta's dumping. What's that? The candles look bigger on the low ticker. But so even like big money traders, they are not backing away from the yen, even though it's literally 1.5% break even. So I wish I could tell you the direction. I have my bias towards it, but I also believe it's overbought. So it may happen slower or not, but the fact is it's just going to be a big event. So it's like one of those things where you could probably position half now, half later, because there'll be a big event. But then also I wouldn't doubt it if the follow through is also gigantic. Yeah, pretty much tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, so 7 p.m. Pacific time, you will probably watch the yen move. They might even halt the yen like last time, or they'll halt the bonds. Damn, Tesla's holding up still. Myrna dumping. Meta came down a little bit. I still think we're down on it. Yeah, we're still down $2 a share, 280. Good morning, Casey. Hope you're feeling good. And then SPY is working its way up. NASDAQ is about to go green. SPY is in the green right now. Tesla. This is weird. Do you know there's a drug? I was watching television with the ads, you know? And then guess what? They were like, oh, Tesla. There's a drug called Oh Tesla. I said, what? I took a picture of it. I was going to post it for you. I said, I was shocked. I said, are they making fun of Tesla? And I was like, no, this is an ad for pharmaceuticals. But there's Oh Tesla. I don't know if y'all familiar with Oh Tesla. But y'all could get Oh Tesla'd out. Oh Tesla. Yeah, I was like, what? That's crazy. This is not a sponsored post either. I'm just sharing with you. Nvidia's still holding. Apple's still going good. AM, all the chips are doing good, I think, except TSM. Nope. TSM came to play. Oligos Therapeutics price target raised at Piper Sandler. THC down. Redfin came back to break even. HBI. Microsoft's even coming green. So NASDAQ is green now again. So any of that little early negativity kind of got shooken off. The Dow is still getting clobbered. But now if everyone buys back into tech, it just kind of looks like those underperformers and people buying more risk rather than safety. I like the concept of Rumble, but I'm not quite ready to invest in them. Nvidia, now bonds are coming down as we're hitting this high. So let's see what happens. Do people rush into growth again or not? Only play I made this morning was the random play on Ford, and then I grabbed THC shares on news that someone took a stake in them and they have earnings in a couple of weeks. I'm considering a Netflix play, but we're already still in those other shares. So we're going to see, though. And then I wanted a Goldman Sachs as well, but I feel like they could still get dumped on a little bit harder, but it's already down 3.5. If we get any sort of bank bounce, then that'll be good for them. Oh, Tesla. Some people may experience diarrhea, nausea, upper respiratory tract infection, tension headaches, and child support on your portfolio. Oh, Tesla. What you say when Tesla doesn't work in your favor. I can't believe it, though. If we get above 130, that's like the 125 level. It might slow down or it might just go crazy. Morgan Stanley conference call is over. Big banks hired more people, showing little recession fears. Goldman Sachs says they may not be able to reach return targets in this environment. Hot dogs. Bank of America on the low? Yeah, Bank of America is selling off. But again, Goldman, you're getting updates. Their conference call is happening now. Google, they're still down. Amazon's actually down for once after an 18% week. Again, NVIDIA and AMD are carrying for the chips, but best in class today is energy and then consumer staples. Tech is green, though, by 0.3 now. And then worst on the day is communications and financials again. But if financials come back, that'll be good. Amazon keeps hitting the low. Airbnb just had a huge pop. Airbnb's popping now. They're back into the green. Earnings race to the bottom. Let me see. This one is an old report. Where is this? China reopening could lift Airbnb as a growth likely to taper. Mandeep Singh. That's old, though. Boeing new low. That's weird. Airbnb is rocketing now. Not too much, but again, considering the day, it's outperforming now. So that's what I was looking for. Morgan Stanley's ripping. Oh, that would have been beautiful. Dude, 5-6%. They're killing it. That's why I'm waiting to see if any of the banks get lifted up by Morgan. Well, we'll find out. Hot the KMX sicko mode. Oh, yeah, CarMax 3.6. What was the other one? Carvana was squeezing, but they're doing really good right there. And then did Microsoft come back? Microsoft is in the green. Oh, Tesla. I mean, 130, very good for business. Very good for business. Chips are still holding. Microsoft's hitting a new high here. Netflix still kind of guttered. Goldman just 0.25% off of their lows. And then SPY's right at VWAP, which is pretty much break even. But now SPY's underperformer barely. But again, tech is actually in the green by 0.34. NASDAQ is only up 0.04, but technology stocks as an industry are doing good. Peloton hires Twitter veteran Leslie Berlin to run marketing. New Peloton hire. Sting. Meta bounced off the lows. Yeah, market could. I don't know if they'll wait for PPI, but there's just a lot. I think today's kind of a breather, but we'll see how it finishes. Because again, you're still actually holding up pretty good. Just we're coming off big rallies. However, PPI data I do think will be big. So it's not as if like lately some of the data I've kind of been more neutral, but I do think PPI data will actually it's a good leading indicator for core CPI. So it actually feeds into core CPI very well. So we're gonna see. I mean, pretty much PPI bad is good, good is bad. But if that starts to heat up again, people might get worried about inflation dropping at the path that they think. Dwayne Johnson, Zoa Energy plots for major push. Steve Cohen back collectibles firm. Oh, it just went over there. ECB may opt for 25 basis points in March after 50 in February. I don't know why we're bullish off of that. So again, even the ECB is going to go 50 and then 25. That's coming in breaking news right now. ECB may opt for 25 hike in March after 50 move in February. It could just be affecting the dollar. Maybe that could be it, but I don't see it moving. Yeah, there you go. The dollar's moving. I don't know. I don't take that as positive, but you're getting a green shoot off of that. You're at 4,006. Yeah, that brought down the yen and the pound. The dollar's surging though. I don't think this will last. That's actually kind of weird. So again, not too many people thought you have a plan for the ECB. That's very interesting. Let's see if this holds up. Either the dollar needs to come down or if they all go again. Even bonds just took a huge pop off of that. But hopefully you see the idea. It's pretty much saying the Eurozone, they're going to raise by 50 next meeting, which America's going to do 25 is what we're thinking. And then they said they're going to lower it. So let's see how that plays in. But bonds are rocketing a little more. The dollar has me sketched out. Well, we'll see. Stocks Europe extends gains to 0.3. So stocks in Europe like it. Again, all the currencies dropped off of that. But if the dollar comes back, that could end up bullish. But for now, very interesting. Even Uber went in the green. Yeah, Airbnb is even higher than Friday. Oh, Tesla going to 130. SPY's running off of that. What range does the pump? Well, here are your levels. So we're above 4,004 now. That's the January 13th high. So I think the next level is 4,014. And actually, you're almost there. So next level would be 4,000 or 4,017, which would be the June 9th low. Imagine what I'm saying. June 9th low would be 4,017. So we have not been there in a very, very long time, actually. Or I guess since here. Last time you've had like maybe 6 other days that you were above this, or 2 other days. So 4,017 would be the next level. And actually, I already have it up here. It's one of the levels already drawn out. So right here is that June 9th low. So that's running big. Again, bonds are about to go positive now. Everything's up a quarter. Only thing down is the, what's it called? Only thing down is the Dow. The THC came up too. Again, Tesla, man, 130. Good for you, bro. Good for you. We are the fun bunch today. I hope it holds. I mean, again, it's going to be today was looking a little sketchy, but it's looking like now if we get through this, I just know if the dollar stays up, that's where we have a problem. But as of now, the dollar is kind of not in the right direction, but then the bonds are playing along. We will see. It's still pretty early. We'll wait till Euro close. Is that bullish? I think it's more bullish. They're opting for 25 later, but it's just weird that 50 basis points isn't really a good precedent. It's like if we, with all the data we've got, if we're like, yeah, we're going 25, but then the ECB is like, nah, we're doing 50. There's kind of a divergence, but I think this likelihood of coming down, people are, again, the market is just very forward looking and is willing, a lot has already been priced in. That's been the narrative here for this rally, is everyone saying, well, we've already priced in so much negativity. It's very easy to look past the negative now, but we'll see, how long that lasts. Airbnb running. So is Uber now. Uber's back into the green. The Dow. Again, the Dow is just some of those names, like those defensive names and financials. Goldman Sachs is a big part of the Dow, and that's already down, 3.9. But in general, even though this morning you had a couple of the staples leading, and just think about what's happening right now. Remember, the Dow Jones had their bull market from October, right? From that low. So now as everyone's getting more risk on, their chances are they don't want to own the Dow as much. So if you really believe that we're bottoming out and you really believe like this is bullish, why would you hold, or you will hold some of it if you're uncertain, but at the end of the day, you're going to be more likely to buy everything else but the Dow. You're going to start wanting those cheaper risk-on names rather than stable risk-off names. And then, like we said, Goldman is one of the biggest Dow names out there, and they're down 4% individually today. CarMax up 7 now? Jeez. That's like 3.5% since, or I think another 2.5% since you called it. They're going, Tesla, go to 130, Habibi. Go to 130. Please, 130. Make it a good one. Make it a good one. Even Netflix pop up. Bridgewater co-CIO Bob Prince is on Bloomberg. He says next shoe to drop must be economy decline. And then bonds are at least green today. Good for you. Meta. Make sure you have Uber working. I want to see if Goldman really dumps. I want to get some of that, but I'm still worried. Goldman has been like leading because of the Dow. Banks are actually one of only 3 industries in the red right now. So industrials are down 0.01, financials are down 0.58, and communications are at 0.459. It's weird. Morgan Stanley's up 6%. They're not as big as Goldman Sachs, but Goldman's down 3.9. Even Bank of America is down 1.6 now. They're bouncing a little bit, though, and JP Morgan's down 1.8, and then even Wells is down 1.3. So all of the banks except for Morgan Stanley are pretty much down. Brought to you by Tesla. Wow, I don't want to say it out loud. I'll take it, though. This is weird. It hasn't sold off this 6-7% yet. BRZE. Bank of America. Well, some of the banks are bouncing back, but Goldman, I mean, I guess it's still only been 30 minutes, so that's why we're going to see. But Goldman has a lot of meat on the bone as far as the upside. KMX again, that's at 70 now, up 7 points. They're really running. CarMax. Maximum cars is very good. DraftKings is running on the high now too. They're up 1.6. Goldman has a lot to give up. That's why I haven't bought in it yet. I would usually want to play this downside for the pre-earnings, but like Goldman is just a straight leader. It looks like the Dow Jones. So like they're barely below, 2020 levels or 2021. So like technically speaking, it's like one of the higher points for Goldman. A lot of the banks are like that, but again, like even when we bought Wells Fargo down 5%, they were at like a multi-year low or near it. So like Goldman is still up a lot. Tesla, another high. DraftKings, another high as well too. I think even CarMax, Tesla now 130.45. So believe it or not, I've recovered about like 60% of my Tesla losses now, if this could hold. But if this keeps going, very, very beautiful, but very, very weird for now. I don't know how I feel about this. Yeah, NVIDIA, that's the one I regret selling. We would have had another couple $100, maybe another 1,000. Boeing, yeah, they're dropping. Even LMT was in the green, but they're coming down now. Airbnb's doing good. Uber's at the high. Apple and Microsoft are up now too. Microsoft actually really, really going. And then Netflix still kind of guttered. Carvana, yeah, they were squeezing on Friday. Carvana's up 15. I think, remember, Carvana is going to go bankrupt. Just keep that in mind. I think CarMax is the one that, if you really want to play that, I think CarMax actually looks very, very appetizing. I don't want to buy into the high, but if you're looking to play Carvana or CarMax, in my opinion, I think CarMax is safer. Carvana, you're just going to wake up one day with one of those bad pieces of news. How do you short the strongest names every time? Well, it makes sense. I mean, usually you want to short the names that are up, right? I feel you on that. But I think if you make sure your balance is in check, give yourself room to, start off small, let it get strong, and then come back to it in a couple of weeks. That's usually decent. That's at least what I do. Or again, I shorted Boeing, and that one sucked with 100 shares. But as long as you're able to hold through it, depending on what it is, usually there's like a logic behind shorting the ones that are strong, right? It's better to short something strong than, I guess, weak, but you kind of have to deal with that situation. Yeah, I don't like it. That's why I think the dollar should be going. The market should be getting clapped off that ECB news, but I think they're ignoring the immediate, and they're looking at the fact that they just said quarter basis point by the next meeting. So it's kind of odd in my opinion, but eventually I think it'll level out. And then just don't forget, we have to deal with by tonight, the dollar is really going to finalize with the Bank of Japan. Did you read my email? I don't think I got it. I didn't have an email from my dad, if that's what it was. And then if you're on like one of those sketchy emails, I've blocked all emails from them so I don't get them. Yeah, almost positive on the ES. That's actually crazy. It only took me $13,000 on the NASDAQ. That's fine. That's fine. We'll get over it. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm actually really excited about that. We get a little bit, and then Tesla, maybe Tesla come back. And then the bonds, they need to do their work. I think bonds are lagging like $4 or $5 grand for me. Amazon. PSA, if you're not paying yourself 10%, you're doing yourself a disservice. Amen. Amen. I love you. God bless you. Just remember, life is always good when you pay yourself 10%. Anytime I wasn't paying myself 10%, my life, I wasn't as happy. It's so weird. It's so weird to think. There's a correlation between paying yourself 10% and happiness. Don't even do it for the money. Do it for the happiness. How do you feel about being at the major trend line that has paused all recent rallies? I mean, I don't think we've hit the bottom. However, I'm here to respect every side in the sense that the market doesn't have to do whatever I think. And I believe that anything could happen here at this moment. But granted, I am waiting for Jerome Powell. So, I have a hierarchy of needs, more or less. I'm waiting for what's most important. But assuming Powell doesn't beat the market down, assuming the earnings don't, stop this party, I think anything could happen. But then very well in that same breath, everything I just said are reasons that could bring you right back down to 380. So in the meantime, I think there's a lot of emotions, a lot of beginning of the year balancing, and then people kind of feeling, they don't want to get left behind. And some people, even if you position, like I've gotten 10% returns in some areas already to start off the year, some people may be good with that, but I think anything could happen. So I have I'm kind of on both sides. I'm very agnostic towards it, and I understand sentiment can shift quickly and get extremely bullish, but I also understand you haven't had enough changes to justify it just yet. So we're going to find out. Oh, Tesla finally came. Dude, TSM's killing it. Well, today, but I think that Bank of Japan meeting will do a lot to the dollar. So tonight, tomorrow will be another pivotal one. And then again, your first tech earnings. I mean, Netflix will get people super stoked if they do good. But then if Netflix does bad, then people might be in for a wake up call, and then it could kill some of the risk on a little bit. Boeing finally dropping. I didn't know that was possible. Good for you, Boeing. But now Lockheed's coming down. Again, even Apple's down, but Apple and Microsoft are up. Japan likes tech. Yes, but they also invest in a lot of more stable names too. But even in general, it's not about what Japan is going to do. It's all about what ends up happening with the dollar. So, let's say the yen strengthens massively tomorrow, the dollar will weaken. And then if the yen somehow weakens massively tomorrow, the dollar is going to strengthen, and people aren't going to like that. Goldman new low. There it is. 4.5. I don't know what the dollar is going to do. I'm leaning towards the dollar strengthening, but the thing that makes me cautious is I think the yen is up tremendously to start the year. So I don't know how I feel about it, where it's like, and then again, the break-evens are insane. So it's like people are expecting the yen to move at least 1.5% tomorrow at minimum, either direction. And then I think as best as 2.5% beyond that. So it's kind of hard to read. But I think the yen has moved up a ton already. But I just know, if they do something to the scope of abandoning yield curve control, then it can move things a lot. Otherwise, though, I'm agnostic towards the yen, but with a slightly bullish tilt. Man, a couple things came down, but the SPY stayed chill. SPY's doing the worst out of the day, or actually the Dow Jones is, but SPY's up 0.25, NASDAQ 0.45. Best in the day right now is consumer staples. So actually, I think Goldman is hiding the risk on sentiment, or the risk off, because literally consumer staples are leading, but then so are discretionaries, and then utilities are still up. Sword is holding to buy Ace Group. SOHI. SOHI. But never. Well, if you want, just go small with any of those shorts if you're planning them. I think shorts with shares with like a small enough where you could kind of hold through and wait, but just play. I would play the events. You know what I'm saying? Powell, any important data, and then now whatever happens here at earnings. I think those will just really be our drivers. But then, after a couple months of that, if we really know what's going on, then we could really say, yeah, this is bullish or this is bearish, and then you could kind of get rid of some of that paranoia. but I still have the paranoia anything could happen. You know what I'm saying? Like after the last 12 months, again, and even some of the pictures I showed you here this morning, you know, I'm not done with it. Just again, I think the best picture here is this one. Like I showed you guys, this is the VIX overlaid with the SPY, but this is 1, 2, 3, 4. We're at the 5th time. I think we've had it other times, but what I'm trying to show you is that, you know, it's like literally you've had these rallies before, right? Like we've had, and this rally actually doesn't even look as big as the last times we've leveled out. Like, look at that rally, bro. 4,200 to 4,650. Stop playing with me. You know what I'm saying? 3,600 to 40, or to 40.30. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's insane. So it's just every single time, though. But if we could break trend here, that'll be awesome. But I've been traumatized, and I don't forget. So that's why, I think my portfolio and my wallet get rewarded by making my mind up later rather than sooner, if that makes sense. You know, you don't need to really believe it right off the bat to get what you want out of it, because it's like truly the market's still so low that even if we're late to like the rally, then that's it. Everyone's calling it the generational rally just because this is the best start to the year for the global index. So that's China, Europe, Japan, Germany, you know, all of those places, with everything else going up at the best since 1988. The plan for the ETH short is to hold it. I mean, it sucks being down $17,000 on it, but I'm really not really worried about it. I would be more worried about it if it wasn't so, like, if everything wasn't up. But I just think Ethereum is just up with the whole world. Not to mention, I would be more worried if FTT token was down. So I could be wrong, and it could clap me, because again, in the, historically speaking, anytime crypto or specifically Bitcoin has ran how it just ran, it continues to go up like another 40%. It usually just goes nonstop after this. It's very, very big what just happened with crypto. However, I do think it is very, very odd that you have all those problems. And then again, like, Ethereum is up a lot, but FTT token is up 260% in the same period. So I think it's more of a broad correlation rally. However, if this upside continues, it will be a clap fest. Apple doing good. Morgan Stanley jumps. Apple new high of the day. Goldman's still going lower. Yeah, SPY is not reacting to the dollar. I think it's because it's probably getting ready for what's his name, the yen. But then also too, wait till Euro close. Deutsche Bank America's CEO Riley speaks. He said Deutsche Bank sees stronger recovery in U.S. than Europe. Smash the like button. Hell yeah, bro. Hit that like button. Vote on the poll. You vote on the poll, hit that like button. If you liked any of these charts, bro, I'm telling y'all, y'all ain't gonna see this. I'm saying you gotta show some love. We love you. God bless you. And thank you. Yeah, dollar is just rocketing, and we're going up with it. Yeah, BNB is doing good for the team. Good work. BBBY squeezing. Upstart's on the high. And then Myrna. Oh, yeah, where's Upstart's up 7%. Pfizer's kind of coming back. You just hit a new high. Remember, the next level is like, what, 40.17? You're 3 points away from that. Bookmap looks soft. Goldman is just bad earnings, and then unlike Friday, they just didn't recover. I think gold chilled out a little bit. Love to see. Come on, Tesla, you can do it. I'm surprised it even hit 130. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. Baidu's on the low. Where's Netflix? They're kind of coming back. $7.30. Oh, we were just up on the THC. Yeah, man, Goldman is still a long way to go. Yeah, Airbnb again. That was the rest of the travel industry is doing very good. Airbnb was that lagger, but only one I have active right now is Uber. Both of those are doing great. And Airbnb again, ES, almost positive on that other one. It's good. 4017 is a big level. I want to say that's where we were at. Or no, we're at 4030. Damn. Oh, that's on. Well, that's the next month, I think. Not too sure. Uber's going. Apple's going. All the NASDAQ names are running up here. Again, this is the tech rally in a weird way. And then staples are kind of selling off here a little bit. Only thing down is financials, communications. Everything else is like barely red. Even healthcare is barely red too. Even Meta came back up here. What about stocks like Toyota? I think Toyota could be an interesting one with the yen, low-key. I think that one could be smart. Sony, I just more tech-related, but, I mean, Toyota could actually be a decent one. Toyota actually doesn't look that bad. 2.5% divvy. Airbnb running. We'll take it, Habibi. We'll take it. It sucks. I don't get happy at Airbnb at 102 anymore, though. After all the Wall Street scamming. I think, wasn't this a good earnings? I think every single candle down is like off of good earnings. So Airbnb has to, I think relatively, it needs to get back up to like 120 to just be at the pinned level from last year. So in a weird way, Airbnb is still underperforming Booking. It's underperforming damn Bitcoin and all underperforming the currencies. So our Airbnb is still down, but I mean, it's good in the relevant scope of the portfolio because now if it comes back up, we're already pretty much at break even. So everything is, we're just going to get it back. I still believe in the company. My problem is with Wall Street. It's just kind of how people have been valuing the company and just getting too focused on the EPS where they really kind of are, they're picky and choosy with how they apply that to other companies. You'll see. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to go over a couple analysts for you. Well, let's see. Yeah. But now we're back to single digits now on the long term, down 9.8 on the big one. And then you're down 1%, about to be break even on the small long term. So we're still down like 30% on Airbnb, but like I'm saying, it's one of our biggest positions. So even being negative, the upside will really feed into our gains. But for the most part, I just kind of balancing with everything else. And HBI should be at $9. I know. Honda. I like Honda. I like Toyota. I like Toyota Camry. Camry, good vehicle. Tesla back to 130. Goldman keeps dumping. So we'll see. I think maybe Goldman bounces once tech stops going up. We'll find out from the Euro close. I think that'll be a big one. Airbnb. I'm excited for Airbnb in the long term. I'm telling you, like, you know, so we'll talk here over the next couple of years, but Airbnb is still a name that I really do believe in terms of actual growth. So you'll find out. You'll even see on the next earnings. So even in the worst year, but that's why I've been very content. We have a big position. So it's not as if our Airbnb position is small. It sucks that it went down, but I know that I have enough there, and I'm glad we put a lot more money to work elsewhere at way lower prices. So he's going to play his role very good, but Airbnb for the win, baby. Yeah, remember, Amazon had the best week ever. That was like their best week since 2020. Love you, Chad. Love you too, baby. God bless you. And good morning. Happy Tuesday. That feels like Monday. We're here. Tesla good short at 130. Yeah, 130 and 135 are those levels. That's where it's like if it could break, it could squeeze, but if it can't, it's clapped. Really, 135, you get above here. That's my last average down, though. That's where, but Tesla's getting interesting because now, depending on where you shorted or bought it, I feel like the break-evens are a little weird. So now we're coming down. Bonds have been slipping throughout that whole little rally, and then again, the dollar is up. Not by a lot, but ever since that ECB news, it's been kind of ugly. UMC running. Almost green, a little further. I'm a patient man. Either way, I think we're gonna have a very exciting year. That's all. But calling it in the first quarter, that's the only thing. But we'll be good no matter what. This market keeps moving like this, give you streaks up and down. I'm not attached to any time. I'm feeling pretty confident. But God willing, we'll see what happens. We will see. And then I'm really excited for the long term too. Good friend of mine. He's working. He's gonna do his thing, and that's it. At this point, we get lucky on a couple of other ones. You have some random outperformers here. We're gonna take it home. OKB, they're building homes in the metaverse. Wow. Remember, that was one of the earlier earnings. You have Bank of America earnings, I believe, too. Shot pushing 40. Dang, Shopify's only at 40? Did they do a stock split, though? Or they really just came back to that IPO price, huh? No, they did a split, right? I think so. Because that's not $40 pre. It's my birthday. Happy birthday, Rosie. God bless you. Hearn. Happy birthday. The January birthdays. Yeah, I think they did split. Yeah, so I was like, damn, if they went down to the pre-20, man, that's crazy. Amazon's dropping now. Goldman's still into the low. There's Apple. Dow's still at lows. Yeah, Dow's doing awful. 0.5 today. Again, SPY's at 0.28. SPY was earlier the worst. And then NASDAQ's 0.37. But tech as an industry is up 0.7. Euro closes in 1 hour. And then, again, the dollar is up. The ECB news gave you that little pop. I don't think we got to 40.17. You went to 40.15. 40.17 was the next level. And then right now we go back to 39.96 or 4,000. But you're well above the, what's it called? The 200-day moving average, I believe. The Rock is up next on CM. I think he's doing an energy drink company. We had a headline on that earlier. Goldman is just dumping now. Again, that's just murdering the Dow single-handedly. Can you smell what the Rock is cooking? Tesla 124 experiencing FOMO. I mean, just you got to have a long-term decision with Tesla. You know what I'm saying? It's just that it's really, you got to make your decision for Christ is when it's all said and done. Because especially now, it's like, I think Tesla has a good value in terms of after selling off so much. But I also, if I'm going to hold it for the long term, I would have waited a lot longer. But, playing the ups and downs with it, and if you watch the price and that's going to make you FOMO or not, that'll probably make you make worse decisions than not. So if you're ever uncertain, I would go with a smaller amount. That's like the best way to do it. Otherwise, I mean, if you make your decision, never look at it again. Otherwise, if you make your decision to hold, never look at it again and kind of set yourself up there. FOMO. In a weird way, FOMO is coming back this year. I mean, and just already. And that's what I think you're going to get. Imagine how many people had FOMO to the downside, and then it started to bounce. And then now after this, like there's just FOMO all across the board. And now people are really looking out ahead for like, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. And then if it doesn't happen, but it's just, there's a lot of FOMO that has been permeating through the waters is what I would say. BAC was Friday, was it? I know there's like one more big bank where we still got to hear from. I think DFS, PNC. I guess not. Maybe I'm tripping. FOMO equals slow go. I agree. Slow go, no FOMO, ARBE. All right, I bought 25 shares of Goldman, 352.39. I think it could still go down to like 350, but again, on 25 shares, it's going to be small. So that'll be like $50 drawdown, if anything. I still think lower, if it totally dies, is going to 340, but I'm down with this for now. It's already down 5.8. Come on now. Look at you back then. Look at you. Not Goldman for the long term, no. That's just for a day trade off of the earnings. So I'm hoping it gets an earnings bounce, but like I'm saying, it could probably go down to 350. Goldman heading in the low 300s. You should short it then. You would make $5,000 on every 100 shares. I'm going to flip Goldman, yeah. That's why I only went with 25 shares, keeping it small. So every $4 will cost me $100. If we get any sort of, if it ends up holding like 3%, I could still get like what? Maybe like $10 a share. So it's not even going to be a big gain or loss, but I like the idea. Run the likes. Love the show. Yeah, man. Hit that like button. I know you hear me. Ah. And good morning. Boeing is actually dropping. Again, the Dow. That could start adding to the Dow a little bit. Microsoft is barely green. Apple's still up 1%, but came down. Even Tesla. Tesla's giving up to 130. Love y'all. Good morning, Juice. Mohawk drops after tempering outlook for fourth quarter. MHK. Damn. They're down 6.3. The ECB news is that the ECB said they're going to raise 50 basis points in February and then a quarter after that. So they gave like some clear-cut guidance, but they're still saying they're going to raise higher. So, but I think a lot of people were just focused on the whole quarter aspect. later, but then the dollar rocketed off that, and then literally we're giving it all up now. So VWAP is right at the top of that candle. Again, dollar is still high, and then we're going to see what happens from there. Was it THC? That was the only other one. I think Uber came down. Yeah, Uber's coming back to break even. Airbnb still doing good. You bought some daily 398s. Oh, in the money. JPM below 140? Oh, no. Yeah, so a lot of the other banks have given up after Goldman. Again, that Friday move was crazy. YPF on the high was that? YPF Sociedad Anonima? Yeah, the dollar is moving up. I mean, that could be good and bad, though, because then if the dollar drops and the market follows it, that'll be that big fear I've told you about a while ago, where we get a huge dollar drop and then the market dumps with it. But I think it's weird. I think the market should be down, but the dollar isn't up a lot. I think we were up a little bit more pre-market, I want to say. But again, 27.50. This is the death cross level for the dollar from a couple of days ago. YSL on the low ticker. YSL or YCO? I made THC and Goldman dip buy. So I did 50 shares or 100 shares of THC. Somebody took a stake in them, and they got earnings here in a little bit. They've kind of just been melting up. They look like they're getting ready for that earnings level. That's why I thought it was decent. Could still lose a decent amount if they dump, but that's the only play. I'm down like, what, 20 bucks on it, and then Goldman 25 shares for a flip. And that's about it. I think Euro close we'll see what happens with the dollar, but I think it's a little bearish. I mean, I don't like the dollar moving, so we're going to find out. HBI, yeah, it's dumping. Very weird after that little run up there, but I think we might just be getting ready for earnings. And then now it kind of eliminated some of the unknown by knowing they're going to beat earnings. But I still like it. You could track the yen with like FXY, YCL, YSL, no, YCL and like, what's the one, FXY? And there's another one. Amazon kind of bouncing at the bottom there. Okay, where are we? We're still at 4,001 now. 15 points from the high. You never hit the 417. That's the June 9th level. And then we'll see where this goes from here. ETH. That's finally coming down, but it has to go below 1,500. That's already a big one. Okay, there it is. You're dumping a little harder. Now I think we might be reacting. It looks like a delayed reaction with the dollar. You might do this move, the bonds. So bonds are leading the way. The bonds did this earlier. They had that dump, and then they bounced right back up here. I wouldn't be surprised to see that until Euro close. And then Euro close, we'll find out what happens. I think we just hit the 4,000, did we not? Off of that candle? Yeah, you literally hit 3,997. So you're below 4,000. Another big dollar drop or pop? No, another pop. So again, the dollar is climbing. That's the part I don't like about this. That's where I think it gets a little uglier. Yeah, and then even Uber slipped. Airbnb still holding. Amazon at the low. Thessalonian, he's holding, but not 130. Meta's coming down pretty big. They're actually the only ones holding down as far as tech. Actually, Netflix too. Yeah, now they're all moving. Baba, JD, a lot of the China names. Hold on. Pre-marketing Verizon 1 billion device payment. I think it's something with China too. So again, a lot more China names are hitting the low, and then dollar is climbing up. Yeah, if what's it called? If NVIDIA and AMD give up, that'll tell you a little bit. AMD gave up a little bit more. NVIDIA is still up 3. Yeah, and Dow Jones is down almost 1% now. NASDAQ is red again, and S&P. And then NASDAQ is doing the best. Gas still. Bro, I filled up at $5 over I say, wait a minute. Sir, the gas price went back up again. I said, man, market rallies for 2 weeks and gas already goes up. Damn it. We're doing it again. We cannot hold back. So, yeah, SPY just gave it all up. Again, it looks a lot like the bonds here. We'll see what happens. You either need to get a bounce back up to here. Otherwise, if the bonds start hitting a new high with the dollar and the market trends down, that may give it to us. But, again, I think it's the dollar more or less. Google it. ECB pivot bearish. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was like, dude, that sounds pretty bearish that ECB is going to go with 50 this next meeting. And then, I mean, what does that say for everything else? But, hey, it is what it is. But, again, I think if we do kind of react to it normally and it's just kind of a delayed reaction, we'll see. But then, again, the dollar is going to make big moves tomorrow, and a lot of big money is aware of that. And they decide right after Jerome visits, right? Quite interesting. Boeing is just giving up. I mean, it's been an outperformer, but then again, a lot of the down names are down today. Merck is nearing fix for diabetes drug tainted with carcinogen. They find the root cause of contamination. What the hell? They're popping off of that? So again, they had low levels of nitrosamine found in drugs, FDA said in August. Did they die off of that? It could have been this drop here, but they're already up a lot. So Merck is popping. Apparently it's from August. They had an issue in August with this, but I think we played that news on the downside actually. Biogen's even on the high now too. I don't know. PPI will be important though. PPI feeds into core CPI. So there's a nice correlation between core CPI and PPI. So depending, PPI will have a bigger impact on markets more or less. Amazon on the low again. Hawaiian Airlines too. A lot of the travel names are giving back up. Except Airbnb, he is fighting. A lot of retail names are down. PPI is tomorrow morning, I believe. I want to say an hour before market or 10 a.m. Yeah, PPI is an hour before the bell tomorrow. So again, bonds are climbing, stocks aren't anymore, and then the dollar is still near a high level. I don't think 25 was priced in for ECB, and they just surprised with 50. But then they're nowhere near their meeting. But that's why I think the government or the ECB came out and said it. So there was talks this morning that maybe it was going to go to 25 or 50, and then they announced it earlier today. HII didn't crater like the defensives. I think they got another good news, but I mean, I don't know their actual like ratio. But at the end of the day, any defensive that held up, I would take that as a good sign. But I think they were already down earlier. So that could be it. They just didn't run the same as like Lockheed Martin or RTX. You know, you see how those are like more near the highs. So that's why I think they kind of didn't drop as much after that latest one. I think LMT, RTX came down to a more appropriate level, while the ones that were already kind of borderline undervalued kind of stayed the same. Nvidia is still holding. Apple. So there you go. Okay, watch out here. This could look. Bonds could be leading, bro. I don't know. The dollar's weird. We're gonna see. We have what, like 40 minutes till Euro close. But I think I don't know. I think it's getting weird here. But just watch the dollar. He will be your friend. He keeps climbing. EH on the low. Implied move for tomorrow. I don't think it's that much, even though the PPI is big. I would doubt that it's actually that high. What is tomorrow? The 17th, 18th? $39, give or take. Is that 1%? I think it's pricing in about 1% on the dot, which is still decent, but even then, last time on CPI was like 2.5, and then remember, nothing happened. So the pricing is one thing, but in this type of weird volatility we're getting, in a weird way, the pricing means nothing. It kind of just depends on the scope of the news and then everybody else in between from global events. And then you're going to wake up tomorrow with the dollar. So, or even tonight, you'll watch the futures. Golf on the high. GOLF. What the hell is that? Akusnet Holdings. They're popping up 1.4. My green on the month. In terms of realized profits, but I got back some money. I mean, technically, the ETH play killed me, but without the ETH play, I would have been unrealized, up like 10 grand. But then I was able. I've already realized like $4,000 or $5,000 this month on shares. They add up, bro. They add up. But we will see, man. I don't know how. I think we're gonna have some good months. I think we're gonna have some bad months, but. As long as we could do what we did last year, because I don't know how we squeezed that one out, but take it 1 month at a time, but it's all about where we're at by fourth quarter. Yeah, golf is popping. ETH play is no bueno. I know. It sucks, but I'm weirdly confident with it. I had so many opportunities to take profit on it, but I have it for a lot of time, but it's a bummer in the meantime, but I'm actually not too worried on it, but I don't know. I guess I never get worried on too many plays. So we'll see. I just it's bittersweet. I don't know. Cause remember, I'm a big fan of Ethereum. So it's not. And like I said, anytime Bitcoin or Ethereum has done a move like this, mainly Bitcoin, it goes insane. You know what I'm saying? It's really there. It goes up a lot. This is doing that 4-year cycle type beat. And again, I know it very well. So it's weird, but at the same time too, I've been in crypto long enough where the prices don't really make me feel anything, if that makes sense. So it's I've witnessed a lot in this world of crypto. So that's why it's you could be very, very excited one day and very, very sad. But if you've been doing it, I've been doing it since 2015, you really just, it's not, you know what could happen. That's why I'm I could lose another 20 grand, but I could also make it back in a day. So we're going to find out. Stocks turn red as dollar moves higher. The margin equity is 33,000 for that one. Emotion is no longer the middleman. I mean, it's one thing with trading, but it's just legitimately, I mean, have y'all not seen crypto? It's if you have gone through, usually you get jaded. I think halfway through the year you were getting jaded. I mean, I remember our crypto portfolio would move up 100, 200 grand and you wouldn't even feel anything. It would go down 100K and then it would shoot up 100K then in the next week, and then it would drop 100K, then come back. It would just do all of that. But it's if you've seen a lot of crypto, especially over the last years, and I mean, I've been in crypto longer than I'd say 90% of people, if not higher. I've learned to not get excited or sad by the prices and just go with your broader theory, and that's it. Yeah, the only my problem was shorting Ethereum towards the low, but granted, I did think I don't like it when it stays pinned. When it does that pinning thing, it's either going to rocket or dump, but I definitely think that's where I could have done it. I could add to it, but I'm not quite ready to do that. I want to really lose on it before I'm like, yeah. That's the thing. The play is just higher leverage, but the move really was, I guess, 30% is not too bad. I'm going to hold Goldman probably by the end of the day, maybe earlier, and then we'll see how we play out from it, but it's just going to be a flip. Schwab rated outperform. Again, golf, I don't know what happened there. Stocks try to bounce. It's looking kind of like the bonds, but it's definitely a little weaker there. People were shorting crypto. I mean, a lot of people were shorting stocks too. Everything, like this whole generational rally we're experiencing right now, that's the thing. It's just every boat in the tide has risen. That's it. So we're going to see it. No, I'm still in that ES. That's the same one that we're in. I've held that one for a while. But it's like everything has gone up. That's why, like, if it was I probably would stop out my Ethereum if nothing else went up and Ethereum and Bitcoin shot up. Does that make sense? So it's like if we didn't just experience a 9% rally, if all of these shit coins didn't come up, and literally go look at all of the the meme stocks and everything else. If that wasn't the case, I probably would have covered it. But to me, it seems like everyone's kind of front running this idea that we're about to get some light at the end of the tunnel. And if we do, it'll be more bullish. But if we don't, I think all of this is just kind of, what we've seen over the last couple of weeks to begin with, or last couple of months. Apple's dropping. Tessie's still holding. If yen rises, will bonds fall? We'll see. There's a positive correlation between yen and the bonds, but last time the bonds did drop. It depends on what they announce, how they announce it, but what I would be more concerned with would be the dollar. Yeah, I still have those 25 shares or 5 shares of Netflix shorted. I want to close out of them, and I'm back up $7. I was up 15. The idea would be close them out and then get ready for the earnings, but we're going to close those out prior to earnings. So by Thursday, I'll be out of this play. We could take our $7 now if we want. Most, if not all times, at least I don't worry. No worry over here. Amen. As long as I'm not attached to time, I'm free. That's it. That's all. You know what I'm saying? No time, I'm good, Habibi. No time, I am very patient. I show up every day, so no time limit. Very good. This is like a basketball when you were a kid. No shot clock, Very good, no shot clock. Very, very good. I take my time, line up the shot. I wait. It's very good. Oh, real estate's actually number 1 on the day. Look at that. Oh, it's very good, actually. Can't beat it. We had $56, $54 price or something. It's beautiful. But yeah, and the REITs are actually doing very well. They still got a little bit more to run, though. Oh, number 1 hit on stock market. Very, very good. The house market crashed, true. It depends how you look at it. So in a weird way, it's kind of already crashed where prices are down a lot. Pending home sales, existing sales, they're at some of the lowest levels. But it's some people are talking about I forgot who it was this morning. Some Harvard guy said there's 10% left for it to go down. But it's just if you look at it's not like we're down from 2019, but if you look at the top, It's already down about 10-15% or more in some areas in terms of pricing. I think in some area, I think it can keep coming down, but I don't think at this point, I don't think you're going to get your 2008. So I don't think we're going to drop 50%. You may drop like 30-40% from the highs, but I still think we're going to be at a premium to 2019, pre-pandemic for the most part. And then right when the rates slow down or anything, I think it's gonna be good. Southwest Board appoints Operation Review Committee. South Air President comments and CEO comments in letter. Eggs, gas, and real estate still elevated. So many fake trading. Yeah, report them, please. That's the best way to get rid of them. It's a weird world we live in. Two properties in SCTX San Antonio. They were only on the market for 40 days. Not bad. 40 day, it's just different. Like we're kind of going back to the old days, but houses used to sell in a day. I literally beginning of last year, right before Powell, raised rates, I sold almost a $5 million house in 10 days. And it's just crazy because now that same house would sit on the market for like 60 days minimum. Again, like even the small houses, we could sell those in 7 days or less. And it's wild, but now it's good. It's coming back to normal. And now you have people inviting you to open houses. I remember, I even told my girlfriend, I was like, we're never going to see that again. Like, she was going with me, bro. We would go to open houses, and there would be lines outside of the door for people to walk into an open house. You know what I'm saying? And now it's just like we would go by. Open houses are empty now. So it's like, it's good, though. It's like, this is what it should be like. Versus, I've never in my life seen people just flocking to an open house, waiting, throwing in 5 offers above asking, and just playing this game. It was crazy. So now it's calmed down, and that's where it's like, this is what Powell wanted. This is what everybody wanted. Even the people like, it needs to crash. I can't afford a house. It's like, this is exactly what you wanted, where it's coming back to normal. A big difference in the housing market is just demand is lower. That's it. So supply is still low, and the lower demand help increase supply. But sadly, there's not a noticeable supply increase when you look at it like in context. But prices are going down because that's it. Interest rates are higher. That's all. You got to realize even at the start of 2021, and this was after real estate already shot up 18%, 20%, and went up again another 15% that next year, rates were still zero. So I even had Airbnbs that one cabin I got early. It was, dude, my rate on that is like 2.7 or something stupid. And that was later in the cycle. And it's just like rates were so low. So not only were they helping people qualify, not only were your expenses were lower, the credit and all of that, it just more people were able to buy houses, and then it was cheaper. Now your interest payment from 2021 till today it's almost doubled or tripled in some areas. So just paying interest alone is another $300 to a couple $1,000s a month for people, depending on the price of the home. Okay, you're kind of dropping here again. You held up for a little bit, but not so much. The return on rentals. I think I've answered this question for you like 100 times in the last 2 years. So it's a good return. Like I say, I aim for 4 to 10%, but mainly 4 to 5. And then things change over time. The longer you hold, the higher your yield goes. There's a lot of qualified buyers, but a lot of it just their price points have changed. That's it. So like I've had I told you like last weekend, the builder, he's trying to play games with me. I had that builder, I told you, he had 6 new builds ready to go. And this guy was selling them for so much money just a couple of months ago, a year ago. And I've never seen that. I told him, I was like, dude, this is weird. He had 6 new builds ready to go. It's because 5 different people backed out because the rates went up and they couldn't, that's it. They couldn't qualify for the mortgage. They could still get a nice house, but that was just out of their price range. So these houses were in between like $1 and $2 million. He had a wide set, but the rates went up. They had people back out. And then, it's so there's the people are qualified, but they just have to lower their price range. That's it. It's just now, but that's the problem as prices are still higher. That's kind of the issue you're running into. No, I bought Goldman at the low there. I'm down $2 a share. Yes, futures get better tax treatment than trading. Yes. Very, very good. Mm-hmm. 2002, 2004 open houses were packed. Yeah, nothing will beat the 2021. I'm telling you, bro. That was like, bro, it was like a party. I've never seen that in my life. It was like, bro, it was events. Like, bro, you couldn't find parking. You would get out there, bro. The agents wouldn't even talk to you. Like, bro, it would just be mad people. Bro, it was like a party. It was like a house party every open house. You had people walking around. You had old white ladies just drinking a bunch of wine. You're like, oh, you can put in an offer if you like. We already have 17. Like, dude, it was crazy. It was so much fun, but not really. But then it's just like, now we're calmed down. Yeah, yen is popping here, so that's good. That should chill out the dollar, though. We got, 25 minutes till Euro close? Yeah, a couple of months ago, they were literally, that's how they did it. We had to pick a card. So, like, literally, that was still a good deal. This house was, like, so cheap. It was a flip, right? And literally, there was, like, 30 people who came to buy it. And you know how they decided to sell the house? They took a deck of cards, laid it on a table, and told everybody to pick a card. And the person with the highest card got the win. Or they got the property. That's how crazy it was. Dude, there were so many crazy things. Dude, I can't. There was one property. Oh, Goldman's dumping now. This is the bottom I was expecting. I think they got like $2 more left in it. So I'm already down that $2 right there. So see what happens. Bro, I had one. I remember there was one house. I offered $500,000. God is good, bro. I offered $500,000 above asking, and I still lost. That's all I'll tell you. So that will never happen ever again. I just know that was a very unique situation where literally $500,000 above asking, and they still said no thank you and went with another offer. No, that property is still worth more. That house was a steal. It was a steal, and there was just one asshole who kept countering with us, and then I just knew it. I was just like, that one, it was a good one. So, like, the house was worth, like, easy $3.5 million, if not more, and they had it listed for 1.5. So I said, $2 million. I'll take it. And then they ended up selling it for 2.1 or 2.2. And the house is still worth The house is worth $3 million now, even today in this market. It was a steal. I knew it, but I was just like, I got mad at lending tips. I was like, how did you let that one go, bro? But even then, he was like, you're already up over $500,000, man. I was like, I feel you, but it's wild. It's wild. But hey, everything happens for a reason. I'm down with it. This was in 2021 or 2021 or last year. No. This was end of 2021. Why would they sell it? It needed a little bit of work, but they listed it at a lower price, and they didn't think they would get it there at those prices. Just millionaire things? Not at all. So, like, let's say you were dead broke, found that house, and you got it secured with a lender, you could have zero money. You would have made $500,000. It's all about finding the property, my friends. Don't ever forget that. They don't feel me. Good morning. What's up, Najee Wolf? New low on the market. You're dropping. Apple now, too. Tesla, a little bit. My Instagram is at the Trading Fraternity. So you should follow me, but hit a like on the video. Don't follow me. We better make sure you hit subscribe too, bro. You got to hit subscribe here. Say what's up. But follow me on there and you'll get followed by a fake Josh. So report him. MODG, is that, do you mean MOGL? That's the messy one. So SPY's about to come down here again. Boeing's kind of chilling out. Thank you for the sunshine. Thank you for the rain. Thank you for the joy. Thank you for the pain. It's a beautiful day. I love, don't get me started. Amen. There's like 100 Instagrams. It's because Facebook hates you. Silvergate says client exits will not exceed 10% of crypto deposits. Silvergate CEO is speaking right now. And again, SPY is near the low of the day. Nothing happened to the market. The only news today was that ECB news. It brought up the dollar, and now we're kind of having a delayed reaction, and then that's about it. And then bad bank earnings from Goldman, and then that's it. I love you too, music. Yeah, Goldman's down 6.66. I'm down $80. It's almost $4 a share. Where's Netflix? Netflix kind of still holding there towards the bottom. AMD. Yeah, AMD gave up the gains. Watch out if NVIDIA does. You are now hitting a new low, and you are below 4,000 on the SPX now. The euro's freaking out. Yeah, so now we're getting into, where was the gap from Thursday? That was like 3,983. You're at 3,986, but you're coming down pretty aggressively. Even Goldman's dumping more. Now NVIDIA. The chip maker, UVXY, is on the high. Yes, Hawks S. Airbnb still holding. Uber came down, though. That sucks. They were holding up pretty good. Yeah, Amazon new low. Google was already down. See if Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft's coming back to the earlier levels. The euro is freaking out. Yeah, I think the pound too, though. Nah, the pound's chill. Yeah, the euro. Again, the ECB is the one that said that they're going to hike 50 and then a quarter. It's just so weird how the market loved it at first, but I'm glad to see the negative reaction finally hit. But we'll see by the end of the day. And then euro close, we'll find out. We got, 19 minutes? Kinder Morgan a report. Every time I hit a new high on the long term, the dump starts. I feel you. Little by little, as long as it's growing. That's what I'm really excited about, man. It's just crazy. I'm like, I can't believe it's been 3 years even since the pandemic and everything. But it's just like, you know, little by little, I think we're all going to look back and see what we built. It's just time in the market is always going to win. And it's just like if this turns into a real rally and recovery, you'll see what I'm talking about. But even if it goes down another year, we're going to have another opportunity. And before you know it, it's just like, I mean, this is where portfolios are made. And then with a little bit of a time component added, it's a beautiful day. That candle, I think, is just tweaking out. I don't think it's real. But we are coming down here, and again, more dollar increases slightly. But we'll see if the bonds match up. Otherwise, though, SPY is doing something different. You're down only 0.38 on the NASDAQ, 0.32. The Dow is the one really leading down. Why do you think there's absolutely no what? On why Solana? Everything has gone up. That's it. This is like a generational rally. This was a global cross asset rally. You got to realize bonds rallied, stocks rallied, high risk rallied, the small caps rallied, crypto rallied. Everything went up. So this first start of the year, and then maybe there was a lot of tax loss sellings. Some people have even slightly brought up the tax refunds and other stuff coming in, but it's just like more or less, I just think this was, a little bit of relief. You finally got remember, we freaked out off of inflation going up, and now you've legitimately had 3 different months, 4 months almost, a nice trend of inflation coming down. So and then again, a lot of negativity was priced in, but I just think it was a broader relief rally all across the board. So just remember, even last year in 2022, there was 60% of the days were down in terms of the market, but the bigger days were the up days. When we go up, we're going to go up huge, but there's a chance we could still go down most of the year. So it's kind of what we're dealing with this level of volatility and what we have to face. So I just think it's a rising tide situation where there was a big era of relief that has swept in the last couple of weeks, and I think it brought every single thing in the world up after kind of finishing at a very, very low point. Tesla giving it back a little, as long as it doesn't get back 125, but it was nice to see a 130 test. We're not down that much. You're technically only down a quarter. So just, this is kind of the game. Don't get caught up into it. Everyone's like, why are we up so much? Why are we down so much? Remember what happened on Friday? It seemed like we went up a lot. You were barely above the day before, and now you're like right at yesterday's levels too, the last 2 days. So we're not really moving too much. It's just, again, we're getting ready for earnings season. You're going to have a lot more of that earlier throughout this week, even next week. You have the Bank of Japan tomorrow, and you have a big set of PPI data. So, we're not really moving that much in a weird way. I would have thought we should have died off of that Euro move, but I think we're kind of waiting for a lot of things. Yeah, well, if we fell from the top after hitting the top, so right here, the dollar, ECB announced they're going to do 50 basis points in February and then go to 25, and then we popped for a little bit. Then the dollar started rocketing, and then the bonds even fell earlier. But then we're kind of reacting to that. Otherwise, we'll find out by Euro close in the end of the day, but we may not put too much weight on it. However, I do think it is important. That's why I think the dollar going up is, there. PPI is going to be tomorrow morning, 1 hour before the bell. Thank you, my good sir. Thank you. Like the video. Show your thankfulness. It's good. The daily reminders to telling you to subscribe if you've liked something and to like it. It's gone a long way. So hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. I'd love to give you more, my friend. Love to give you more. And get ready for the rest of the year, man. We're going to have a lot. PPI is Producer Price Index. And it's important, to simplify it for you. There's a lot that goes into it, but it's quite simple, is that PPI has a very high correlation with core CPI. So keep that in mind, is that when you look at PPI and core CPI, it's very, very well, it's like very similar. So if you look at that, it'll tell you a lot. And that's why people are, it will have a bigger effect tomorrow, I think, for the bonds, the dollar, and the algos. Well, PPI is expected to come in month over month, 0.1, and then excluding food, energy, and trade, 0.2. Final demand, 6.8. Excluding food and energy, 5.6. And then excluding food, energy, and trade, 4.6. I'm not worried about the debt ceiling yet. We could end up getting worried about it, rightfully so, but I would wait a little bit. There you go. Goldman's down a little more. It still has some more downside left in it, though. But this is the first level. If it flushes here, that's bad. Otherwise, this is where I expected it to bounce. I am not Aussie, no. I would like to be, though. I feel like that'd be cool. Scholes says he's convinced that Germany will avoid a recession this year. Core excludes those items. Not on the PPI. They think they have the same exclusions, but I mean, I'll one up you. I'm still shocked that we went up after the damn services excluding shelter. So I think Powell's just going to beat us over the head, but we'll find out. I'm surprised the market even allowed it. So technically, I guess we're technically still below that price. So we could still go below here if that's the case. Oh, Olaf Scholz is on air right now? I think, yeah. Here, it'll switch to Olaf Scholz in a minute. But let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Drop that thumbs up on the video. Hit that subscribe button if you've enjoyed the day so far. And I'll be right back. I love you. Put a smile on your face.
Thank you very much. Chancellor Scholz, thank you very much for talking to Bloomberg. Last year, you called the Ukraine war a historic turning point, a Zeitenwende, apologies for my German, and we're going to come back to discuss that, as I was saying earlier, and relations with your allies and things. But can we just begin with the economy, where things in Germany are looking a little better? At the end of last week, we discovered that GDP last year grew by 1.9%, and even in the final quarter, it didn't shrink. So I suppose my question to you is, will Germany now avoid a recession in 2023?
Yes, I'm absolutely convinced that this will not happen, that we are going into a recession. And we showed that we are able to react to a very difficult situation. I think no one really expected that we would easily survive a situation when there would be a complete stop of the supply of Russian gas to Germany and Europe. But we succeeded with all the decisions we took to fill our storage capacities with gas, that we put 20 coal plants back to work in producing electricity, in using the Norwegian and gas and the Dutch gas, and in using the capacities of Western European ports, and building new LNG ports at the northern shore of Germany. And the first one was opened in the end of last year after 200 days of work. The next one last week, and the third to come will be opened the next week.
But do you think, Chancellor, that that is enough for next year? Europe has avoided a gas crisis, an energy crisis this year, partly because of the provisions you talked about, partly because of the rather nice warm weather, although Berlin seems to be an exception at the moment. For all those reasons, we've got away with it this year. Next year, do you think that you can get through without blackouts? You're giving up nuclear power. You're giving up a lot of that gas that you had this year.
I'm sure that we will be able to go through the situation again. And this is because we are constantly increasing our capacities for importing gas from the northern German ports. And this will not stop with the things we did already. It will continue. And we will build a capacity that gives us a chance to have as much gas as we had before this war. and are able to import it without importing gas from Russia.
So you've a fairly rosy scenario. You're going to avoid recession, you think, and you also think that you'll be okay to get through the winter. Yesterday, in domestic politics, as you know, your defence minister, Christine Lambrecht, resigned.
They're not yelling as much. They seem so calm. It's a beautiful day. Where's the rally? The generational? We're still up. Again, I'm even shocked. Literally the best global rally since 1988. And if you remember, I showed you guys those charts from 1988. That's when a lot of things went crazy at the end of inflation, or I guess 8 years after Mr. Volcker. But we're a little bit ahead of schedule if that was the case. But don't forget, it's pretty big. That's why it's just like it's hard to fight off the sentiment. Like, again, even after Friday and then over the weekend, and then everybody bullish on China, all the European stuff, the Davos thing. Like, mother effers are getting really, really bullish after witnessing that. Again, every asset class from bonds down to crypto and small caps have done good. Actually, the only thing that's not doing good is big tech. So, like your Apple, like I brought up on the watch list yesterday, the equal weight S&P is doing better than the non-equal weight, meaning that this rally is very, very broad in terms of what has gone up. But Amazon giving up some of that big gain. Net on the high. Cloudflare. ACAM's back up. Expedia, again, travel names that were lagging are coming up. Bookings not doing as much. We need Uber. Uber, you're supposed to come back to life, my friend. Disney's board doesn't endorse the Tryon Group nominee. No more Nelson Pelt. Scholz is very happy that the Ukrainian president is ready for peace. Aim is to avoid war between Russia and NATO. That doesn't sound okay. Hitting a new low. Again, you're now you're about 2 points away from the Thursday close. And remember, we gapped down 1% and then ripped up the rest of the day on Friday. So you're within that level now. Bookmap, I mean, it looks more to the sell side here, but it's not really. It seems pretty light. I don't even know what the volume's at here today. Volume 20 million by hour number 2 is actually pretty low. So maybe people are just going to be anticipating more of what we have yesterday. Okay, a couple of things are selling into the lows now. Even the crypto names are coming down. Again, watch NVIDIA. AMD already dropped into the red after being up, but NVIDIA still has a lot of gains. Even Apple's kind of holding. Tesla's doing decent. Activision. YCL is still down. I think it might be up a little bit. It just doesn't move as much. The yen came up, but then, again, the currencies have been all over the place. Goldman is still getting murdered. Who else? All the banks, actually. They came back down. Yeah, Dow is getting murked. It's not bad, though. We'll see where we end by the end of the day. I mean, could be worse. China stocks kind of just got a green candle there. Jabbed. Yeah, Olaf Scholz he's on an interview right now. He's making a couple of statements. He just said he doesn't believe it's right to follow deglobalization. I mean, just don't forget, I mean, at one point besides this year, Germany was very strong. Germany was one of the biggest it is one of the biggest economies in the world. Just again, ever since the inflation, the war in Ukraine, and all that, and their energy policies, it's gotten a little weird. But we'll see. Merck is on the low. Remember, they were up earlier, so I think that was the FDA news from earlier. They're selling. Where's Pfizer? They're still down 3-4%. APPH on the low. Where's CarMax? They're still holding 4% instead of 8%, but not too bad. Tesla, my friend, what are you going to do? And utilities barely green. Now, consumer staple, utilities, real estate, and tech are the only thing green. But tech is only up by 0.01 now. So they're about to go. And energy flipped. UAL could be decent. I would wait. I mean, I'll wait till the report, and we'll get the numbers, and then we'll play it if it seems like an easy one. But other than that, I don't know if I'd get into them beforehand. And a lot of names have kind of already rallied here a little. But yeah, you have United, and I think Delta comes up tomorrow or throughout the week. Yeah, and then Morgan Stanley just killing it with the gains. Again, they were the only bank stock with like really good earnings. So even remember on Friday how some of them came back up? None of them were good. That's why I was surprised. But Morgan Stanley was actually the best bank stock in terms of earnings so far. And Goldman still hates everybody. So Apple, Tesla got a candle. You're bouncing a little bit as far as the bonds. I mean, market would have to come up some to match up with it. It seems that they're leading. Dollar's still up, but we'll see. 3 minutes till Euro close. So get ready. That could be quite telling. I think we'll either bounce back up to VWAP or we'll begin our flush. Scholes said he is sure that a trade war with the U.S. will not happen. Redfin loves us. Airlines are all leading the market in gains this year. Really? I feel like they moved up a lot already, but oh yeah, wow. When you look at it, yeah, that's what sucks though, because it's like if you want to try to play the pre-earnings today, it might be a little difficult. We still have those 5 Netflix shares. I'm proud of them. $10. Souls are working very hard to avoid a trade war with the U.S. That's good. Hard work. Again, 1 minute here till Euro close. Delta, which one didn't report? I know we have one airline this week. Am I tripping? No, I actually don't see it. Fast, SVIG. I think AA, American Airlines. They're tomorrow. Or Wednesday. And then today, aftermarket is UAL. Yeah, so American Airlines, not Delta. So popping a little bit coming into Euro close. Let's see where this leaves us. Bonds are even coming down. Come on, dollar. What are you going to do, Habibi? United Airlines. I hate United. I don't even want to, like, I'm saying, like, I hope they go down, but I don't even care that much. But I hate United. I hate them. I told you. They mess with me every time I fly with them. I'm like, why? Why do you do this? Tesla's coming up. Goldman shares declined 7%, the most in almost a year. Marcus and Millichap, are you saying for like financials? In what sense? Do they have earnings or are they even public? But I know they have, they are public, right? Applying as an agent. Yeah, if they're decent, I mean, you should talk to them and see how you feel. If they're willing to train, obviously I care about if they give you leads or not. But I think you'll find your fit. It's just like you'll see it depending on how much they're going to really put into you. And then check the split as well. Did you get an update on that one house from that lady? Apple, Tesla. I'm still in PRVB. Yes. He actually is not doing much today. And then we're bouncing up here 2 minutes into Euro close. What real estate companies even give leads? There's a couple out there. I know a lot. Like I was even saying, I know a lot of people who join. I don't know if I'm a fan of it. They give you some leads, but they'll take like 50% of your split. But they're out there. So we're still below 3997, but Euro close now. You're getting some sort of bounce here. I think that was energy. Energy just rocketed up. Holy hour. Let's get it, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. You've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. It's time. Get beside your desk. Do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. You could also do any other exercise. I'm about to do these like axe kicker thingies, whatever, but just stand up. Get the body moving. Then the optometrist's recommendation. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh. Woo, feels good, huh? Feels good? I like it. Oh, I like it. Oh, man. That's great for the eyeballs. Then chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. You're not riding a dolphin. Come on. Come on. What are you doing out there? Huh? There you go. Step it up. There you go. No, come on. Legs in front. Good posture. Amen? Amen. Okay, and then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, feels good. I'm ready. I'm ready to do my axe kickers. It's for the core. I do it for core, so my core can get stronger, you know? It's good. Pretty big bounce since Euro close. Oh. Man down. Something fell. All right. Let's go. PepsiCo guidance? What's that? Can't hear me. It's because I'm getting moving, baby. I'm getting moving. That's why. I'm standing up right now. I'm doing these little core things. I'm going to do the axe kickers next. Or wood choppers, I think it's called. I think it's called wood choppers. I'm glad no one watches me do these. I look like a madman. I look like I'm doing a Thai bow video. Oh, yeah. Hey, man. Update twice. Since you're in San Diego, look into, what's it called? Look into the, what is it? Like Berkshire. Like, look at some of those La Jolla brokerages. Those I deal with them a lot on some of the higher price properties, but they're pretty good. But I don't know how they treat their agents, and that's assuming you don't want to go with Colt Real Estate. But if you're there, you got to get in touch with Lending Tips. Even then, he'll give you some advice. Man, the wood choppers, they're good. If I renew, do I get your old badge back? I believe so. That's good. Those wood choppers got me. I'm like, ooh. Got me breathing, bro. I like them. They're good for the core. I kind of want to do some squats, too. Tesla coming. Goldman still down. What's causing this rally? These questions are confusing me. Nucor and United Steel on the low. I think they're both flush in there. But I think this was just Euro close right here. And then we see where we go, and we're barely moving. NASDAQ 0.05, SPY 0.017. And then Dow Jones is down 1. But there's like a lot, but really a little today. I'm glad you stuck with options. You got scammed by Ty Lopez. Did you do a long term? How do you feel about the long term? If you're happy with options, the long term will, it'll get you excited. Boyle, I'm still waiting till the end of the quarter. But I mean, we'll see pretty much by Powell. We'll even get an update there, I think, on some of the commodities, because we'll see what happens with everything. Multifamily, no, they're retail. Just like it's like the Berkshire Group, or there's another one. There's like, it's just like for all the rich people, and they're the ones, they control like all of the high price listings. So I think they're a good brokerage. I would love if any of you get involved with there, give me those pocket listings. We know a couple of people there that hook us up already, but I think it's Berkshire, but there's like a couple of like offshoots with it. You got your real estate license with Berkshire. I feel like I haven't been helped very much through this process. Well, that's why we have Colt Real Estate, because it's just like, if it depends on what level of training you need. So it's just like but then again, you can't judge every brokerage. Like, it just, you got to like determine the vibe when you speak with them. But like, that's why we like Colt Real Estate, and that's why, but you know, I know it's not an option for everybody. But at the end of the day, it just, some places will help you out a lot, some won't. You know, that's it. Like, that's, I think, the advantage of Colt Real Estate. You at least have the guys there who are like really willing to help you out, and they'll get on calls with you. They'll ride you through it. They got the deal share, but a lot of brokerages operate like that too, though. So, but it's really about finding the one that actually works, and then understanding too, you know, everybody's getting paid off of you. That's all. It's not like, you know, it's never like an honor to work somewhere, if that makes sense, when it comes down to real estate, because you're going to be working with them. If you don't do anything, it doesn't hurt them. But if you do good, they get to benefit off of it. So that's really what it comes down to. Yeah, a lot of brokers are focused on your production versus training. Exactly. You know, when it's all said and done. So you gotta find that mix for you. But then again, I think it's very manageable to get the ball rolling. Like, you could easily produce, and if you do focus on it, you'll be good. Early stages where, again, real estate doesn't matter what state you get it in. Yeah, you should get it in the place you're going to actually work, or where you plan to be most of the time. Because, like, if you get your license in Texas, then you go to California, you can't do any California sales. IBM Gary Cohen live from Davos. IBM, they're red right now, barely. Again, Tesla's climbing up. And then even the SPY, since zero close, we've been moving. Calvin, welcome back, my friend. Is that okay? It'll switch to Boomer Index funds once I hit the bag. Well, if you don't have a long term and you're still trading, especially options, I mean, that's just not. I don't think you'll be better off compared to somebody who did. That's all we say here. I think it's just gambling. That's it. Even if it's like, no matter what, even if you're like, well, I'm going to trade to get the bag and then start up long term, I think it's gambling. Oh, but you know what's not gambling and is very consistent every day? Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, ladies and gentlemen. Peach Nation, stand up. Or not. The Peach has arrived. Wow. If y'all just save 10% as every time you see the Peach, your life would be good, bro. I'll tell you, if you saved consistently, as consistent as the Peach, your life would be good, bro. I'm telling you. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Amen. It's only gambling if you aren't winning consistently. I think it's gambling regardless. That's all. because the stock market and everybody gets rich off of holding shit. That's all. You can't debate it unless you make a market maker company and are facilitating commissions. The only way to get really, really wealthy and rich in the stock market with like big statistics, big evidence going past 100 years is holding something, owning something. So if you never end up owning something, and I would just imagine being 18 years old, 19, 20, 25 years old, 30 years old, right? And then you're in the stock market and you just never owned anything. And you just spend 5, 10, 15 years just trading. Sometimes you'll do good, sometimes you won't do good, but it's just like you won't ever get to maximize the wealth creation effects. So that's what I believe. I mean, again, I think it's very simple here. I'm not against trading. I trade every single day. I love it. I've had a lot of opportunities in my life where trading has benefited me, but you got to own something and really have that financial management. I say it all the time. Just if you got to ask yourself, why can you not save 10%? It's like, why can you trade, but you can't set aside 10% even to go and trade? It's crazy. So it'll say a lot, but that 10% might even just change your life, even if you go and trade the rest. And even if you lose, that 10% will come back. Again, I mean, even then you could holding things is always amazing. That's even word to my crypto holdings from back in the day. Biden says Netherlands almost lockstep in China. High yield savings accounts are dope right now. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's get that 10%. It's good, man. Trading, you'll hit bags. I'm telling you, you're going to hit the bag, but you're going to find more bags coming your way. You know what I'm saying? But if you have to just cover all your bases. That's all it is. But it's way easier to find trading opportunities when you're fully in the market, when you really have other holdings, and then you're able to sit there and let it come to you and execute off of that, rather than trying to chase every single opportunity, needing it to be either your income or this or that. Find your own path. Stop trying to have someone tell you everything. I agree. That's why I say 10% is just the minimum requirement, And at the same time, too, though, is one thing I've said. I've started very young in stocks, but the best thing I could have is knowing I don't have enough time to learn my own all the time. That's it. We don't have enough time to keep making the same mistakes, and you could look around and you could see a lot of people, and there's a lot of great wisdom in the world for stocks and investing and even trading. So, the more stubborn you are, though, the longer your journey is going to be. So, especially if you're trying to even get rich a little faster there, take heed. But at the end of the day, the only advice I'm giving is save 10% before doing anything. Save 10% before trading. Apply it to long-term stocks. Save 10% before doing anything. So you could find your own path with the other 90%. And that's the beauty of it. Good long-term stocks? There's a lot. There is a lot. But right now, a lot of things, we're going through a generational rally. So we're going to see how it is. But that's why I'm just saving some until we get decent prices. But, the names you really know about and the names you've heard throughout your life are always a great start. But, dollar cost averaging, could help eliminate when to buy. But as of now, I'm just saving a little bit and waiting until I can, some things come down a little lower so we can take advantage of that. But that's why 10% is the first way. Recurring investments. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I just say, again, like it comes down to, just save that 10%, you're going to be golden. And do whatever you want, however you want, and you don't have to buy stocks with that 10% right away. And just make sure you at least just get in the process and habit of actually saving that. Not likely to go lower. Until I hear from Powell, we'll see. McDonald's back at 275 almost. So keep 10% aside cash. Ideally put it in the long term, but yeah, it's not even just like cash. It's just whatever you make, you must pay yourself first, and you will watch your life change. Deutsche Bank or Deutsche Bahn said to consider reviving sale of a Riva unit. What's Deutsche Bahn? Not Deutsche Bank, Deutsche Bahn. Powell is going to be in 2 Wednesdays. So not this Wednesday, not tomorrow. Actually, no, 3 Wednesdays. The 1st of February. So about 2-3 more weeks, and then we're going to have earnings in the meantime. And then tomorrow you have a big Bank of Japan meeting, as well as a little bit more earnings. Bahn is train? Deutsche Bahn. Wow. I did not know that. Look at that. Apple to review practices involving unions, New York comptroller says. Earnings could get nasty. I think Netflix is going to be a decider, but that's the whole idea, is that we were talking. This is that generational rally, and what we mean by it is that just simply this is the biggest global cross-asset rally since 1988, and in a weird way, the party hasn't even started. Like I'm saying, everybody feels so excited. Like, bro, you're not even higher than Christmas or Thanksgiving levels. So it's like if those earnings are good, the party is really going to start. And then we're going to really start partying. Otherwise, if these earnings start to come in bad before Powell, that could probably stop the party before it even gets started. So we're going to see. I don't know with the earnings. I mean, right now, I believe Michael Wilson, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, if you guys remember Michael Wilson, he's been very, very bearish on some instances. But he's saying right now the spread between earnings and their models is the largest it's ever been. So we'll see. We will see. Earnings okay. Do you believe this rally? I think it's a little bit of both. So it's like a girl who's a catfish, but she has some good features, so I can't tell right now. I'm still far away. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you don't know if she's going to look good in person or not, but like there's a chance she could be really hot, and like this thing could like totally rip depending on how the next couple of weeks play out and what we get. But there's also a chance that it's like a complete catfish and that it's like you're going to want to leave immediately. So I don't know if that's a good enough analogy, but like I'm saying, I'm both ways. I see why it could end up being really bullish, but I also, after seeing a lot of the other trends, what the VIX has done and all of that, it could definitely be a catfish as well too. So what I'm trying to say is we're too far away to tell, and you still haven't met the rally face to face. You haven't met the actual thing you need to be bullish. You haven't met it yet. Right? You haven't met Jerome Powell. You haven't seen all of these good earnings. So the amount of event risk on the table right now is still massive. And then we're really going to find out. But, I mean, from a decent enough angle, you could see how it's looking. It's decent, but that could quickly change the closer we get to it. Do you think there are more? Oh, yeah, there's a lot more people in the stock market than 10 years ago. Like, by far. Yeah, Proverbs is running. Cold on the highs, so boils dropping. I'm seeing PRVB. There's been no news in a while. The latest, they added people to their board. They added one new board member, but that's it. We're still waiting for the Sanofi news. Mama. Amazon. That gas has no bottom. Neither does Goldman. Tesla still holding decent warrior. Oh, Alcoa had earnings as prices gain. I didn't know Alcoa had earnings. They're down though. Nettie's on the high. That's a China name. Where is Netflix? Come on. Netflix is holding way too solid, but 2 days ahead of earnings. I wonder what's going to happen. I feel like it needs to go a little lower and then it'll start moving up, but you never know. It's smart to keep putting in my brokerage if it's going to the long term. If it's a separate account and it's 10%, I mean, that's why I tell people it's not even like I have cash just sitting here. Like you could just take your cash and put it in the account. You don't have to even put it towards stocks, but make sure it's separate. That's all. Otherwise, if you commingle it with your trading funds, you're going to use it. And it's just, that's if you're trying to trick yourself into giving you more trading money, don't do that. And just literally put it into a separate account. Strictly, it's either going to be cash or long-term stocks that you will not sell out over 10, 15 years. That's it. And that's the key to all of it. That's why it's either just keep cash. If you buy something, make sure you hold it for 10 to 15 years. Again, we've never sold anything. So when you go back to this account on both of them, man, it's just like nothing has ever been sold. All I've done is purchase. That's it. That's all it has been. So even that's why it's like it's kind of easy to follow along too, because you'll notice, like, again, some plays did good, some plays did bad. But it's like we've just never sold. We never add to it. If we give up on something or don't want to, that's it. You just keep buying or you hold the cash. But I am not thinking to sell anything for 10 years. And when we started that, we really, really meant it. And you can see it here. This is like 2019. 2019 all the way to 2023. Just dividends. They get free money from the stocks. They add to it. But it's just like we're never selling out. We've sold a couple of covered calls. I'm going to do more. This would actually be the rally I'd want to do it on, but I'm hoping the earnings end up good. Again, pretty much the better the market gets, the more likely I'll sell covered calls. Goldman hates us. Only down 150, though. Again, hopefully you see how 25 shares is a small amount. Even Tesla now. So SPY's coming down. Your euro close was right around here. You've been actually running. If you break below there, that could be a greedy short low-key. But otherwise, trying to get back up to that VWAP level like we talked about at the first drop, that could still be in play. Domino's jumps after two people upgrade it. Domino's. Oh, whoa. Their names in the long term. They're on my Instagram, but it's pretty much the same names. So there's like only a slightly difference between the small one and the big one. The big one, we have Redfin, Airbnb. Here, I want to see the market a little bit. Airbnb, Abivai, Coca-Cola, Coinbase, BigCommerce, Overstock, WBD. That was free from AT&T. HBI, DraftKings, MO, AT&T, Meta, Walgreens, Netflix, Uber, JPM, and Snap. And then it's the same thing on the small account. But then the small account, we grabbed IRM very cheap, and then Spotify, and then Ulta. So there were some we bought on the small one. We never got to go to the big one because they ran up. And the small one's down 1%, and the big one's down 10% since inception. And then that's not including dividends. So some names have failed miserably. We just really haven't added to them, but then there's some names that have been extraordinary for us, paying as dividends and are probably not going anywhere for the next 10 years. That's the beauty, because whatever failed quickly, but whatever's still holding, it's just survived one of the worst downtrends ever. Downturn, market starts to pivot. I put it up the other day. You better like the video for this one. This is a fun fact, and not everybody knows this one. Ready? The Fed has never pivoted or cut rates with the VIX below 40. That's it. Remember, I brought that up to you throughout, even when the VIX was like really high. We were talking about this like earlier last year, but like the VIX never went above 40. So you've never had the market panic and everybody selling off and the Fed's like, oh my gosh, we need to step in. Never happened. It has to be at 40. No cap. Go look it up. Pretty much you have not seen a Fed pivot with the VIX below 40. So we'll see, but at this point, everyone's feeling good about, slowing down and then, again, the soft landing approach, but we'll see. Ineos Ratcliffe puts in formal bid for Manchester United. Check Manu. Yeah, they're popping a little bit. Somebody put in a formal bid. I don't know the details. Jim Ratcliffe, Ineos has entered the buying to buy Manchester United. Sir Jim Ratcliffe, one of Britain's richest men, has confirmed he is officially running to buy the club from the Glazers. I think that's pretty big. Bids are expected from the U.S., the Middle East, and Asia, but Ratcliffe is the first to publicly confirm his interest. He said, "We have formally put ourselves in the process." Britain. I think the Saudis are in there, but I don't think he's the first one to like give public interest, actually. Oh, Lockheed slipped. Boeing kind of bounced. Goldman still dying. Amazon, Apple, Tesla, and the dollar's still at the highs. HBI, there it is, finally. I was like, dude, where was he at? Where was he at? Expedia on the high. Bro, the Saudis are just buying everything. They're like, give us worldwide wrestling and soccer, football. Oh, man. It's weird. They're buying everything. And they're like, tell Elon we will not join any court case. Thank you. Uber pinned. It was doing good earlier, but then it sold off. At least Airbnb held. That was decent. Yeah, Elon called out Manu at 13. I remember I flipped it, but I only made a little bit off of it. Then it just kept going. And we had that news early, but I didn't even think it was going to stay like that. Like 22 is such a high valuation for him. Before the Redfin is a hold. Good Redfin. There you go, HBI. Very good for you, man. Oh, but JP Morgan, we had to give some back. And the Snapchat. Snapchat, you've already lost so much. How do you do this? You're not supposed to do this, Habibi. All right, SPY's getting back to that VWAP level. Bonds are chilling out, but this is kind of a good sign if it could hold. You just need the financials to kind of come back to life. Do we see four? We were at 417 is the resistance. 4017, we went to 4015, but this is the June 9th low. And then where we started getting a little crazy last time. You're back above 3997, so you've reclaimed one level on the day. I don't think you ended up even hitting the gap on Thursday, so you didn't even fill that level, but we'll see. Yeah, tonight, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, you're going to watch the yen go crazy. I might go live if you guys want. We'll see. I don't know. I'm feeling a little better this week, so I might be able to go to the gym. That's it. Do you invest in gold? I want to, but not sure. If you want a real investment in gold, I would not buy shares. So don't ever buy paper gold is my take on it. You could trade paper gold, but if you're actually going to buy gold, I would hold physical gold. But then I have gold, but I don't have especially as my portfolio has grown, it makes up a way smaller percentage. But even then, I bought my gold in 2015. So I bought it very, very cheap. I just bought a little bit of it. I'm always going to hold it. I have silver as well, too, in physical, but I'm never really, I haven't added to it in the last, 7 years, 8 years. I haven't added more gold. So I've been holding. I mean, it's went up. It's almost doubled, but that's it. Yeah, I was buying gold that was $1,200 an ounce, a little lower, I think. And then my silver was for $12 an ounce or 14 an ounce. I can't remember. You should buy gold chains. We've talked about this. They don't really give you the same gold weighting you're looking for, but it's still a form of gold investment, but that's it. It's not really too crazy. Disney rated new overweight at Huber Research. Where's Manu? Manu's still going. That's up now 20 cents. eBay's on the high. Yo, eBay's low-key ripping. UUP red will be good, Habibi, for the market, but still near the high. And it's above 2750. That was the death cross point. Have retail traders been so indoctrinated, concerned by the Fed and before history? Yeah. That's why the term taper tantrum didn't come from nowhere. So yeah, I just think nowadays you've never experienced this level of social influence on the market. We're all so connected in media and so many people invest. That's why when we rally big, and then as we go, that's why it's also the most forecasted recession ever. So it's quite interesting. But this changes it. I mean, imagine we get a rally this quarter and the recession still hits. Then maybe that most forecasted recession might come in a little bit with a pump fake. Just do the opposite. To a degree, that's called contrarian investing. But, I mean, if you did the opposite of everybody from 2010 till 2020, you would have got murdered. So it's like some areas you do. That's what sucks, because you could have the right macro idea, but, you know, things like sentiment and momentum and all of that, they come into play. You know, and if enough people feel good about it, you could get squeezed before you ever get your drop. And then it just depends how you're going about it. So it's a nice art of finding the middle and then holding your long term. Amen. This weekend on Twitter, you haven't seen so many bearish and bullish TA posts. Everyone was going crazy. I mean, crypto made a move, SI dropping, and Tesla now, even the SPY after hitting VWAP. But a lot of analysts too. A lot of banks put out notes. There was a lot of bullishness and a lot of bearishness. The CME launched MNQ and MES daily options now. Jeez. They want that money. I mean, I had a good experience trading the futures options, but I could tell it moved exactly the same as a normal option. I just know dollar for dollar, keep it clean, baby. Keep it clean. I think we're in the process of all getting faked out. Well, that's it. Even if let's say this next quarter or two ends up positive and we still run into a recession by July, a hard one, that means the most forecasted recession, if everybody goes bullish right before it, everybody and their mom will get faked out. So, I mean, I think this is just word to, like I'm saying, respect the market, and I hope you have patience this year, because it's just anything could happen, and it's just like the market is difficult. So, you know what I'm saying? And that's where I think anybody who tries to treat it as it's not might end up paying the price for it. But it's a difficult market. It's not going to be, we'll know what's going to happen, but it's not going to be as easy to see it. That's just what's happened every time. I mean, how come, you know, that we got in on some of the August move, but just imagine how all of these played out. And like we're saying, you know, that the violentness to the upside is supposed to make you reconsider everything. And so just don't underestimate how many times we've already been faked out. And like, even knowing anything, people will still continue to get faked out. Still getting properties. Yeah, I even put a fat offer on one the other day, but I'm very cheap. So I even have one. I have one that I'm about to list, that flip. Remember I told you I did a flip I bought one in December. So I bought one right before the end of the year, and the work is almost done. And I'm going to have that one listed here, hopefully in a week or two. They delayed my staircase. I had needed one more staircase, and they ran out. So I now need to either put in a ghetto one or I have to wait. But that one's going to be up and running. And I put in a couple of offers just in the last week, but I need good deal. I need good deal. So, like, there's one, I put in a big offer on a portfolio sale. Some guy wants to sell, like, five houses. He won't just sell one. So I said, hey, he wants to put it into another project. So I told this guy, I'll give you give me, I said, pretty much give me one free house, and I'll buy all of it from you in a week. Yeah, the flip is in California. Mm-hmm. No, it's not a spiral staircase. You email me. I'm down. Portfolio sales, I love them. And I'm down to and usually I'm the best person to buy from somebody because I'll just give them what they want, but I expect a discount. You live in PB? I don't live in PB, no. I don't like PB. Not a fan of PB. The peach did show up, yeah. Ford. Pop. Oh, yeah, Ford is moving. Paypoint. 1024. No. I don't see anything, but a lot of activity on Ford. Still looking in Airbnb or Arizona. I just had that one deal from a Chad, but it ended up not going through. So, I mean, I'm open to anywhere. I buy anywhere in the United States. I just need a good deal, Habibi. Good deal. You give me a good deal, I buy. Milwaukee, I haven't looked into it as much. I haven't heard much as much, but I remember a couple years ago, they're pretty fire, actually. Would you ever live in San Fran? No. I go up to San Fran a lot, though. Like, that's where I did my other house flip. I know a lot of people there, and I get a bunch of random deals. We got a little company in San Fran now, too. But I don't like living there. I don't even like being there on a weekend. I love the food, though. About quick sales on stocks or on real estate? The faster you sell the real estate, very good for flipping. House flips of all houses. God is good, man. Amen. Finger to... That was actually 1 year ago. Holy crap. It was around this time. I closed on it like January 29th, and we sold it by March. First week of March. You invest? I did. We got to invest in one of the Chad's companies by the end of the year. So that one, we got it booked. I was going to do the call with you guys online, but, we didn't have time for time's sake. But, yep, that deal has been secured. I want to learn how to flip. Very easy, Habibi. You buy house cheap, sell it more money. Very, very easy. It's a hard part to find the deal. You have to find the property, take a lot of time. That's it. That's all you have to do. PPI is tomorrow. Invest in the franchise. If it's good numbers, send them over. You could always send me over a deck with there. That's it. This other Chad, I got sent really, really good numbers. You give me that, we're good to go. Unity pop here, cutting jobs. Small pop there. Yeah, Unity software lays off more workers as tech jobs grow. 200 employees, making it the latest tech company to implement staff cuts. They are. That's confirmed. I still have the Qualigen shares. Yeah, I don't even know where they're at. It barely moved, actually. I don't even think I'm down that. I'm down like 10 cents a share on the 1,000. It was like $40. But yeah, that needs to pop though. It was up the other day. Remember, this thing is like a super low float. I kind of like you. I like you too. Oh, you meant the cut. Yeah, Unity, I feel. Yeah. They've done big moves. They usually would go more with, what's his name? Roblox, I think. Was that the one? HD on the low. That one's interesting. Again, more Dow names selling off. Dutch to send Patriot missile defense to Ukraine. I do not ride motorcycles, no. I'm scared of my life. I'm in California. I've seen way too many dumb drivers. I maybe get a dirt bike to ride in my house, but that's about it. But I don't ride bikes. I think Goldman could recover, but the fact that it's not is very concerning. at these levels because it still has a little bit more, but we'll see. I think depending on the rest of the earnings, and the banks can bounce pretty big like we saw on Friday, but I think we're finally getting our first big bank drop, and Goldman was leading by a ton. Dirt bikes just as dangerous. I said I'd ride it in my house. I wouldn't take it out on the street, bro. I'll be in my house. I'll go in my backyard. I'll go in my living room's big enough. I'd do some donuts, but that's about it. Like that's all, man. That's it. Maybe a track. Yeah, I could do it on a track. That'd be cool. Some MotoGP out there. Target on the low. Dallas partnership with Ford. AAP on the low too. Ford's even coming back down. Everything. So you did that little VWAP move. Man, I'm telling you, it looks like the bonds are leading. But we had this move way, way long ago. I'll just run through dirt in my shoes instead. There you go. JPM sued for legal fees by Frank executive accused of fraud. Olivier Amar says a bank must cover his costs related to claims. PayPoint gets FCA approval of Appreciate Group acquisition. And Tesla still holding. But again, I think a couple down names are dropped. Again, even Goldman. What am I down now on that one? Now that's $200, $8 a share. The THC is holding up a little better. And then that's it. And the bonds even came down. Yeah, dollar is holding up really well. Actually, a new high on the dollar, too. Very weird. And then you're back below the 3997. You kind of wishbone that one, too. The yen kind of up. The euro's still getting pummeled. So I think that's contributing a little bit more to the dollar. ETH. The natty gas news. Which one? There's a lot. But nothing to really change my outlook too much as of yet. The yen is going to pop. This is the most volatile the yen has been since 2008. So the pricing in on the yen right now is insane. It's pricing in 1.5% to go break even by tomorrow. So get ready, my friend. Get ready. Coinbase, Marathon Digital lead 2023 resurgence in crypto stocks. Bitcoin has seen its longest stretch of gains since 2013. Goldman volume's actually increasing. Again, dollar's hitting a high. It's getting pretty big, and we're coming into the lows. Like I said earlier, this would be the greedy short, a little lower. But you're approaching a greedy short level. Again, 3990, 3991 on SPX here. I would say we flush there. We're down. Because then if you break below there, we still need to see if we open up the door. The real greedy, double greedy short will be at 3980. But we'll see. But at the same time, if it bounces from here and doesn't break this low, you could bounce up and kind of still hold this trend. I have Netflix shares. Remember the small Netflix play I showed you guys as an example? I'm still in that one, but that would be my only Netflix pre-earnings play. Really, what I'm thinking is that I could hold it for a little bit, make some money to the downside, and then right before earnings go long to sell out. But then I don't want to hold anything coming into the earnings. We're just going to hold whatever we have in the long term. life. Love, integrity plus faith equals eternity. Live by the first three for the eternity in minds for your encounter, your legacy. I think I butchered that, but I love it. I still love it. Earnings is for Netflix is on Thursday, so in 2 days. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Remember the short week, and then that's it. Is it too late to get in on the yen play? It depends how you look at it. So, like, I think the yen is up a lot, and a lot of people are saying it's overbought. But now the yen is going to move ridiculous tomorrow. But, like, if you play it with options, be careful. Any options or future swaps have, like, a 2% premium, 1.5% baked into it. But pretty much the yen is going to move a lot. In a weird way, I would kind of do 50-50. If you really insisted on playing the yen, I would take whatever amount you want to use now, and I would go half in right now and then wait till the other side. It's priced in that much both ways. So both ways are pricing in a big amount. The yen is just, it's going to move a lot depending on what the Bank of Japan does. But granted, you know, let's be real. We thought the CPI was another event that was pricing in a lot, and nothing ended up happening. So if they don't do anything, maybe it won't move, but depending on the scope of what they want to announce, it could have pretty big implications. But I think maybe after the event, you'll have a easier chance of playing it. But in the meantime, it's probably going to move wicked tomorrow and even tonight, around 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern. That is when the meeting occurs. So you're dropping now. You're breaking the greedy short level. Again, dollar is hitting a high. If the market's going to follow the bonds, we should be a little bit lower here. But technically, the percentages are all matched up between SPY, NASDAQ, and all that. No place for the yuan. The yuan is kind of in its own little world now with the reopening and how it's progressing, but that's about it. Netflix, I mean, I think, remember, they're up because of good guidance, so I don't know how easy the guidance number will be to beat, but I believe in Netflix. However, I'm up 30-40% on my Netflix, so I think they could do good, but I don't know if they're going to stay up. Does that make sense? It just depends on the scope of the report. Yeah, I'm up 36% on Netflix. So it's like, I think they could drop 15% and that'd be, it's kind of more appropriate. But then again, if they smash through expectations like they did last time, then it could go up a lot. But then people will get really excited. However, it's up a lot. So I like the company. I think they'll do decent, but I do think the print is higher in terms of their guidance, and then they've already moved up a lot into it, which will make it a little bit more difficult. SI's on the low. OSH, CVS not likely to buy. Oh, wow. Oak Street's getting clapped. So remember, I think that was the CVS news. Oof. Be on the lookout for that. Oak Street sells common stock. Let me check CVS. All I see is they're down 5%. I think Danny has that news a little earlier. If that's true, that thing's going to get clobbered. It's already down 7%. So, again, I think it's rumor now. It's probably going to get confirmed here in a second. But people are already talking about the drop. Spy Wick is fine. You have to worry of John Wick. John Wick, you run. Spy Wick is fine. They do bounce, they manipulate it. Don't worry. SI following GS, kind of. And a lot of they're still up a shit ton, though. A lot of the crypto names they bought up and then they sold off. But Osh is still going. I don't know. I kind of want to play it, but kind of worried. I feel like Tencent, 10 health, Tencent. They might do a little better off that. But keep watch. I don't have a play on it. It's not confirmed yet, but when it does get confirmed, this could get a little worse. The idea is that CVS will not buy them, and they jumped up really big on that news. Yeah, Cano had the same exact thing happen. You watched the first John Wick last night. It's a good movie, man. I love John Wick. Good guy. That storm was crazy. Glad you made it back. I didn't go anywhere, but it was raining all weekend. You know, California is now in like a way less version of a drought. So we were at like stage 3 drought. Now we're back to stage 1 after the amount of rain this weekend. It was crazy. W for planet Earth. Yeah. Dude, there was a lot of... Bro, it was even this morning, I think it was hailing. My window was getting beat up. And then it was like... Dude, all throughout the weekend, it was just nonstop. I liked it. It just sucked. I went out once to, like, drive, and that was annoying. You watch any shows? I did, but I'm kind of ashamed. There's 2. One of them I liked. I watched a little bit of the new Bel Air, but I hated it. But like I know a guy who was like he started in it, and I watched it for him, but it was like I didn't like it. It was so different than the original Fresh Prince. It was so weird. It was so much more like dramatic. Like what the hell? Like don't let me spoiler alert. Don't let me spoiler it for you. But like, bro, like when the hell did Carlton have a drug problem? I saw Carlton do more drugs than dancing, and that was just weird to me. It was so weird, bro. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, bro. I couldn't do it. It was weird. And then my girlfriend, she kept putting on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. And I got so mad at her. I was like, why do you like this show? How can you keep watching these? And then like, it was crazy. I'm like, dude, I'm like, these ladies are so old. I'm like, look at you. I was like, you're young, you're beautiful. You have so much ahead of you in life. And you are just watching 50-year-olds act like they're in high school. Oh, I did watch a little bit of White Lotus, but I didn't like it as much either. No, she loves it. Dude, she loves it. Bro, Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, bro. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. I was like, how? How? I haven't watched. I need to watch Yellowstone. You said I'm going to check that one out. You guys told me White Lotus. I'm watching White Lotus, but I don't like it as, like, it's weird. But, like, I could see how it's entertaining. But it's like, I keep watching it. I'm not done with it, but I need to keep watching it. But it's like, it's not what I thought it was going to be like. It's just slow. But it is it's intriguing. And then Osh is dropping again, 8%. So, again, CVS News isn't confirmed yet, but when it does, that looks to be it. Manu's back on the high, too. Apple and Tesla still holding. Hell's Kitchen, bro, I'm with you. I love the kitchen shows, bro. Go watch Iron Chef on Netflix. That one hits, bro. That one hits. And then, honestly, y'all, listen, I'm just telling you. Ever since watching Iron Chef, I've never had my girlfriend make me that much food in my life. So I'm just telling you, go watch Iron Chef with your girlfriend, and she just gonna cook you a bunch of food it's like a trailing 2 weeks. You watch, she gonna start making you meals all of a sudden. It's gonna start being hot quality. You're gonna be like, what? So why? I'm just saying, if your girl ain't cooking for you, man, and maybe you want a good meal, just start watching Iron. I'm telling you, it's a life hack for real. That's what happened. I started getting truffle pasta. I started getting all sorts of pasta, this and that. That's all. If you're single, then don't watch it yet. You should wait a little bit unless you want to start cooking, and then you'll cook for yourself. Look at how life works. So you'll be fine either way, but it's up to you. You could use it strategically in the long run if you'd like to. I like this take. It works. I'm just speaking from personal experience. Maybe results may vary, but I'm just saying, she wouldn't cook for me like that. And then all of a sudden, and then she's like a good chef all of a sudden. I'm like, this is weird, bro. This is weird. Oh, Thessalonian is fighting. ECB trial balloon for March looks like premature context to Bank of Japan. The euro's on the back foot of the European central banks are pondering a slower pace, but the pullback is a tactical moment in the currency's secular path of improving strength this year. With 50 basis points in February remaining likely, it seems the prospect of a smaller hike looms in March. Given uncertainty about the exact path of the Fed trajectory, with speculation surrounding the Bank of Japan's next policy step, it strikes me as too early to float a trial balloon for March just yet. We've heard endlessly from speakers after ECB speaker how the rates need to get in restrictive and sub 3% benchmark in context is officially estimated by the ECB to be running at 6.3. This year, it doesn't strike me as checking that box. This may be about the doves on the committee making their presence felt. She started listening to Tay. Oh, no. Dude, I don't know. I'm sure your guys' girlfriends and wives are like this. Or maybe if you have an invisible girlfriend like me, I feel you. But my girlfriend hates him. She hates Andrew Tate. She gets mad if I even say anything remotely like where I'm like, I'm just trying to like, I'm like, no, she gets pissed, bro. Pissed. Then she start bringing up like I'm like, do you know that's even true or not? She don't matter, bro. Oh, no, she goes off. She doesn't like him for a lot of reasons. He's just not. She's like, you really think that about women? And I'm like, hell no, I don't. No, I don't think that. Of course I don't. What? That's crazy. But she has like 100 different reasons. 100 different reasons. Dump her? Why? She's great. I don't, that's it. I mean, we disagree about, I don't know how I don't really think about Andrew Tate, to be honest, but it's just, I think based on Andrew Tate's standards, I think she would qualify. She's very nice. I don't let her drive. No, I do let her drive, actually. I've let her drive my car several times, but nah, she's nice. She's not, I don't know. That's like one of our only things where I just don't hate the guy. I don't like the guy. I'm very I'm in the middle. I don't really give a shit what happens, but she fervently does not like him at all. At all. So yeah. Good luck. I think, yeah, good luck. We'll see. She's chill for now. Let's just say you're not allowed to have an opinion, so keep it at that. No, you can. It's just like everybody is this game of, do you like this person or do you not? It's like, quite frankly, I don't like anybody. To be real with you, that's why I don't play the game with you know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. I don't support anybody. I don't vote for anybody. I'm not trying to be anybody's best friend. I'm not trying to get up in the camera. I'm not trying to do this because you'll put me in front of a camera. So it's just, when it's all said and done, I don't give a shit. I believe in me and the Lord Jesus Christ. I will be nice to my neighbor, whoever it may be. Sometimes I'm not, because I'm still a hypocrite. But at the end of the day, it's like, that's all. I could agree with things Nancy Pelosi says. I could agree with things Andrew Tate says. I could agree with things that Joe Biden says. I could agree with things that Donald Trump says. And it's the same thing on the reverse end. I could disagree with all of them in many, many ways too. And it's just, it's all driven by money. That's all. And everybody's a greedy bastard. And I know that. So that's simple as that. That's all it is. And keep it 100. That's all, man. Everybody just wants your pocketbook and your support to influence their pocketbook. So we'll call it what it is. So save 10%, own the long term. That's my sales pitch. And that's why. And then if enough of us own property and houses and real estate and stocks, eventually, once I go crazy trying to YOLO into the yen, you guys will give me a home if I lose everything. So there you go. That's all. That's how I feel like it's fair. You guys are going to be my backup plan if just in case I go too crazy, and that's it. And we're good. And then in the meantime, I hope we all profit while we're still doing profitable, and then we go from there. That's all. I think it's fair. I think it's very fair. Get you one of these Hollywood houses. Oh no, dude, I hate the Real Housewives. I hate it. That was like, I doubted my girlfriend heavily. I'm like, how could you watch this? I guess that was my Andrew Tate moment for her. I was like, how you are nothing like these women. How are you ever entertained watching 70-year-olds like with drama? It makes no sense to me. Love you, mate. Chilla Vista. What's up, baby? God bless you. Good morning. Is it still the morning? Yeah, it's 9:30. We've only been here for 2 hours, man. Wow. That's crazy. So, Chad, 2 hours. You broke the greedy short level a little bit, bouncing up. Tesla and Apple still holding. Believe it or not, tech is the best in the day by 0.37 right now. So it's kind of crazy. But, Chad, we've been here for 3.5 hours. Let's do another set of push-ups. Who's with me, huh? Can I get 10 push-ups? Can't do 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, anything. Get the body moving. Maybe some wood choppers. Maybe some kickers. Whatever you need to do, but get the body moving. And then optometrist recommendations. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good, don't it? Feels good, man. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. That's all you got to do. That's all. It's good. It's good there. Oh, man. Then chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. That's all you got to do. And there you go. Relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. And breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Just like that. Just like that. Look it. Now I'm going to do my little, I got my Thai bow routine. I got to get my Thai bow on here. You know it's good. Fun for the whole family. About nerd neck, you got to fix that nerd neck, bro. All right, let's go, man. You got nerd neck, you be looking like a turtle. You got to fix it, bro. Even I need to do more. Like, I need to just do, like, non-weighted, like, back workouts. You just need to get your muscles and core in the right place. But, like, your back, shoulder muscles, you need some pull, bro. You need some pull. There you go. See, now I'm doing my Thai bow. Rowing. I'm actually going to do some of the nerd neck fixers. That's what I do with the resistances. You got to just do like arm raises. And like, I forgot what it's called. One of them is like, I just put your arms in front of you and just raise them up like 10 times. Like just put your arms like a Y. You just do Ys and pull back. I love it in case I YOLO it all on the yen. I hope you know I'm serious. Like, that's why I even told that to my girlfriend. I tell everybody in my life, I just make sure, like, you know that. Like, one day, I just have this feeling that I'm just, like, one day I'm going to find something, and I'm just going to put everything on it, and I'm either going to make $1 billion or I'm going to lose everything. I don't know why. I really just think that's how my life is going to boil down to. So I really hope that I've made enough friends just in case. So, that's kind of how it is. God willing, man. God willing. That's it. So we'll see. It's a very serious one. It's not like a YOLO demon, but it's just like I'll keep my long term. I mean, so I guess technically I'll have some long term. Matan says, don't do it. Well, it's not going to be a gamble. It's just I feel like if the world ever presents it, there will be something where I just feel like it's going to be there. So the yen, I was about to throw 60. I should have done more on the yen. That one would have hit big, but I don't think I was quite ready yet. I'm doing these little Y things. They hurt. That I'm really feeling this. I am. Well, not like the yen per se, but something like that. Something of that nature. Like that's it. We have a lot of time. I think by 2030, even 2040, we may get our opportunity. Selling stock to pay off debt. If the debt is really, really bad and it's really hurting a lot, then yeah. But you just got to factor. It depends what the interest rate is. And then if the debt's already past due, don't pay it. AKA if you're already in collection, just keep your long term. And then Najee, hit up lending tips. I just remembered by even saying it at one house. So if I have a flip I'm going to be listing in 2 years, you could list it if you want. I got you, bro. You could list it. We'll give you a fee on it, and then I'll have lending tips help you out with it just in case so you could learn how to do it a little bit. But I got a house sale. I got a listing for you in a couple weeks. Okay, get in touch with lending tips. It'll set you up. I already texted him. Collections. You sent me the email on the portfolio sale. I'll check it. Why do you say leave it in collections? Because once it goes to collection, it has already hit your credit report. So even if you pay the collections, it's not going to change your credit. So, and then at that point, it's just if you don't need, why wait or why pay it off there? And then now after it's collections, they're just going to keep selling your debt over and over and over again. And then that's it. Won't they keep calling you? Yeah. Uh-huh. But they can't. I mean, it's not what are they going to do? They're we're going to hurt your credit even more. They can't. So it's at that point, and then 7 years later, you either pay it or it gets removed. That's what I said, because remember, we offered to pay a lot of people's bills that 1 year, and a lot of people hit me up with collections, and we were just hey, we'd love to pay this off for you, but it's just going to have zero effect in your life. So no, it's not going to destroy your credit. It's already destroyed your credit. That's the key. So it's you've already been shot. So just because you take the bullet out and pay it off, it doesn't mean that you don't have a big hole in your credit. So you're already clapped. So it's not as if once you get the collections on your credit report, it can't get any worse than that. So there's no point of they'll call you, they'll scare you, they'll ask you this depending on the amount and what it is. You could get shot again if you go into collections on another one, but it's not as if it's going to, if you went to collections for one bill and it gets worse, there's no such thing as it getting worse once it goes to collection. But if you go on collection on another bill, that will double hit your credit now. That's it. Yeah, and then it'll fall off after 7 years. You can negotiate if you pay. Even then, though, I don't think it gets off of your credit. So, like, we've talked with people about that, but for the most part, it's once you're in collections, that's it. That's the end of the road. Yeah, but then if you wait 7 years, it just falls off your credit, and then that's it. So the idea is to never get into collection if you care about your credit. But once you go into collection, I mean, there's no point. I mean, again, I'm not a financial advisor. Consult with your credit advisor or whoever you have. But for me, I would never pay collections once it's already in collections. You might be able to, I think you might be able to pay and delete it, but I know in some instances it's not that easy. So like I've known people who've paid off their collections and it didn't help their credit at all. Yeah, they'll still send you letters. They could send you to court depending on what it is, but it's a lot of times it's very hard to prove unsecured debt. That's why otherwise if they were going to get you to court, they would have probably taken you there by now. It just all depends. And then and I'll tell you this, if you ever have like old credit card debt that you can't pay and they try to negotiate with you, once they start trying to negotiate with you, just tell them you could only pay like 10 cents on the dollar. Don't tell them that specifically, but like let's say you own $10,000 and they're like, "Hey, we'll give it to you for $7,000." You say all I could afford is $1,000. And they'll give it to you at that most of the time. That's why I showed my friend that the other day because I told him not to even pay it. He had money that he owed, and he was like, "Hey man, what do I do with this?" And he was like, "They said they'll give it to me for $6,000 out of." I said, "Just don't pay it." I said, "You're already screwed." And then he said, "Well, what?" I said, "Watch, ask him to take it lower." He was too scared to go lower, and then he said something like a little bit higher, and they took it right away. Again, the game of unsecured debt is pretty funny. If you think about it, you just tell them, you say, "Hey, I can't pay it." If you're already in a point where you're back and like you haven't paid it in a while and they're trying to get whatever they can out of you and you say, "I have no way to get it." Like any money they could get now is better than you going into bankruptcy or anything and then never paying it off again. But they'll sell it to you at 10 cents they'll sell you your own debt at 10 cents at the dollar. Maybe 12 to 15, but that's it. By the time they start negotiating, it's definitely already hit your credit, though. That's it. But as long as it's not collections, then there you go. THC CNBC pump? What? Get out of here. They usually hate me. That's good. I'll take it. Thank you, sir. That's very nice. It doesn't move too much. Alphabet Google names Maria Renz VP and GM of Google Commerce. And then 1027, they took a medium-sized position. Clouds. Aloha from Hawaii. Oh, enjoy it, baby. It's early over there, bro. It's like 6:51. Enjoy it, man. Enjoy it. Aloha and mahalo. Thessalonian is back. Disney. There was Nelson Peltz news and then something earlier that made him pop. Dollar up. Spies coming up. Bonds are down. Yeah, but dollar does keep climbing. And then again, Tesla's looking pretty nice here. It's getting almost back to the high of the day. Usually you die by now. By what, 3-4 hours? And It's actually still holding up 6.5. Don't file bankruptcy. Yeah, don't. A lot of people, I've heard a lot of young people trying to file for bankruptcy. It's not the best thing, but, you know, that shouldn't be your first option. There's a lot of other ways to navigate around debt. We might have to have a debt class. I think last time we talked about this was like 2 years ago, maybe. So maybe we'll see. We'll have a little round table session. Or if you guys have any debt questions, email me and I'll make you a video or something. You know, we'll make sure you guys know how to navigate. Because, again, a lot of it is just straight up like, that's if you're taking it to court, avoid the court date. And I don't mean skip it, but try to delay it and then ask them to negotiate. I've seen a lot, bro. I've seen a lot. Even in that one video, bro, like LT, Lending Tips had a bunch of debt when he was younger. I've seen him go through a lot of that too. And like, I've helped a lot of people in it. And you got to realize I do a lot of distressed deals. So we help people out in both real estate, non-real estate. Like I've had people, they've owed the bank some more amounts and they wanted to sell the assets, and you negotiate on the amount so you could sell the assets. It's like, it's a crazy game you could play with it, but it just, there's a lot you could do. And a lot of people, it's just like, if you don't know if you don't know how the game works, it's very easy to get caught into it. And a lot of people get scared too when you're like, oh, it sounds so scary. But it's really not. And you have a lot of time and you can do a lot of different things. Well, you should attend court if the date's already there, but you should try to push the date back and negotiate and just keep delaying the court date forever. Because you could delay it a long time and then just make them wait. So, what's that? BASF preliminary, BASF, and then Wall Street Journal economist, 26 see the Fed policy rate rising by 4.7 to 5 by the end of June. 29 see the rates rising between 5 and 5.25, and 6 see the rates rising between 5.25 and 5. Of these forecasters, 6 expect the Fed to keep rising rates in the second half of the year. 39 expect the Fed to hold rates steady in the second half, and 31 anticipate one rate cut between July and December. Nobody knows what's happening. This is a Timmy tweet. All I see is volatility in terms of what's going to happen with rates. Medical bills are the same, and you could actually, I don't know if it's true. I have a form. I could get it to you, but it's like this pre-written letter that if they try to put your medical bills in collections, like legally they can't until they verify it, and then you can't verify it without violating HIPAA. So, but it should operate the same, but I think you could go get around it. Yeah, IRS is different than debt. Unsecured debt is different than taxes. If you're dealing with the IRS, you're fucked. You could still negotiate payments with the IRS, but it's different where they're not going to let you out the same way. They'll lower it depending on your financial status, but the IRS is different. We're talking unsecured credit debt, right? Unsecured means somebody gave you a loan and it's not secured by your assets or anything else. You also say you should ask the hospital the cash payment. Oh, yeah. They'll hook you up usually. Always ask the cash payment. If you have medical bills and collections, can they take your long term? I don't believe so. That's it. Just going to hurt your credit, and then they're going to try to scare you and threaten you, maybe take you to court, but they shouldn't be able to. But again, consult with a professional, or maybe, like I said, we'll go with a video. If you guys give me more details, we could always dive into it. Tackle credit card debt. First, you pay yourself 10% and then slowly chip into it if you can, and set up a plan to like reduce the debt and pay it off after you pay yourself first. And then if you can, do a balance transfer to like a 0% card. So then that way you don't have to keep paying interest and could tackle into it there and go after high yielding debt and high balances first. and then go after the other ones. But it's a process. It takes time. There's nothing wrong with having debt and paying it down, but, you know, if it's already in collection, I wouldn't waste your time paying it. I thought low balances first. No, because you're paying way more on high balances. So, like, if you have $20,000 of debt at 18%, right? And then you have one account with $2,000, your monthly interest payment on the $20,000 of debt is way higher than the $2,000 card. So you're better off. You'll save more money by paying off the higher balances and lowering the amount that can accrue based on it. They take you to court. They could take your long term. They could seize your assets, and stocks are assets. It depends what it is, but usually, like, that's not how collections go usually. So even then, even if you get sued and taken there, they'll try to stop you from stuff, and they might try to garnish your wages and certain things. But it takes a lot to get there. So it's not like instantly that's going to happen. And then again, you could make reasonable disputes to the debt, how long it was, the situation. But when you signed those agreements, if it's unsecured, they gave you the loan not secured by anything. They didn't say, oh, you're going to, that's why if it was secured, it's different. If you secure your loans with property or anything else, you know, then it's different. But it takes a lot. IRS has a way better. IRS, if that's tax bills, they'll take your long term. They will fucking get what you got. But with an unsecured debt, it's a little different. If you file, well, bankruptcy is kind of ultimate last resort. I try to avoid bankruptcy if you could. Like I remember in 2020. 2021, a lot of young kids were like, should I just file for bankruptcy? I was like, no, just don't think you go that far, because there's ways to get out of debt, and debt, you could always rebuild credit so fast, but the bankruptcy will really, really set you back. Yeah, student loans are secured, home loans are secured, credit card, medical, and other bills are not secured. Yeah, revolving credit, like your credit card, is unsecured. That's their fault. They let you borrow as much money as you want backed by nothing in hopes to get 20% interest off of you. That's why they charge so much interest, because they're assuming not everyone's going to pay it back. If you broke a lease contract, you could get clapped. It's not secured, but if you, depending on what you had there, leases it's kind of more real estate related, but even then it's the same process. It's a hard, difficult process to recover. If it's not secured by anything, then there you go. Debt consolidation, it's a good idea, but try to do it yourself rather than through a company. So a lot of those like, what's it called? Like those debt, you'll get the mail, and they'll be like, hey, we know you're massively in debt. Contact us today, and we'll consolidate it. They usually charge you so much in fees, it's not really worth it. And sometimes they'll screw you over. A lot of them will tell you what I just told you. But it's like, if you could go open up a new credit card, and they'll give you like an introductory rate and even give you a cash advance for no interest, take that, repay the other loan, and then keep it on there for 2 years so you don't have to pay the interest or whatever. There's zero debt, and they still get. I know it's a big business. Big business. Cut the cards if you go in that direction. You did it once. Don't hold you. I agree too. If you have trouble with credit, and you've already gotten bad debt and even found a way out of it or close to it, cut up your credit cards. That's like, credit is very good if you know how to use it, but I've also credit, and again, this is why you need to pay yourself 10%. You know, if you don't have discipline towards the spending of it and having all that, it's like, for real, just clap. You shouldn't use credit at that point. And don't, you could be in a decent situation and credit could really ruin that with a couple of bad purchases. Hopefully you don't go through like a manic episode, you know what I'm saying? You go crazy one time and then you start going to the club, you start buying a random shit, bro. Like that's how the credits will do it to you. So that's why you just got to make sure. But if you don't have the good discipline, just get rid of the cards. Get rid of the cards. Yeah, save. Don't close your credit line, but just don't keep a card on you, on your persons. I use credit in daily life. I think that's the best thing you could do if you pay it off every month. And like that's all I do. I put all of my operating expenses on credit cards and then I just pay it off. So I get all the points, I get everything else from it. I build my credit history, but I don't really hold balances. I try not to. You've been great with credit cards, but learned hard with margin. Yeah, that's like the next step. I feel you. And it's better to use, I don't like giving people like my debit card because that's like your bank. So you give people your credit card, it's a little different. THC, that thing, what are we up? $50? I feel like we'd be up more. What a shitty fill. Dude, can we say it out loud? Tesla? Bro, it's about to hit 131. The next level is 135 or 136 now. Well, there you go. I'm not down as much now. This is crazy. I can make my money in 2 days if it goes 6% every 2 days. %7% is actually holding. So by this time every other day, I mean, it's already 10 a.m. Today's flying, but what? Every other day this week, you would have been down. You would have been down within 30 minutes. I guess on Thursday you kind of went up, but that was after gapping down. So you rarely have held any of these gap ups. Usually any gapped up day by 1 o'clock we're selling off. So right now we would be selling off, not running up into it. It usually only holds these days after gapping down. HBI, you should go higher, Habibi. Even Redfin was doing really good here today. And then I'm glad Airbnb held up. Uber was the only one. Uber needs to come back. Uber was leading by 1% earlier. Tesla got nothing on Roblo. I know, actually, Roblo is coming back heavy. Spotify's now on the high. Unity. Spotify's actually ripping. Couple of growth names are really, really running now. Again, even alongside Tesla. I don't know how I feel about Tesla. This is getting weird. Oh, shit. Our average was at 130. I forgot I averaged at 135 and 130. Oh, my gosh. I have one set of Tesla that is up. This is phenomenal. So really, the first position is the one that hurt me the most, but 2/3 of the position, we might be able to start recovering. Not bad. Not bad. We break even right here. So I guess it's not too bad, considering we got it. Even then, the 160, I don't even know how this is going to play out. This is weird. But then that means now any shorts, anybody who's shorted at 130 or lower they're going to start getting the work now. And then vice versa. I think once you get above 135 and then up to 140, that a lot of shorts are there too. Yeah, NVIDIA is I'm mad. I sold at like 168 or 163 and I thought it was good. But I think I caught like, what, 10, 20 bucks on it already? Even Roblo, bro. Roblo is right below $40. So remember, I had a big average down on Roblo, but $40 is huge for them. I don't even know what our Roblo average is on the big account. That was not even long term. Oh, no, 51. Why? I think it should be lower. Oh, from the initial ones. Wait, what do? We had Goldman still? I forgot about that. DocuSign. Goldman's still dying. Honestly, a lot of names are running big. So, like, what we're getting right now, it's actually kind of weird because tech is up 0.48. And then discretionaries and staples, treasury rallies are still for sale. So I think Goldman and a couple of other names are bringing us down, but it's kind of weird. A lot of down names are going down. You're not really getting this like everywhere. I'm still in all of the shorts. MNQ, NQ, Ethereum. Those are working against me. My ES is almost positive, and then now hopefully my other shares work out. But I've trimmed a lot of the upside. I just have ES, Tesla, old Apple, but a lot of them I need to get the money back. JPM back above 140. He's down a lot though today. ETH right now, I mean, I think it's right now, if we get one of these like with Bitcoin, if it holds to that historical trend of like 52 weeks down and then the whole 9-week rally type, beating its 9-week average of rallying, like it could do a lot. But I kind of think everything is kind of fake with all of this until we hear from Powell. So if Powell and the market confirms everything, I think we'll be good. Otherwise, I think it'll be a little bit uglier. And I think everything's just kind of going up. But I don't think ETH is up for anything. Same thing with like Bitcoin. I don't think it's up for anything other than people are kind of factoring in lower risk and they want to get ahead of it. But if that risk returns, I think they're all going to get murdered. When's Powell? Powell will be in 3 weeks. 2 weeks, I think. February 1st. HD lows are sell it off. Chipotle is running up. SPY's coming down here now, though. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. A mini Clifford. Again, you have airlines after hours today. Is Rivian halted? I don't think so. Yeah, THC looks good. I think you fill the earnings gap at $54. 54, you have like one more dollar left in it, I'd say, since you're already here. And 55.50 if it gets really good. Major resistance at the 405, dude. Oh, yeah, it's even 3997 though. We've been dancing around it, but you can't really hold it. Meta. SQM. Duolingo on the high. WBD again. We've seen that one go crazy. WBD, decent pop. Honestly, we've seen a lot of candles on that over the last week or so, but I don't know how well they've held. It's had a nice rally from the bottom, actually. Holding down one. Dude, Tesla's up again. This 130 level is huge. Can I put percent here? There you go. I can add it up here. I'm down 9%. 9%, 5% on the MQ. ES down 0.61. We got 1.6 on young THC. Everybody in the THC. Oh, Netflix bounced. We're break even now on our shares. HK Day, HKDA. I know that one was sad. I thought it was gonna get hyped up here a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm down 40 on that now. 30%, $225. How long until Elon dumps? I don't know, but it's either going to turn into a short squeeze or more bad news. But now you've gotten a lot of the Tesla bad news. They just lowered prices by a huge margin. Again, even the Chinese names had to lower their prices too. You've had a lot of the unless he doesn't tweet about Fauci or something, I think it should be decent, but we're going to find out. I think now everyone's conviction will be tested. You're still below. Again, I'm shocked it even went this low. That 135 was the first level I was looking for. Yeah, WDB is actually like killing it. Twitter is letting the Taliban buy blue check marks. Bro, we let them have 15 AC-130s. Really? You want to go? Elon gave them a blue check mark they're paying for. We gave them critical military equipment. We gave them Apaches, dog. Y'all forgot about that one. We gave them Afghanistan. Oh, man. They have air superiority. I know. It's crazy. Para's up to Lulu's up on the high. Lulu's doing great, actually. Yeah, where's dollar? Doher. Why didn't we move the hardware? I mean, it's already... If you haven't noticed, everything goes into a memory hole, and we don't discuss these things after they happen. And even if you're outraged when the things do occur, nobody listens. And then, like, 3 months later, everyone forgets. And then 9 months, like, that's it's weird. I don't even, it's just... Yeah, man, I don't know. I'm just here for the stock market, sadly. Teslanian. Zoom scalar, Z scalar on the high. I don't know what I call this thing. So many names. Yeah, Z scalar's running. No, Tesla's starting to get pretty interesting here. I just hope it doesn't get clapped. Clouds are ripping. I think they all got a fat downgrade though today too though. MDB, they're doing the best I think. Team is actually killing it. Even Netflix getting up there. Bandwidth tumbles as Piper Sandler's cuts on limited catalysts. The THC very, very high. Very, very high. No UAL. I might play UAL after hours. So we'll hang out here for a little bit on the earnings and we'll see what happens. But I'm not going to play the earnings beforehand. So if you guys remember, we did it a lot in the last earnings season. You just wait till the earnings comes out and then play them. You know what I'm saying? And just play the results. I think that's the easiest way to do it. Otherwise, it's kind of... I think the video is the best pre-earnings run-up. I can't believe I got out of that one. They even report later, but we'll see what happens. It's an earnings season, but I like the post-earnings. Post-earnings, I'm sure we'll get a couple of pre-earnings too. And then post-earnings on Goldman's not really hitting today. We might be able to turn that one around, but we will see. Hello? I'm back. Don't worry. Hello, do you hear me? Chadadonia, I'm back. Please refresh your refreshing. You guys feeling good? No, we're good. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Never left, son. But yeah, earnings, that will be it. Roblo, they ran up. Apparently, there was data. They had active user data go up by like 18% today when they announced it. Audio, you refresh, you'll be good, Habibi. You will be good. Goldman, hopefully it breaks out of here. It's actually recovered like almost 1% from the bottom there. $2, very, very big. RXT, oh, I thought that was RT. RXT, Rackspace. I saw news with them earlier, but they're actually running 9% in one candle. Kohl's is up too. I think Target and Walmart are down. Kohl's is running. Why are there 44,000 contracts on Tesla 825s? It's probably the rebalancing thing. Remember when we noticed that with the SPY? So I think people are repositioning, but and then again, I think they're getting into an interesting spot shorting wise and above all else. Juan's Lessa. Welcome, my friend. Juan's Lessa. Sounds like a nice name. Yeah, McDonald's, I don't know. I don't know, Chad. I don't know. I kind of want to fight him again. I don't want him to break out, but like, remember I told you, if he gets one little bounce here, a little bit of bounce and then fade, this is exactly what we want. This is what happens every time, but you don't want it to go up too high. See, you hit like one high, then you break out a little bit, then it's like it does this. I don't know, man. I kind of want to go for him. I think give him a little bit. Give him a little bit. We'll see with earnings. Texas Roadhouse. Oh, didn't Texas Roadhouse even bounce the other day? I think I read something on them. They were killing it as of late. I feel like Texas Roadhouse is an easier opponent, though. Just McDonald's is crazy. He's a savage. He has friends. You know what I'm saying? I have not been able to hit up Texas Roadhouse. MNMD going crazy. MindMed. 5. Carmax bigger. We have visited the Peach. Where is Carmax? They're actually staying pinned since that 8%. It's my birthday today. Jake from State Farm. My favorite State Farm agent. Arna. Happy birthday, bro. Happy birthday. I wish we could raid your channel. That was awesome, bro. With the homie the other day, man. That was great. So God bless you, bro. I hope you enjoy your birthday, man. You've done a lot for the chat. You've showed a lot of support. And you've even showed support for other creators too, bro. So you better enjoy that birthday, and you better have that long term for another year, baby. God bless you, my friend. Amen. Shout out to long term. Regen popping a little bit, actually. It's like $1, $2. Kind of looks like everything's coming down here. Oh, no, WDB. I put happy birthday as a ticker. I put HBD. I meant WBD. Warner birthday. Saudi Arabia to discuss non-dollar oil trade settlements. Hot dog. UNG, we're waiting. I mean, I think the situation's getting a little bit more interesting, but again, until we hear even from Powell, I can't even make up my mind on the market until I have a little bit more. So we're going to see and then bring that into, what's it called? Even the rest of the earnings here. But we've done nothing for the last, hour, no? 11:30 to 1:30, 2 hours, bro. We're just chilling. We did it, y'all. 39. Wow, look at this. All of nothing. It's kind of like the other day, but we were lower this time. Actually, I don't think we've kind of even stayed this pinned all year. So far, we haven't really had a moment like this. Maybe around here. But then it led to a massive rip. On UNG, I'm down about 6K a pop. So I think it's either 12 or 14,000 between UNG and Boyle. So I'm getting equally as murked. Goldman could still bounce, get made of gold. Look at him. He go up. He wants to play now. Finally, I'm only down 1.5. He come back to life. You'll see, Habibi. You'll see, Habibi. Yeah, we have good ones. We have what's it called? We have the PPI tomorrow. PPI is an hour before the bell. sound? I don't know what that is. Financials will lead the way down. Indeed. I hope we finally see it, but I was just shocked after Friday. It's weird how Goldman, that's why I was down to play the Goldman continuation or trying to get a bounce. Because, dude, they bought up every shitty bank earnings on Friday. Like, it was nobody. Like, that Wells Fargo move on Friday was nasty. Even JPM. But then now Goldman he actually had to pay for his sins. Is there a way to see trucks by fleet in JB Hunt or Swift on the terminal? They have a new law in California. I don't know. I think they might grandfather some in, but I'd assume they'd already take the impairments on that now. So in a weird way, welcome to the United States. Like, let's say hypothetically, you have to replace all your trucks, right? Like if a shipping company needed to replace their trucks that were old to deal with a certain line of business, it's just going to be a giant tax write-off, sadly. So it might end up being bullish for them, depending on where. I don't know if we could get the fleet. It's probably within their filings, to be honest. But does that make sense? That's the thing, like with a lot of these big companies in a weird way. Like, I just think all of this is this is whole part of the ESG thing, but don't underestimate the benefit of taxes. So, let's say you now have to get rid of 50 million in trucks. Guess what? That's going to be a 50 million depreciation write-off. So, if you made a lot of profit or you could roll it over to the right year, they're probably just going to end up saving on taxes. Oh, AMC with the pop. AMC's up 10% right there on 2 candles. Even GME. I think everything got some. And then Goldman. HD and Lowe's sold off big today. And then IBM, they had their speaker, but he didn't do anything. Breakthrough Beverage Group to buy Wine Warehouse. Redfin, HBI, a lot of small caps running. Do report fleet inspection in the quarterlies, yeah. So if you go through, you'll be able to find those numbers. Yeah, McDonald's and food, though. Chipotle's up a lot. And then, I don't know, maybe McDonald's just have inventory of eggs. BOJ seen as holding as focus turns to yield curve control. Again, a lot of eyes are on the Bank of Japan for tonight. And the volume's kind of low, 32 million by 10:30. Actually, I need to go to the bathroom right now and get me a carbo. You guys need to do push-ups. I've only gone to the bathroom once today, I think. So, wow, that's amazing. So let me go do that, okay? I haven't had Chipotle in a minute, man. I ain't had Chipotle in a minute. I ain't had Chipotle in a while. Okay, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Like the video if you're having fun or learned something today. Make sure you're subscribed as well, Chatadonia. And get ready. Big earnings this week. Got a lot this week. Oh, man. Don't get me started. All right. Let me get you guys Mark Crumpton. I don't know if he's going to sound happy or not. You know, sometimes he does. Sometimes he doesn't. So we'll see. But I love you. And I'll BRB. BRB.
Welcome to the BNN Bloomberg and Bloomberg audiences. I'm Mark Crumpton with First Word News. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy wants President Biden and Senate Democrats to sit down with Republicans as soon as possible to begin discussing controls on federal spending and limiting the nation's debt limit. Republicans have been demanding deep spending cuts as the price for an increase in the federal debt ceiling. But the president and congressional Democrats want the limit to be increased without conditions. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz says he's sure his country will avoid a recession this year as it faces down Russia's energy squeeze. Chancellor Scholz spoke in Davos in an interview with Bloomberg News editor-in-chief John Micklethwaite. Scholz also told him that his country will continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes against Russia's aggression, but he says it won't send heavier weapons without consulting with NATO allies. Nepalese authorities have begun the grim task of returning to families the bodies of victims of a flight that crashed in the foothills of the Himalayas on Sunday. They're also sending the aircraft's data recorder to France for analysis as they try to determine what caused the country's deadliest plane accident in 30 years. At least 70 of the 72 people aboard were killed. 2 remain missing. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts for over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg.
I'm John Olcom. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets.
And I'm Kriti Gupta. Let's dive right into the price action here because, John, it kind of feels like the stock market is shrugging its shoulders to some extent. At least that's what it looks like on the surface when you look at the S&P 500, only down 0.1%. Then you look at the price-weighted index of the Dow Jones Industrial Average. That's where you see the real pain, down 1%. Goldman Sachs dragging down the entire benchmark there. But it's not just the stock market, it's the bond market as well. Take a look at the 10-year yield, 353, only higher by about 2 basis points. Earlier in the session, higher by 6-7 basis points. Some intraday volatility certainly at play when it comes to the bond market, and with it, the dollar moving in sync. But to me, the story, John, is simply the commodity story. You are looking at Brent crude with 85 handle, inching higher and higher on that Chinese reopening story.
We're continuing certainly to watch what's happening with the energy trade, Kriti. Broadly speaking, the quarterly snapshot stories are going to be very important this week. We're getting them fast and furious. Now, you talked about the weakness we're seeing already in Goldman Sachs after quarterly results that fell short of expectations. Indeed, that has weighed on overall Dow components, performance. But on the other side of the fence, we have seen that Morgan Stanley stock price up more than 7% today. Diversification, the key word there, as their wealth management business has been helping out. That's the financial side of the fence. It is interesting in a busy week for technology. Remember, we're going to get Netflix results later this week. You've got Roblox painting a picture of bookings that were encouraging in the fourth quarter. Investors like that news. Stocks up 13%. And then
yeah, man. They sound like a lot of music. I feel like they're about to cut the commercial, but they don't. And that's it. They keep running it. But good evening. It's not even the evening. It is not the morning, but it's still the morning, depending on where you're at. Good afternoon is, I think, what the people say. Glad you're here. I hope you're having a wonderful day again. We gave you a nice little rundown there. Goldman bringing down the market. Oil doing decent. Things kind of holding up. It's an interesting time to be alive. We got earnings this week. Oh, man. Good day. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Got my real estate classes. Finally got my certificate. Now on to the license. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Let's go. Take advantage. It's going to be a difficult but opportunistic year. Boy, at least Tesla held up. It's coming down, though. This is kind of scary because if it starts dropping from here, it could still give up that 7%. And that's what I get for having too much fun with it today. Wall Street's great value trade has legs well into 2023. Last year's notable shift into value stocks will likely continue well into this year as near-term profits are projected to outperform growth by a long shot. The strategy is also poised to shield investors from the much-anticipated profit recession. But value keeps leading the market, is what they are saying. Interesting. We will find out. It's weird because, again, first 2 weeks, value has still kind of been down, but it is still holding on to its lead. Roblo, I mean, is good bookings. I'm surprised. I mean, I'm glad I didn't tax loss sale it. I'll tell you that much. Because, again, remember when I wanted to do it, it dropped. Like, you would be up so much more. But it's surprisingly holding a decent level here. It's higher than any of the other levels from, like, May. But we'll see. Everything's going to really boil down to the actual earnings, though. I mean, we're not out of the clear just yet on a lot of different names. That's the part that kind of sucks. UWMC, that one I had to give up some, but I'm just waiting for one more Matt headline. I'm like, I bought another baseball team, and I want to be cool. So I spent all my money buying Pokemon cards. What? I don't know. I just don't trust it. They'd be like, I know the shareholders will understand. What? I like NVIDIA. I just sold out of shares the other day. We caught it off a nice bottom there, but I think they're kind of pumping up leading into earnings more or less. Yeah, and the video, I got good profits on it. Like I was saying earlier, we've low-key been adding up the shares this month. I didn't realize it. I checked, but you know, it was a good hit. But we left a lot on the table. Team is on the high again. Another one of those cloud plays. Goldman's bouncing now, so I mean Dow's no longer down 1%. Nasdaq is in the green, and SPY is at break even right here, right at VWAP. And we're actually right below 4,000. You didn't get past it literally since 740. So actually, we've been below 4,000 most of the day. If this starts to rip here, you might get one of those late day moves now, low key. I think that's when this one occurred the other day. Leading into the Friday squeeze. Uh-oh, and then even Goldman catching the bid. Retesting highs. I don't know, Habibi. Take it simple. We'll find out. Maybe if Tesla, I don't know, goes to like 200. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Ethereum bull flag. Ethereum bull flag. Wow. Oh, Ethereum backup. My channel skipping. We had some issues a little earlier, but I think you should be good. It all depends. AMC is hitting another high. Oh, we do have Fed Williams. I forgot about that. We do. Has he spoke yet? He's New York Fed, right? When am I getting out of the ETH trade? Never. It's actually hurting me. But I don't plan to sell it until expiration on that one, or I'll give it till Powell. If Powell gives the green light, that's it. I'll go home with my tail between my legs. But if Powell, brings the market back a little bit, I'm going to use that to rebalance and hopefully ride everything else. But where it's at now. I got eaten alive by a 10% daily move, but, nothing I wasn't really expecting in the sense of that's what you get when you trade with big leverage on it. But I think we're good for now. Let's see. Pretty much I'm calling the bet. If this was poker and somebody just threw 20K on the table, I said call. I call. I'm not folding yet. It's cool. You could look at it like a poker game. It's quite entertaining. This is it, Bram. 4,000. You haven't been here since 7:30 in the morning. It is now 1:42, or I guess 3 hours. That's insane. It is insane, but it's not. I mean, again, it's like relative to the size. The play is a big play. That's all. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you just got to keep in mind. But I mean, out of all of the plays here, I think in the last 6 months, you guys have probably watched 5 or 10 plays go from deeply negative to positive, and vice versa. So, that's what happens with the balances that we're playing with, and then that's it. If ETH pumps and you're down 40K, you think that's worth it? Depending on when it happens, yeah, right? But I do know that I am worried that if this continues, it's there. But like I said, I would have probably folded today if Ethereum went up without everything else going up. And I hope it makes a lot of sense because to me, it's kind of simple. This is just the effect of everything, right? Ethereum is up, but FTT token is up 260% in the same period, right? A lot of every literal risk asset in the world has a chart that looks like Ethereum and vice versa. So my question is, which came first, the chicken or the egg? I am short on Ethereum, yeah. So, do you see what I'm saying with it? You could pull up almost any single name right now in the world that was, again, even look at what we did with HBI, any of these other names. So it's like I could really argue that this is kind of a broader effect. So I don't see it as something specific to Ethereum. Does that make sense? So that means my reasoning for going short, it's still borderline in the same logic. It's not as if something has changed. I don't have to pay for time, no. And then I remember when I opened the play, I made sure I added extra time on the contract. Because I'll just have to roll over if I want to keep shorting it. But I did make sure I went on the longer one. Now that they give us sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. I agree, 100%. So my logic is everything's running right now. So you could be scared by it, but I encourage you to look at it kind of objectively. I would be more scared of the things running by themselves, not with everything else. That's it. So it's like if Ethereum went up like that and nothing else was up, I would have cut out because I would have said, "Oh shit, something's going on here." But now, in this case, I think it's everybody just circle jerking every single asset that was down a lot, hoping for, round 2 or trying to get early. If SPY goes up past 408, I quit smoking and drinking. What kind of deal is this? Did you tell this to God? You were like, God, I'll make you a deal. I promise. Don't worry. I've done that too. I remember. I feel you. I feel you. Everybody's done. I've had similar deals I've tried in the past. I've been like, God, I promise if this don't, and if you just let this, and then I'll never, That's a Clifford. 4,000, bro. Another rejection. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Me and lending tips are different, though. Because, I told you, I think God is involved in everything. And I believe, God cares about everything. But then lending tips will be like, God don't care about your property. God don't care about your stocks. So find it in the middle there. But I don't know. I just stopped making those deals. I just know. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I've, just do good. I think God's involved in all of it. But I have stopped. I don't know. I don't really get too involved with God, if you could do this, if this happened, I won't do this. Because it's just like a weird game of chance in a weird way. That Chicle wasn't too bad. You're still holding, but you're still below 4,000. If that could build back up above it, that'll be good. You got a decent order here. And actually, that was a lot of volume on that sell. If this could turn into buy volume, that could be good. Foxhole prayers is what they're called. Ah, I did not know there was a definition of such. DoorDash is on the high. Come on, Uber, catch up to your friend, your brother. What are you doing, Habibi? Catch up to your brother. Microsoft job cuts? I don't know. White House issues a statement on Biden-Scholz call. Biden discussed Ukraine aid with German Chancellor Scholz. Microsoft to axe thousands of jobs in latest cull by tech giant. Sky News. That was 3 minutes ago. 4 minutes ago. But it looks like it's Benzinga. That's the only Benzinga and Sky News. So I don't know how reputable that is. Could be big. It looks like volume has been increasing there. DoorDash is running. I'm hoping, catches up with it, Uber, but that's big. You think you were early on your ETH short? Definitely. Because I thought it was going to just break the thing, but clearly this run-up shows it's early. But I'm sadly still, I say sadly because I'm not encouraging anybody to do it. You have a way better price, but I still feel the exact same way. Like I said, if it was an individual movement, I would be terrified. But at the very least, I think it's just, Roblo, price target increased by Wedbush. Wow, you saw the alert right there. Breaking news right in front of you. Wow, Roblo, price target. I don't think anybody has this yet. It's a new one. That's why it show up in this individual screen. Wedbush. 32 price target. They're already there, though, so I don't know. But they've increased it. They probably had their price target at 20. I shorted it right here. I don't know if you guys could see it. $20,000 down. Down 33%. Holy shit. That's because, I guess it's moved 33% since the beginning of the year. I just shorted a future. So technically, I only got 38 days. I thought I was a little bit ahead on it, but we're going to see. I think Powell could come back in, or otherwise, I'll probably lose another 20K. But we'll find out. It's a beautiful day. Roblo. I think my Roblo average should be lower, but my TD says $50. I'm pretty sure it was a lot lower because remember I bought it at 40, so I don't know why. I think maybe it's counting my other shit, like the option maybe, but my average should be around $40. Double down on the Tesla. Nah, I'm gonna just hold out the shares and we'll see. ESTC, Elastic. They're running again. SPY's about to kind of run here if this could get above. Thessalonian, but I like the Tesla. We came back a lot. I don't think y'all remember. Bro, we were down like 12K. I know, and then didn't I get in I don't know why my TD is saying my average is way higher, but I remember we bought in at 40, and then I bought one really, really low at $33, or I think even lower. So I don't know, but maybe it's just that issue somebody brought up. I've seen it happen with a couple of plays before, but I'm pretty sure my average is like $40 or lower. So either way, I still own it as long as I own my shares. That's all I wanted. It's all I ever wanted, power. So tell me what to do now, 'cause Ethereum's clapped me. Now. Okay, sorry. Insider, Microsoft may cut recruiting staff by up to a third. So that's coming out again. There you go. You're kind of moving off of it. Damn, Microsoft recovered that whole little drop from earlier. Shit. That sucks. I like it. Yeah, they recovered that big already. Again, that Microsoft news is hitting again now from Insider. They're cutting a third of their recruiting staff. What do you hedge the dollar with? I mean, my long term, for the most part. But I've been buying the yen, so technically you could say that. How many shares? Elon still owns like 10%, I think. Again, watch Microsoft. I really want to buy it, but I don't. I'm shocked. Remember, we shorted it at the beginning of the year. We made money on that. But I'm like, that's pretty fire coming into earnings. But remember, they're an outperformer. And then they got downgraded on worries about Azure. They even got downgraded this morning. But we'll see. And then Goldman is actually starting to climb here. So we're only down $4 a share now. Yeah, 425 million shares. Nice. White House news briefing live. Yeah, Roblo price target raised at Wedbush. That's starting to hit, but no stock reaction. Oh, wow. Study recently released out of Colt University says paying yourself 10% results in 95 to 99% increase in happiness. Wow. You said Colt University? That's great. That's a cool study. Hey, man. I agree. I think I was in this study. I don't know. That's amazing. Did you guys hear that? That's crazy. Yeah, man. Trust the science. I feel you. Microsoft moving up, even though we're coming down. That could be energy. Healthcare is still down. I don't like Amazon at this price, just because I said no to it at $82. I really wanted $82. I went through like a real dilemma with myself, but then I said, you know what? Be content. You already got some nice pickups. Even HBI started running. I said, we'll keep it chill for now. But that was a great rally, and I do like Amazon as a name, but I wasn't expecting the whole world to turn bullish after fucking 1 week of going up. Everybody's really, really excited as of late, sir. So I still don't believe this was the bottom, but everybody has definitely been quite the excitement. So even then, even if they do get excited, our long term will run. But until then, though, I'm gonna be more patient. I'm cool with the cash. I like the cash that we have. All of retail. Well, even the funds, a lot of funds, but then there's still like the part that I think is interesting. So the most accurate analyst, what's his name? Michael Wilson of Morgan Stanley. Remember, he was literally the most accurate analyst for all of 2022. The dude has been bearish as hell since here. He's been bearish as hell since Powell, and he even put out another note yesterday or over the weekend, or even this morning, and he said the range of he's saying earnings compression is going to slap us in the face. But pretty much he has been, he put up some MVP numbers, but he is still extraordinary. It's weird because you remember how people were really reactive when he was talking about it post-Thanksgiving, post-Christmas, and then all of a sudden, the last couple of days, everybody has borderline ignored him. So it's going to get interesting here for sure, I would say without a doubt. But, I think it's going to be interesting. Michael Wilson. Where's Morgan Stanley? Morgan Stanley, yes. I'm going to message him now. I'm messaging him right now. I said, sorry to bother you. I said, why does it seem like everyone is ignoring what you've been saying? I agree with all your notes, and I'm a little surprised people still rallying into this. Either way, love the work. Oscar didn't hit me. Oh, Oscar ghosted the shit out of me, bro. You know that? He just said, nah. Damn, you know what this guy's quote is? You go to his little profile. His profile is, how can you be sure you are not the greater fool? Mm-hmm. Good guy. Yeah, but a lot of people looked at his stuff earlier today. Mm-hmm. I need to see, how can I get his I want his rankings. EMR. And Microsoft's still running from that. Wells Fargo's on the high now. Are any of the other banks bouncing? Fed Williams, is he live right now? That will be the next one. I don't see him live. So I think he's going to speak. It might be pre-written. Or we'll get the pre-written statements. But if he does go live, I'll try to find it. Speaks at 3 p.m. So in an hour. Let's hope we don't have to pay for this one. I know, right? What is that, DXC? Oh, this guy's Morgan Stanley too. Morgan Stanley has some good analysts. I'm going to have to give you guys more updates on this. I have an idea for you. Jean-Pierre says failing on debt would cause economic catastrophe. Tell that to the S&P 500. Oh, no. 3 p.m. with the fun bunch? No. Charge point with some volume. Viridian, VRDN. The debt ceiling. I think it's a very big issue, but I've seen them play this game so many times. So I think it's very simple. If it has to really get prolonged for us to see a big market effect. And maybe this is the time it happens when everybody thinks it won't happen, but essentially just wait till there's a downgrade. If there's a downgrade, we know it's serious, but pretty much if the situation is going to be serious, there will be a downgrade on credit. If there's no downgrade on credit, then it's just going to be a game of job owning and talking. Mr. Soldado, good afternoon, my friend. How you been, man? Happy third week of the year. Last time you got downgraded was 2011. So it doesn't really, and even then, people got fired. People got so pissed. It just doesn't really happen, but that was the only time it really got to be a problem. So that's why I'm like, that's the only way this ever becomes a problem is that for the first thing that will happen, there will be a downgrade. If there's no downgrade, they're just going to jawbone back and forth. And I believe the stock market has performed positively every single time there was a government shutdown. So anytime there's been a government shutdown, problems with the debt ceiling, the stock market literally rips. Other than that, the only time it didn't rip was when they had a downgrade, and then that's it. We are popping. We're not really, but we're getting above the 4,000, and it's holding this little baby uptrend pattern here. So, again, you haven't been this price since the morning. You're within the couple points of the first candle. You're holding 4,000. Hopefully that sticks, but we'll see. I know Microsoft rip. I wanted to make the play, but I didn't. NVIDIA's ripping too. MODG. That sounds like a Soldier Boy gang. Oh, Top Golf. They do very good. Oh, Redfin. BA near open. They came back a lot. LMT still butchered. Trading sideways all day. Today was a lot more sideways than the other days for sure. The Microsoft news is them cutting a third of their recruiting staff. We don't have a... Nah. I'm learning. I'm trying to see if we get the preview. Netflix preview comes out tomorrow. MSTR on the high. PayPal on the high. A lot of things on the high, actually, right now. Amazon news, no. Tesla just... I think the Chinese price cuts in Tesla were good. And then they got a price target lowered on Tesla, but... They were still kind of bullish on the stock. I forgot which bank it was. And then NVIDIA is just killing it. And then ANET, that's another cloud name starting to pick up. And then Apple. Apple calmed down a little earlier. You might get some gains back there. No Apple news. I think the Foxconn people, the head of Foxconn like manufacturing, they got a new head. That was about it. But really, you just haven't heard any bad news on Apple. Remember, like, towards the end of the year, that was bad news central for Apple, and they still held up pretty decent. But quite frankly, you just haven't heard anything bad out of Apple as of recently, especially with a China reopening. Yeah, semiconductors are absolutely killing it. And then you have airlines after hours, too. There you go, Goldman. I think Wells Fargo bounced earlier. Yeah, Wells Fargo gave some back, or came back up a little bit. Apple in the long term. You will get nervous for a little, huh? That's good, man. I hope they do good, though, on earnings, because, like I said, Apple is the first one to guide down. They love it. They'll be like, yeah, we're guiding down, and then by the end of the year, they'll be up 50%. So, yeah. Just added a NVIDIA short. Where are they at right now? Almost towards the top there. We got in like 140 to 160, and then it just went up another $13. It's a good one. It's a good. I like the Abbott. Everything. I keep seeing Overstock on the high. He's kind of doing. It's only 1.9. I thought it'd be up like 10.12. I don't know. It was the Roblo. He kind of chilled out. Palantir pop. Zoom on the high. Zoom's up 0.8. I don't want it fast. I want it slow. I don't want a bag. I want a boat. THC still holding up. Let's go, Tesla. We recover from Goldman tomorrow. I mean, maybe. I mean, as far as our pit, we're down $4 a share on 25 shares, though. It's beautiful. I mean, we're down $100. That's the beauty of going small on that one. But I think that we could probably, I might even be out of Goldman today if that thing comes up. So, but we'll find out. Yeah, PPI in the morning will be vicious, good or bad. And again, PPI data factors into core CPI, so it will actually be an important event tomorrow. Recession redefined. Is this like a new Redfin slogan? Recession redefined. Buy your house today. I've told you, I was trying to explain this because me and my girlfriend had a talk on this, and I had to break her down some of my older theories. But I don't know. The real ones, no. I have a video in 2018 if you go and watch it. And do you want to know what my theory is? I think the word recession has been misused throughout eternity. And what I mean by it is that when people say recession, I really think they are describing deflation. So pretty much the recession we're going to enter is just going to be deflation. And not Kathy Wood's deflation, but like real deflation. I think recession is a symptom and it's not the actual sickness, is what I've always said. Just that, it's like when you go to the doctor and they're like, oh, you have a high temperature. You're like, no, what's my sickness? They're like, high temperature. That doesn't make sense, right? It's like recession. Or you have a cough. It's like, no, what caused the cough? Is it a virus? Is it bacteria? Whatever. But that's the way I view recession, is that a recession has just been miscategorized as what it is, but it's really just it's deflation. But that's my theory. That's my theory, The THC pop again? What the hell? It's not showing up. THC's up 20 cents, but I can't see it. Why does it do this? Yeah, THC just had a pop. What the hell was that? It doesn't show up on E-Trade. There it is. Now it's come down. Deflation is better than recession. Well, that's what I'm trying to say, is that a recession is just deflation. So there's not one better than the other. It's like every time we have gone through a recession, like what is a recession? It's really just deflation. So it's just like the effects of deflation are often miscategorized as a recession, but it's like, no, you're just going through deflation. So recession is a symptom of deflation is my theory. So recession isn't, its own thing individually. It's a response to something. Microsoft to cut jobs in engineering division this week. So more job cuts there on Microsoft, but we're Cliffording pretty big now. Yeah, Microsoft's coming down. That's interesting. They plan to cut numbers in engineering division on Wednesday, according to someone familiar. The magnitude of the cuts couldn't be learned, but the person who asked not to be identified said the reduction will be significantly larger than any rounds this year. That's a pretty big Clifford. You're actually starting to drop pretty rapidly right there. What's messy? Nothing. I mean, the only thing I got was that Microsoft job cuts. And again, we've seen that happen before where the market kind of gets spooked by the job cuts instead of benefits, but that's the only thing I'm seeing right here. So we'll find out. But you're back to 3997. It might just hold. And the volume's 36 million at 11:15. We still got what? Hour 45? Earnings are going to suck. That's what Morgan Stanley and Michael Will. A lot of people are believing that. But, I mean, I think more people think earnings is going to suck. Or, okay, you're starting to drop a little harder here now. White House says we should be dealing with debt ceiling conditions. I don't think that's it. Chicle's getting bigger. There's no news. So, again, it could be some of the debt ceiling stuff, but there's also the Microsoft job cuts, and then now we're kind of in the middle of all this. You're giving it up. Not everything's dropping per se. You're still holding up in real estate. Tech is still up. Energy too. Materials and communications are the worst. That Chicle's big though. 398.68. That's 1 point in 3 minutes. Something about leftover 300 billion in treasuries dovish as long as they're spending it. We'll see. This is weird. I just put out a stream alert. It's not important yet. Only thing that I see is what's it called? You have these two things right now. You had the more Microsoft job cuts and then a debt ceiling like headline from the White House, but I don't think it's important yet, but I'd keep watch. So pretty much it's not important right now, but if this keeps developing and then we see something else happen, remember the dollar has been rocketing all day. So you might get a delayed hit on this, but could be kind of fears of cutting back and, again, some of the earnings stuff, but I doubt it would be the debt ceiling stuff. The debt ceiling is important, but it's not. It just, until it can be important, but it never is important. That's the sad part with it. Believe me, I've done a lot of videos on the debt ceiling in the past, and even like other times I've believed it to be more important, but then I've just see how they do it. Even in like way more politically tensious, times, they've all agreed on it. You got to think about it. Imagine how much people have hated Donald Trump. They still got the deal through with Donald Trump. So it's not going to be an issue this time around either. And if it is, we know what to watch for first. It will be a debt downgrade, which is very, very rare. But yeah, they usually kick the can like tremendously. That's why I'm like, it's not, I wouldn't freak out about it yet, but we'll see. But they've found under every administration, and even in like times where the economy was even way worse than this now, they found ways to figure that out. Yeah, Overstock is doing its thing. I thought it'd be up a little bit more. Actually, it's starting to go a little harder. I thought it'd be at like 57,000. No. Justice Department offers new incentives for companies to self-report wrongdoing. The Justice Department is expanding leniency policies to persuade companies to take one of the biggest risks when it comes to dealing with governments, reporting their own misconduct to prosecutors. Companies that disclose wrongdoing to the Justice Department won't be prosecuted if they fully cooperate with investigators and fix the underlying problems. Maybe that's the news that just came out. I don't know. Did they do this for Pfizer or something? So literally, if you snitch on yourself, they'll hook you up. I don't know. You snitch on yourself, and then we'll be good. SBS like, sorry. I'm sorry. I fixed it. I'm sorry. Sorry. Well, that's coming out right now. Department of Justice. Continental preliminary sales. I think that's Europe. They just raised their guidance on sales. Continental. SPY coming down again. Overstock. I don't see any news, but they are running up now. Again, Microsoft was the latest one. Debt ceiling update, but I don't know if this has really developed too hard yet. Yeah, Overstock does have crypto exposure. Over 100 mentions of mistake in initial SPF filings. Sorry. Nothing's happening, but you just had these two. It could just be normal market moves. There was two small updates. I'd borderline blame it on Microsoft, but it's not. It just killed that little uptrend we had. So until it hits that greedy short level, which was here earlier, but it was actually right around here is the greedy short level. But until we break a new low, I wouldn't freak out. But it could develop. Record number of puts. We went over that in the morning because, like I was saying, they're calling this the generational rally just because of how big of a global run-up this has been. But like we showed earlier, anytime the VIX has dropped below 18 on any of the rallies throughout last year, that's when the rally ended. And then even though everybody sounds so bullish, however, the put-to-call ratio is the highest since August before that other big drop. And then even from the beginning of the year, it's at 2-to-1, pretty much, 2.0. Rebalancing. Is it 115? We actually didn't see that one earlier today. It was at like, what, 115 usually? So we didn't get that here today. Man, if no one told you today, you're loved, you're blessed, you're enough. Best damn family in the world. Make someone smile. Amen. Tell them, baby. Good evening. I'd say happy Monday, but it's Tuesday. Long-term gang. Yeah, Amazon selling off more. I just see the chip makers sell off because they're holding up a lot. And then again, banks are already weak here today. But communication and materials are worse. Netflixonian, he's holding. Where do you get this? That just show up. It show up on the Bloomberg. I started put the call ratio. I think you could just search it. You should be able to find it. If you search put to call ratio. I see if I find you the exact index, Habibi. Bloomberg put the call ratio. Show me the charts, Habibi. No, it's not show me. All right, you might bounce a little bit. Yeah, Goldman's holding up because it already died 7%. 6.9. Turkey's currency just crashed again. Well, remember, tonight, everything gonna go crazy. The dollar and everything else in between. Coinbase is running right now. A lot of the cryptocurrency stocks are moving. Even MSTR. Scholz is discussing. Again, they have him on air? Olaf Scholz again? Well, you guys can listen to him one more time. Okay, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I need to go potty again. So if you like today, like the video. If you got love, subscribe. And get ready, baby. Wild week ahead. Amen, amen.
Do so. As you know, we are absolutely active in doing the real hard stuff. And this is the case with all the artillery we delivered with our howitzers. This is what we did together with the United States and UK when we delivered multi-rocket launches. It is what no one else did. And we are doing a lot in the question of air defense with our Gepard tanks, with what we did with this IRIS-T system that is now so successful that the whole world is looking at it because it seems to be nearly 100% effective in fighting against missiles. And we also decided together with the United States that we will deliver Patriot systems to the Ukraine for the air defense. And in many other fields that are very important, we are doing the necessary stuff. And shortly before our debates, we decided together with the United States that we will do something with special tanks, the Bradley from the United States, the Marder from Germany. And one message is above all, we always act together with our allies and friends. We are never going alone because this is necessary in a very difficult situation like this. And I'm very much thinking that it is necessary that we are cooperating in this way, and this is why I'm not announcing things which a lot of people are doing. I'm just always thinking about the situation, I'm discussing with the friends, and I'm taking the necessary decisions when there is a reason for doing so. And one of the aims we are having in all the support we are giving is that we support the Ukraine as long as it is necessary with all the means we can use, but also always avoiding that this war is escalating to a war not between Russia, which is the imperialistic aggressor, and Ukraine, who has all the reason for defending its.
This is the Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of Germany. You know Germany? The German, like a Mercedes. You know Mercedes? This guy's Mercedes. You know, that's what they call him, Mercedes. It's very, very big. So tonight, I mean, yeah, the futures will move tonight. I mean, pretty much the dollar is going to move, has the potential to move a lot based on the Bank of Japan decision. So it's like the Fed for Japan is today. So instead of Jerome Powell, it's Karuta. He's big time guy, big time, big deal. I feel like Trump. It's a big deal. He's big. He's huge. He's terrific. He's going to move a lot. I don't know how I feel about his policy, but he does a lot. He's a great guy. You know him. You've probably heard of Karuda. Love the name. Love the name. Great to say. But still, we're going to find out tonight, 7 p.m. Pacific. And then tomorrow. It's terrific. So he's going to be big. Big deal. And then that can move the dollar a lot depending on what happens. It's bigly. It's huge. It's an amazing deal. Amazing. SPY's pricing in 1% for tomorrow, but I don't know if that's just standard down at this point. And then again, just be careful. Just remember, though, like just even same thing with Japan is that like it's just the fact that we were pricing in 2% for the CPI and nothing happened. So, and there's already been some pretty big front run moves. So we'll find out. I might stream it. I might not. We'll see. We'll get the watch list out there, and then we'll go from there. Japan can skyrocket the market, or it could bring us down. It's just going to affect the dollar a lot. But even today, the dollar, I think just waiting for Japan, the dollar went up today, and we didn't react the same way. We're kind of moving down with the dollar a little bit, but overall, it's just if the dollar moves 2% tomorrow, chances are the stock market's going to move a decent amount as well, too. And then not to mention, it'll be day before the first big tech earnings with Netflix. Apple, okay, you're bouncing there now, so nothing really developed from there. It was kind of a weird one and just kept us within the same range for the last 3 years. Or 3 years, 3 hours. Ah! Be careful. Why do you think Pelosi pulled out? I could tell you. Pelosi did something we were telling you guys about. It's called reducing your taxable gain. That's all she did. So if you saw Pelosi's filing, she took a loss on Tesla, on Google, and a bunch of other ones. So remember how much money she made on every trade leading up into it. She just reduced her taxable gain by a shit ton. That's it. Every one of those losses was kind of risk-free. It's called moral hazard, I'd say. But, yeah. Where's Manu? There's another update on that Ratcliffe stuff. Sure, her CPA. Well, just think about it. If she made, let's say she made $5 million, which I know she made more, but let's say she made $5 million on stock trades, and then she goes and realizes $1.5–2 million in losses at the end of the year, which they were all before the end of the year, then her taxable gain is only $2.5 million instead of $5 million. So it's good. It worked out. Very smart tax strategy. Goldman gassing. Okay, calm down, Habibi. Calm down. No, it's moving, but I don't know. I need $3 more. We'll find out. Then you didn't make 5. You only made 2.5. Yes. But then whatever else. So depending on what the gains are by using some of those, it just allows you to be, she's going to walk away profitable, but and then depending on what other stuff we don't know about that wasn't recent, but it's so you could lower your taxable gain. Because you got to realize she could go buy back in 30 days, and then if it rips up, she'll make all the money back, but now, and then she'll do it again and again until or you hold your losses strategically. But yeah, exactly. If she didn't take the loss because they were shares, she would have been taxed on 5 mil instead of what I don't even know the amounts too. I'm just saying. I mean, it's a lot of it. I hope you guys. I've said this. This is the answer for a lot of things towards the end of the year and what we've witnessed. And like, even then, people are saying, well, what happens if you have to switch out your trucks and all? Like, just don't underestimate, especially with big money, how much taxes really move things and what people do for those instances than not. And again, I've always said this. It doesn't matter the political affiliation. They all get in that bag, baby. FOMO, it's hard. It's getting there. That's why we have to, if earnings is good, FOMO will hit until Powell. And then even if Powell is nice, then there you go. Otherwise, we're going to find out what happens. So it's like if the earnings are bad, I mean, I think the party is over. But if earnings are good and not as bad or not as bad as feared, oh, man, the party will begin. And then we'll see if Powell brought drinks or not. That's it. Powell could totally be a buzzkill. Do you think the SPY could reach 5? Oh, yeah. Some point. I mean, I don't think the stock market's over. Like, you know what I'm saying? Netflix could be a good pregame to the party. When will you sell your short? Once I have answers to earnings and Powell. But more likely after Powell would probably be when I look to do anything. And then we'll see how it takes it into the quarter. But at that point, I'm assuming some of these are going to come back in full force and do what they need to do. Shit, even Tesla now, I'm low-key not that far away from Tesla returning to profitable for me. So it's like even then, even if the party starts, earnings are good, everyone, and that FOMO really kicks in, I'll have a little bit of upside there. And then my ES will brunt the force here. And if I could take that one profitable and then ride that one till it comes back, we'll be good. I have 0 options that I'm holding. I think I have like old Airbnb leaps and shit like that. I think I have an old AAL put call from earlier, from like years ago. That one was a leap, and then that's it. But I'm not really holding anything else. I don't really have any options. If Tesla gets back to your price, you'll make 100 racks on these options. I hope so. Because sadly, my shares are doing better. Because remember, I bought one option on Tesla, but depending on the time frame, it was kind of clapped. And now, bro, you're right back up there. So that turned into nothing. Walgreens lift restrictions on children's cold medicine. And you'll pay me? Well, let's go, bro. Shit, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. So get the right option or go shares. Go shares. Go shares. But either way, man, shit. You said I'm getting paid, man. Fuck, I'm with you, man. And I'll pray. I like. Amen. Yeah, but when do your options expire? That's the real question. So I could know, at least I could pray for a date. You know what I'm saying? But what's the expiration date on those, man? My Airbnbs, I have 2024, and I think I have a 2025, I want to say. Yeah, I got, oh no, that's January. I have a 125 for 2024. June monthly. So June 140s, 145s. It's a low price. I mean, that actually might hit. Because remember, the puts actually went up. I'm just, again, the bigger the amount, though, because I had a shit ton on Tesla, but thankfully it was shares. You might be good. I hope. Let me see. Yeah, low key, those might be able to come back. As you know, they're going to be scammers. It's actually not too bad. Closing on my house this week. Amor fati, amor fati. Congrats, baby. Way to do it. Shout out to long term. It comes in all forms. Amen. Would you get Airbnb leaps? I would just get shares at this point. I'm waiting for it, though. But my problem with it isn't with Airbnb. My problem is with the market. Again, we just witnessed, this is word to interest rates and sentiment. We just witnessed Airbnb have 4 of the best quarters in its history during one of the worst years where everybody was getting clapped, and they still downgraded the stock. They still sold it off, and they still focused on its pricing beyond really the performance or anything else. Big bond pop right there. FTX debtors provide additional information to customers. So I would wait, but I'd rather go with shares. But I still love Airbnb. I'm just waiting. So pretty much low key, what I'm waiting for is one more amazing quarter or one bad quarter. Let them get their final death blow on the stock, and then we just buy the shit out of it. But and then if it bounces up in the meantime, we already bought a shit ton to let it do what it needs to do. Airbnb is word to how much everything's based on. Well, I think it just shows sentiment. That's all. I mean, I think the sentiment is when it's like, again, I've seen people I've seen the same analyst downgrade Airbnb due to the price to earnings and then upgrade net with 1,000 PE. And it's just like, I saw a lot of fuckery in 2022. And again, it was just, they were an outperformer. When it's all said and done, Airbnb did very good on every single quarter in an era where everybody was downgrading, making less money. Meta was losing money. The banks lost half as much money. And this was a company increasing revenue 20, 30, 40%, walking away with $7 billion cash from operations by the end of the year. But a lot of people were just focusing on prices when, it makes sense though. It was a growth stock and interest rates were up. It didn't fall into the category you really wanted to own during all that, even though fundamentally it was good. So we still own a lot of it, but that's why we're going to see what happens. Airbnb compared to Marriott. I agree, but it's just not Marriott. Marriott didn't do 40% growth year after year. Neither will Hilton, neither will any hotel. So that's why I like them. It's a growth name. It's not a value name. All of those hotels are more so value, which I could agree with, but I'm fine with letting it do what it does. You know what I'm saying? Even if people want to bring it down, I'm not here to debate about the valuation because I just know 5, 10, 15 years from now, I'm going to be very, very, very excited holding this. But that's why I said there's no point I'm not going to chase the bottoms and keep throwing money at it when Wall Street is on crack, because once Wall Street gets excited again, everyone's going to just fucking run it up too. So we already have more. We have a lot of shares in it, but at the end of the day, it's like I wouldn't buy leaps anymore. I would wait and buy I'm going to load up on shares if they kill it, and then if not, we just ride it up, and then it's going to come back and do our thing. But it's good for now. Good for now. I mean, if you want to buy Airbnb now, here's the deal. If it does good on earnings, it's going to shoot back up to the 120s, maybe higher. Otherwise, I wouldn't touch it right here. Why? Because it was just at $80 5 days ago, 6 days ago. You see what I'm saying? So it's just like, that's something we got to, you will miss out if it goes against you. However, it's very simple. It's just like, we're not going to buy anything after running up a shit ton. There's no point of dealing with that fuckery. You see what I'm saying? I hope you could be mature about it enough where, guess what? You're going to miss out on some, but you better be okay missing out. But it's better than buying the top of a recent rally and then having it come back down again. You got to realize, anybody who wants to buy the dip now on anything that's still down from the highs, they're up 30% in the last month and a half, 2 months. Again, even Ethereum is up 33% right now, right? So it's like, it's still low, but it's also still, it's moved a lot as of recently. That's why I'm saying, buy the dumps, don't buy the rips. And if you could do that, you'll be good to go. Otherwise, you can't go for it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, especially if you're dollar cost averaging, but quite simply, it's just like, we've seen way more success waiting for the dump rather than trying to buy into the rally, no matter what. And again, there's a lot of upside if things end up turning good, you know what I'm saying? But it's just like, there's no need to FOMO for it. Just let them kill whatever stock they want. You could buy in at a discount when nobody wants it, and then sure enough, right when it bounces back up, you're going to be up 30, 40%, which is way better feeling than adding to your position and being, down on it when it goes against you. Airbnb, we're working so hard to get back up, but like, dude, we bought the dumps on we got 80%ers, we got multiple 40%ers by doing that as opposed to doing the opposite. So imagine what would have happened if you were buying the first couple of moves on there, you would be down. Again, if anybody buys Meta today and it goes back to that low, they're down 40% where we're up 40%. That's insane. I hope you guys realize that. Like, even then, you could be patient with a lot of it, but it's up to you. And again, at the end of the day, as long as you kind of stay diligent, even if you buy a little bit higher, you could always average into it, but just don't throw big amounts into a big rally. That's the best advice I could give you here. And none of this is a recommendation. So we love you. And be careful with it all. It's a great buy. It is a great buy, but the thing I would highlight with it is we had great buys. Multiple. So this is just like broader market. That's what happened. People were puking and people were terrified. And we went in and bought Redfin, Meta, HBI, Netflix, and and even JPM. We even got some at 116, bro. You know what I'm saying? People were it's the reverse of a rally. Instead of everybody being so hyped up, they really, really didn't want it. So you're going to deal with it. And that's why I'm saying it's like, it wasn't just one company. We were able to do this across the board. So that being said, I would focus more along those lines than, it's like, even if we love Airbnb, and I do believe in it, there's a reason why it's one of our biggest holdings, but it's just like, buy the names that actually buy it into the sell-off. No matter what it is, you're going to be better off than buying it into a broader 30% rally across the whole entire stock market. So again, what happens is if earnings is good and Powell is good, you're going to miss out on another 10%, but you've already missed out on the majority. You see what I'm saying? So if it goes up another 10, 20%, woohoo, but all of you got to realize the gains were already made for a lot of people. So it's like, we're talking 80%, 40%, 30% cushions on some of our recent long-term buys. It's like, you're going to get a little bit more, but the bulk of the move, you're already paying that premium. So again, in worst case scenario, you stack up cash, you're going to be a little bit patient, but it just don't FOMO into anything, even if you love it. Good plan. Yallah. So FTX, they identify $5 billion of liquid assets to date, $1.6 billion in digital assets with FTX.com, 181 with digital assets with FTX US. Where is the other $4 billion? You said the bulk of the move, but isn't it more to move after the situation? yeah, they're definitely, and at that point, at least you could act with confirmation. And again, you could go in small here, but the point I'm saying is like, let's say Netflix shoots up 10% on earnings, right? I would be up 47% instead of 37%. But the point is, there's a lot of names. If you bought anything in October or even at the low of December, you made more of the gains from then till today than probably another 10% rally. You see what I'm saying? So even if we rally another 10%, you're missing out on a lot less than the bottom, but then vice versa, your downside is still very large if anything shifts gears. And if it does end up being worse or catches people by surprise. So it really depends on your balance is the best way. Like if you got to nibble a little bit at the bottom and you're already catching things back up, there's no point to get greedy when some people would be trimming right now. But it's just like you don't want to get greedy and try to pay into these highs when I'm looking at it from here. I'm not looking at it from here. You see what I'm saying? If you're looking at it at a 2-year scale, God bless you, even better. You'll have time to do whatever. There's a lot of upside, but I'm looking at it from here to here when it's just like some of these gains have been massive. And again, I'm not saying this as somebody who missed out on it. I'm saying it as somebody who has acquired, a decent amount. And that's why I'm like, well, shit, when I look how much I'm up on some of these, I'll just let these things ride for the long term, and then we'll keep stacking some cash, because if that changes and comes back down, that's going to be a little bit uglier than not. That's where people could get really, really bad, more or less. Yeah, there is a month till earnings on Airbnb. A lot of names still have a month. So we'll see, but either way, patience is what I'm advocating for. Even if you love the company, I love Airbnb. Again, it is still one of my largest positions, even after a decline. So I'm a big fan of it, but I'm not gonna fight the tide. And I'm here to I'm gonna just keep. I will really buy a lot. That's why I have the cash. If it give it to me good price, I take all of it, Habibi. I take it all. Otherwise, I'm fine. Even if it goes back up, even if I'm down on it, it'll pad the stats on the long term. We're in a great position. So, and you could put yourself in a great position by simply, being patient and buy it when nobody wants it. And it goes a very, very long way. No news HKD, just death, destruction. M goals, Messi on the low. Messi, where's Messi? Tesla's are coming back down again. We came right back to that level, but weren't able to get above that. Crew's battle in a tank farm at Phillips 76 or Phillips 66. Already? Yeah, power hour in 8 minutes, man. It's flying by. Where's Misty? So SPY coming down, leading into power hour. SI's on the low again. HKD. I'm with you on that. There you go. The THC keeps going. I like it. Got a decent gain. We're like, 70 cents below? Why not? Could be early, but I sold out of THC, $96. There you go. Nice little flip on the day. And then I think I'm only down $50 on Goldman. But I took my $96 there on THC. That's crazy. Yeah, and then Goldman, we're only down $2 a share now. So that means they came back here. Yalla, Goldman, yalla. See, he wants to party here, man. Partying, Goldman. Still down 6. You get end of day rally. He come up. Otherwise, he reject 350 and then, it goes. Roblo is up off of the bookings numbers. So December bookings numbers were really, really high. Like 16% above the last one. And people got really hyped on that. And then again, THC, I still think there's a lot of upside into it. Not a lot, but between 54.50 and like 56, 57. And then they have earnings coming up. And then what's it called? Somebody took a stake in it today, but it's kind of slow. We took $100 just under. Ouch. What? Because of bookings? Yeah, that's what they call it. They call it like bookings, like the amount of it's like the amount of people on there, and then like the amount of sales. They call them bookings, like Roblox sales. So it's like daily active users. They reference it as bookings. Holidays numbers top the street. One analyst warns on less transparency. Yeah, bookings update. PRVB secretly near the high. And then Tencent ready to go. Right, Proverb really trying to do it, man. Maybe he just waiting. COP. COP is not natural gas related, but I mean, Conoco's been on fire. Remember, we had a nice 1,000%er on there, but it's still up. Low key, these energy and oil plays are still killing it compared to the actual commodities. Oh, there's THC now. He go big. He would go big without me. But we are coming down here. Again, bonds are a little low. Goldman is starting to do the recovery dance now. Where's my Uber? Still barely up on the Uber. And then where's the Meta? Yeah, Conoco is oil. PNC Bank, they're set top line growth thanks to higher rates. Cash out. They probably have a lot more, and then again, they might even, cheaper oil. It depends what they could sell it for, but I feel like they're still making a lot. They're just, and then as other issues calm down or not, we'll see China. Everything's coming down though. So you're getting back to those lower candles. Right? Isn't the Fed? I think John Williams is going to be speaking. Again, I don't have him on the live schedule. So, I don't know where he's going to be speaking. And then Biden is welcoming the Golden State Warriors to the White House. But I think we're going to get, I think we'll get pre-written statements here in a couple minutes from John Williams of the Fed. And is he a voting member? I'm not too sure. Thank you. Poi fan. I don't know how to say this. Amazon looked like. Remember, Amazon was crazy. Well, Amazon had one of the biggest ones. He is, yeah. So I don't think we've heard from him. Depending on what he says, he could either bat the market down or not. But I think you'll get pre-written statements from him. I hope, or just like a text. Otherwise, I don't see him of where we could listen to them live. Where they're going to charge us $39.99. Microsoft still hold, even Tesla. Dude, Tesla. Bro, we're in power hour in 1 minute, and Tesla has not sold off a 7% gain. Coinbase is running up again, too. Coinbase is actually looking monstrous. So that sucks. I sold that one out for the tax loss, too. They're really going to make you pay for your tax losses if you want to get back into them. So now that all these growth names that were clapped, anything now I want to buy back for the taxes, I'll have to buy it at a higher price. The idea would be that we got into a recession and buying back lower. So we'll see. Raphael Gabe acquires securities of IM Cannabis Corp. I can't buy it back now, but in a couple of weeks, in a week I can, but it's going to be at a higher price than where I sold it. So then if I hold it again, I could probably take another loss. But then again, we'll find out. Fed pilot to gauge readiness for weather events. Bank readiness? What the hell is that? They're doing a pilot to gauge. What? Top Wall Street banks gear up for Fed climate exercise. Just after Powell says we're not going to be the climate police. But again, it's 3 p.m. We'll be on the lookout for John Williams headlines. Yeah, apparently there's going to be a Fed climate pilot. Like they're going to do a test to gauge bank readiness for extreme weather events. He was like, we're not going to do that. And then now this just came out. With IPO, we got some of them, but I ended up selling because I was down on them from holding, except for the ones in the long term. But I sold out of those to take the tax loss at the end of last year. U.S. Treasury auction. No, oil's actually going up on this now. Nvidia's hitting a new high. So welcome to Power Hour. You're actually getting a pretty good start to Power Hour here. Again, oil names look to be leading the way. Energy just went positive, 0.09. Again, healthcare, financials, industrials, communication, materials are the only one that are red. And surprisingly, the leader on the day is tech, 0.49%. The next is real estate. Nvidia again, Coinbase again. I think all of the actually no, it's just like Coinbase single-handedly is running. I don't know if Ethereum's going up. Yeah, it looks like Coinbase single-handedly. I mean, again, I think everybody, if crypto runs up, everyone's just going to buy into, I guess Coinbase would be a winner if you have new crypto purchases, but very interesting. They are outpacing all of the other cryptos. I think Mara was another one too. But even then, they're not doing the same. Coinbase is actually holding. Bear market over. Ask me in like 3 weeks, Habibi. 3 weeks, I give you a good answer for this one. But right now, still very, very, very early. It could be ending. It could be starting, you know. Just right now, this is like the movie previews, you know. Don't get the movie previews always fun, but today is just still a preview. You know, not the full movie, and then who knows, you know, maybe Brad Pitt, you know, Hank Gibson, is that the guy? He come, you know, The Passion of the Powell, a great movie in theaters 2023, you know, so we find out. But ask me in 2-3 weeks, I give you better answer for this one. Maybe Hut 8. I know Coinbase and Mara were the ones leading. Oh, Mel Hanks, very good. Oh, even a Netflix pop. No. Passion of the Powell. It's very, very good. Very, very good. Oh, man. And even a Tesla? Wow. Mel Hanks or Tom Gibson. You know Tom Gibson? Tom Gibson, very good, man. Tom Gibson movie, like Bruce Willis. Very good movies. Very, very good movies, man. John Williams should be speaking now, but we don't have the live feed. Let me double check. But I'm waiting for, like, I just feel like you're going to get a pre-written statement. Today's January 17th. Press release, Federal Reserve provides additional details on how its pilot scenario will be conducted and information on managing risks. I have the climate shit. That's all I see, right? This is the climate thing. I don't know the date. I'll have to skim through this, but this is what they're going to be doing. Their climate scenario, the banks, and what they plan. This is what they're going to go through, all of the banks here. It seems intense. So Tesla coming through the high again. More coin stocks moving. MSTR, Coinbase chilled out. Bruce Jackson and Samuel Willis. All I know, you know who's the best? Clint Eastwood. You know Clint Eastwood? Wow, Clint Eastwood is very good. They don't know Clint Eastwood. Oh, Walmart is dropping. Docu's still going. And even Tessie now. Tessie's fighting back for us today. Williams is speaking. Do you have a live one? I have his name searched, but I don't see any news headlines coming. And Spy's just dancing here. John Williams, I think, is speaking. Here, I see an update on him, but I don't see where. The hybrid of economy that works for all conference. Oh, New York Fed. I think I might have found it. Register. Terms and conditions. I have to accept. What did I just accept? You have to register. It's a private event. Dude, what are they? This is so weird. We've never had this many private events with the Fed in a while. Oh, no, wait. I got it. The event is started, Josh. Non-event password. I had to do so much, man. They give me a password. They give me all of this stuff, man. Add WebEx. I need Cisco WebEx. Oh, I have to download an extension, Habibi? They are scamming me. Okay, I have installed. Did it install? Very scary. It's a WebEx. I don't know. I hope it is not my ex. That would be very scary. Otherwise, it seemed like a web extension. Okay, starting. Oh shit, I'm unmuted? Bro, I'm in here. Dog, I could like talk with them. Hold on, I don't know why I don't have any audio. There it is, hold on. There you go.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Let me add my thanks to everyone who's joining us today for the program, either here in the room
I got you,
or
bro.
if you're watching virtually. Now, this is the second event in our Economy That Works for All series. These events are part of a larger effort to establish what we at the bank can do, both within our organization and together with our partners, to advance equitable growth. We have many great minds here at the New York Fed, and equitable growth is one of the key areas that's best approached when we bring together teams and individuals from across the bank to tap into their insights and leverage their capabilities. So we are able to bring together the unique perspectives and knowledge base with experts in research and community development, legal, market, supervision, and operations and resiliency. And this type of collaboration allows us to better understand the ways that we can break down barriers and set up opportunities that people need to fully participate in our economy. At the core of this conversation is the understanding that an inclusive economy doesn't just help those that are in need of more or different opportunities, rather it boosts the economy more broadly. When we're focused on building a strong economy and inclusive labor force, there can and will be tremendous benefits for all. And our mission here is to make the U.S. economy stronger for all segments of society. So this is exactly the type of conversation and work we must be engaged in. I mentioned earlier that programs like these are meant to bring together people, the New York Fed, and those working within the communities that we serve. There have been many areas where we have seen this model of connecting, convening, and catalyzing to be successful. From health, housing, food insecurity, the future of work, and so much more. So today, our focus will be on moving toward an economy that works for all and the challenges and opportunities for equitable growth. We'll start by looking at how to best support Main Street through small business finance. Then we'll explore resolutions around natural disasters and resiliency. And we'll close with a very important topic of broadband access and opportunity. So I'm grateful for all the speakers and the panelists and everyone who's attended, some of which, of course, my esteemed colleagues here, and others who are leaders in the 2nd District and beyond. Thank you for your participation today and for your dedication and commitment to this important work that we do every day. So with that, I'm looking forward to the many great conversations today, this afternoon, and I'm sure they'll continue far beyond today. And now I'll pass it over to my colleague, Annie Howitt, for the next portion of the program.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andy Howitt. I am the director of the Division of Household and Public Policy Research in the Research Department here at the bank.
I did all of that.
I'd like to
no
join
reason.
John and Otho in welcoming everyone who's here and online
That's it.
to the New York Fed and also to this event, an economy that works for all, moving toward equitable growth.
How do I shut you?
I'm going to speak for a few minutes in order to describe some of what the New York Fed, specifically in the research group, is doing in the area of equitable growth. And the reason.
All right, we'll see. I'll turn it back on if something happens, but we'll find out. We'll find out. That's it. I think that's it. He just kind of gave an introductory, and then he didn't really say anything. So I don't think you're getting any policy, Habibi. No policy from this man. You know? We could always come back, though. We'll find out. I had to do so many things to find him. You know? Crazy. How do we read Japan? I mean, I would just watch the yen futures and then U.S. futures. Then pretty much if the yen strengthens, the dollar will drop. That will be good. If you watch the yen weaken, we're probably going to have a shitty day tomorrow in terms of our market. That's my simple breakdown, unless you are familiar with the history, the yield curve control, the policy changes. I'm just giving it to you in the most basic manner possible. But really, we're going to watch if they abandon yield curve control or if there's any signals towards, changing yield curve control in the future, or if they're going to try to jawbone it and announce a higher band of rates, all of that. I'm not going to put it on. I might come live on there, but we'll see. It just really depends what my schedule looks like. I mean, for the most part, it's exciting. It's a big event, but you don't have to get too locked into it, if that makes sense, because by the morning things will change, and it's definitely it's going to have a big effect. So being there might help. If it's easy to grab a nice big play on it, you might as well. If you really want, you could I would grab the futures beforehand and just flip it out during the futures. So it's if you want to bet $2,000 to $4,000, just go long on the yen. And then if you, by 7 p.m. Pacific time, you'll either guaranteed make a quick 2% up or you'll lose 2% in a heartbeat. That's if you're into that. I don't know what you're into. But at least it will be a big event in that sense. Or you could go for YCL shares in the morning, but you'll be limited. Oh, ARK on the high. ARK. No? That's not how you say it? I thought that's how you say it. The yen, there's ETFs you could play. If you want to play the futures, it's /6J, but be careful. So there's been days I've been up or down. You could go up or down easily $4,000 after today. $2,000 to $4,000, I would say. Maybe more, maybe. Who knows what could happen. I don't like the options for any of those. I think YCL, the shares would be better. I've hit on one of the YCS shares before, or the options when we balanced it out. But you just got to be careful. The liquidity's messed up, and then if it makes a pop and then chills out and then goes back up, this is how they clap the options. I would have been down on the options, I'm pretty sure, but we're up on the shares. But then, granted, there's a lot of implied volatility, so you might be able to benefit off of that with the shares. Yeah, you would have been borderline break even here. Actually, no, you'd still be down. You'd be at 205. So you'd be barely up on some of the out of the monies. It just depends, as you can see here. So all depends, my Habibi. Yeah, today has actually been a way more calm day. At least you're holding up and you're holding 4,000. And I believe we are up above the 200-day moving average. All right, that says right here, based on my chart, 200 days at 39.81. So technically, we're still holding the 200-day, and you're right below 4,000, which even though we didn't do much, it's good that you're holding rather than not. So 6J red right now. You could go long whenever you want. The point is, at 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 Eastern, that shit is going to gap up or down 1, 2, 3, 4%. God knows what, but it will be big. It just all depends on what they announce. So it's like the Fed meeting for Japan. So legitimately, it's just like buying right before Powell releases the FOMC decision. That's the best. And then he's going to have a press conference, and then the same thing. And then it will move during the press conference as well, too. My insight, sadly, is dependent on the yen. So really, if we wake up with a strong dollar, we're going to get clapped. If we wake up with a weak dollar, we're going to rally because it will be based off of Japan. And I think Japan will be big, and then no matter what we do with Japan, we're going to wake up in the morning, and then 1 hour before market, you're going to get the PPI, and then PPI will have a little bit bigger of effect given its correlation to core CPI. Time to sell Tesla if Kramer recommends it. No. Mm. 4%, 13. It's decent. It's not too bad, you know. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. Yen up or down? I say up, but I have I'm already like, I front ran the shit out of the yen for months now. So it's not like, I don't know about buying it now because either way I'm going to win. That's the way I look at it. Even if the yen drops, I will probably buy more if the yen drops, depending on what info we get. And then if it goes up, I'm going to make even more. But I'm not really, I think if you're just establishing a position, you're playing a game of roulette, just red or black. What do you feel? That's it. If you really insist on playing ahead of the event, I think you could wait till after. But if you just want that 2% candle, especially on futures, it's huge. But it's just like, it's up to you. It's just if strong or weak, and then that's it. And then SPY kind of dumping a little there. Another little mini Clifford. EWTX, Edgewise, Therapeutic. Any leverage play. YCL is what we have, and I'm already up on it. Other than that, I have my leverage comes in the form of the futures. I'm in the yen futures. But YCL, we're up 5% already. And that's from the other one. And then YCL moves small. Like, again, it still moves dollar for dollar, but, like, you could control the leverage way better. You do 100 shares, 200 shares of YCL. It's not going to make you a lot, but you're not going to lose a lot. But the futures is just fucking if you're really feeling it. The yen strengthens when the dollar weaken, thus causing gold and silver to go up. Potentially. Again, I don't want to draw the connection as far as gold and silver, but I would say it would move the markets more. But really play the direct play. Either play the yen or the direct impact of the dollar markets affecting U.S. stocks right now. But I think what's it called is 2-3 steps removed, gold and silver. Yang, we wait till end of quarter. Either China really reopens or China make a flip-flop. You know, flip-flop? You've seen many times this year. Flip-flop. Very, very big popular. Did I use ChatGPT? I have used it, but I haven't like, it hasn't made me go long on the yen. You know what I'm saying? Can ChatGPT explain yield curve control? Let me see if it works, actually. My ChatGPT says too many requests. It won't log in. Ask him. Say, ChatGPT, can you explain Japanese yield curve control in a simple method? And then you could ask him if yield curve control makes it, yeah, my ChatGPT won't load. Much more, but it will say some things wrong with authority. Just keep refreshing. That sounds like a commitment. We are up on Goldman now, baby. Oh, damn it. I had $2. Now I'm back down 80 cents. I was so excited. Wow, that means so Goldman, it's recovered 2% from the bottom and then still down 5% here. That's good because if it could hold up this level, let's let it do some stupid rally. But that one I could have waited. If I waited for the real bottom, it would have been better, but not too bad. Oh, now it came down. Come on, why you do this to me? Bro, even Tesla, I don't know how I feel about this guy. Well, if you ask ChatGPT about yield curve control, that's not like financial. It's just like it's a financial concept, but it's not asking him for advice. So I feel like he might use it. Said to fix this, try clearing your cookies. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask him later. I'll tell my girlfriend to do it. She loves ChatGPT. You posted the response? I didn't see it. Oh, right when I go positive, they scam me on the Goldman. They said, "Got you, Josh. I got you." We bought some calls on gold. I'll let you know. All right, good luck, man. The Bank of Japan's yield curve is intended to keep long-term interest rates low, which helps stimulate economic growth. Ask Chad what would happen if Japan abandoned yield curve control. If Japan buys more, is it good or bad for TLT? It really depends because even then, like, we still haven't even seen the first effect. So remember, we were supposed to see, bro, the first announcement after the yen and the rates went up, you know? If they buy more, it'll be better for us. But if they stop buying more and allow the rates to go up in Japan, that would be negative because we were all expecting December 20th. So where was it? Right here? Remember, we were up and then we got clobbered the next couple of days. But Japan was supposed to sell everything, sell U.S. and keep buying in Japan, but they haven't done it yet. So we're going to see. Respecting things in the universe and world has changed my perspective in life and too. Amen, man. I feel you. Just respect it all and work hard and you'll be good. In simple terms, Japanese government wants to make sure that people and companies can borrow money easily and cheaply. That's ChatGPT's response. Ask them what would happen if they abandoned yield curve control. They said it would lead to higher interest rates, slower economic growth, changes in market expectations, and impact the value of the yen in stock market. Yeah, so that's the answer, but it doesn't give it to you. It's like, that's what I'm saying. It says impact the stock market, all that, but negative or positive is the question. So in a weird way, it might have a mix of both. I still have YCS. If I want to front run it, you could go short on YCS. I have the YCS options, but I'm in YCL shares. My YCS options are the old ones from the first play. They're clapped, but I'm in YCL long. So it depends on what you believe is going to happen. If you think the yen is going to strengthen, you would go long on YCL. If you think the yen is going to be bearish, you could go short on YCL or you could go long on YCS. So if you think the yen is going to weaken, buy YCS, short YCL. If you think the yen is going to strengthen, you would go short YCS or long on YCL. Yeah, it's a textbook answer for it. So it's good. AI, I give you a little bit more human AI. I tell you how it, we play out. I say very simple. It's either yen strengthen massively or yen weaken massively. But theoretically, if they abandon yield curve control, the yen should strengthen. That is my take on it. But then it should make, depending on what happens to the dollar, and then if people actually go out, we'll see. I'm more bullish on YCL, but again, I've told you, you got to realize I am way too ahead of the yen. That's it. I say that humbly, but I also say it with authority in the sense that I have been calling out the yen since April 2022. I made a shit ton of money on the way down. I even made money on the way up, and I'm front running it with a position of $10,000, $12,000 of profit that I'm already up from the bottom, right? So what I'm trying to tell you is I don't care about it. I'm not adding more to it in the sense that if you want to either if it comes down, I'm going to buy more again because I believe in bullish yen given the rebound here and the rubber band effect of a safe haven coming back. And then like we're saying, if they abandon yield curve control and they tighten up their economy, it would lead to a stronger yen. So I have YCL and I have a yen future. But as far as the event today, if you want to position on the yen, you don't have to do it today. But if you want to gamble on the yen, you have to do it today before the bell. So it's very simple. If the yen is going to strengthen, you're going to get 2% in a heartbeat if that is going to occur. Otherwise, it's going to drop down. So it's just like today coming into the yen, it's really up to you with what you want to do. So it's up to you, my friend. But otherwise, if you really want to get a good position, I would wait. Why? Because we could wait, see what happens. You may miss out on 2%. If you know the nature of the yen, it'll do its thing, and then it'll come back down, and then we'll be able to go back into it. They're constantly buying for the yield. They're constantly just dumping. They're just selling. They're selling bonds and or printing to make sure they could keep the yields, but they're getting away from it. That's what they did on December 20th. They've raised the band to 0.5, which is, it's like pseudo tightening. And now they're trying to get into tightening with the rest of the world. That's why most people are forecasting today. They're either going to introduce a new method to talk about it to hopefully tighten up the Japanese economy, or they're going to completely abandon yield curve control and let the rates fluctuate against the market, which would mean a lot higher rates. And then that would tighten up the economy and more likely strengthen the yen, and more people would be more inclined to buy the yen and buy Japanese yields if the yields actually go higher rather than holding them elsewhere. Abandoning YCC would lead to an appreciation in the value of the yen due to increased demand for Japanese bonds and change in market expectations. So that's what ChatGPT said. That's exactly what we just said here. That is correct. That's what most people are believing. But it could play out in different time frames. It doesn't have to do it immediately, although there will be an immediate response. Tesla. Allah Habibi. Early March. Wow, we only have 30 minutes left. 630 million to the sell side. Look at you, Tesla. So proud. Proud father today. Very, very sad spy. Very, very sad spy. Child support. I feel you, man. But 4,000 is better than 12,000. So I take it, you know? The yen. So check out the watch list. We cover it a lot, and we just went over all of the yen tickers. But I would say how to play the yen is easy. You got to ask yourself, do you want to play it, though? Do you want to go for the gamble tonight? Or would you, if you're really trying to build a position, you don't necessarily need to do anything today. The smart, pretty much, would you play ahead of Powell or not? This is the Japanese Powell. That's it. That's the best way to put it. So if you're not the type to buy ahead of the Fed meeting, and again, I assume you know more about the Fed than Japan because not as many people follow Japan, but it's just like buying ahead of Jerome Powell. Otherwise, most people decide to wait, let the event go by. There'll be a big move, and then you could go from there. And then if you haven't saved the 10%, you're in the wrong discussion right now. 10% has allowed us to make the gamble if you want to do that. But if you want to gamble, and maybe if you want to gamble on the yen and you haven't saved 10%, make sure you pay yourself 10% before making that gamble. And that will protect you in all decisions in life. Powell is in a couple of weeks. February 1st. Look at the yen. Tesla, I know. I'm surprised Apple's not coming up more because Apple was moving with Tesla. Even then, though, Tesla, dude, we have 30 minutes left and Tesla's holding a 7% gain. Since when has that happened? I don't think it's held any of them. Usually it'll go up 7%, close 4, close 3, close 2. But this is kind of fascinating. Scamming big. Well, there's big events tomorrow. Just keep that in mind. And then it is earnings season. And then it didn't help. The bank stocks kind of dropped the ball today, or at least Goldman did. Short covering brewing under the surface of latest U.S. equity bounce. Most shorted stocks outperformed market in the past 2 weeks. Similar spikes last year coincided with the peak in stocks. If there's one reason behind the U.S. rally in the last 2 weeks, it would be short covering. During that period, Goldman Sachs' basket of most shorted stocks outperformed the broader S&P by over 10%, according to data piled by Bloomberg. The last few times this happened, March, May, and August, coincided with signals of tactical peaks, according to Jonathan Krasinski. Deja vu all over again. Krasinski wrote, our view remains that this is a counter-trend rally, but the next 2 weeks should be more telling as the true duration of this move. Some investors are preparing to cover their shorts, which tends to push the broader market higher. Traders still have fresh memories of the last year equity rout in which the S&P sank 20%, most since the 2008 global financial crisis. With the U.S. benchmark index little change Tuesday, Goldman's baskets of most shorted stocks have climbed 1.6%. Institutional investors have been covering their short equity bets in the past several weeks, and earlier this month boosted their net long to the highest since May. Ned Davis, research analyst of CFTC data, show this may provide fuel for the rally, according to Ed Clissaud, the firm's chief U.S. strategy. Hedge funds are starting to cover their shorts, and there's certainly room for them to cover more. Time will tell if they actually do. I am still holding Qualigen and HKD, both of those. Come on, Goldman, you make to my price and then you give back. Amazon's a little lower. Is Tessie eating? He wants to. Jim Krasinski, different than John Krasinski, I think. Maybe they work together. Yeah, I bought HKD a couple days ago at like $14, just 50 shares. I was playing some of the hype news. I thought it'd be decent, and I'm still holding it. I'm down 20%. They announced that digital lockup, and I just noticed how much bigger the volume was this year than last. And then look at what it did last time, which is kind of crazy. So we will see. And then Qualigen is just not moving, but we're down on that slightly. Let's go. Come on. Padufa news. Give me something. FTX shows half of the cryptos stored at U.S. exchange were taken during the hack. Oil did bounce a lot today. Well, we'll see. OMA. Oh, wow. Really? You're still holding that? Nice. I hope it went up better. I remember that one. The hack. Even then, it sucks. That hacked the money. If they sold it out then, they got screwed. Comparatively to today. Could have had, what? They could have had the extra 100 million. Yeah, REITs are the second best performer next to tech today. You bought MGOL. I like the idea of MGOL, but I'm going to just wait. But they were up good earlier. Premium on Coin. Coin is just absolutely doing wonderful. Very awkward. I don't know how I feel about it. HBI, yalla habibi. Has HBI even had it? It had one red candle and then it had the pre-market gap. Tesla 131. Don't let that get to 135. That's it. That's where he go crazy. We need one more good day out of Tesla. That's it. One more good day. If it does another one, that's it. That's kind of crazy. That asshole. And HBI through the high right now. Goldman's coming down. JP Morgan kind of bounced. Wells Fargo's in the green. Then Morgan Stanley. They're still holding 6%. Will the SPY move as much as the yen? No. But it could move a lot. The yen is going to be the biggest mover, but the whole idea is that whatever happens tonight, it will move the dollar a lot, because if the yen strengthens or weakens a lot, it will have a dollar effect, and that right there has the potential to shock the markets or not. Netflix, I like it, but I mean, the stock is up 47% since when I bought it. So I'm kind of like in a weird fashion of I don't really care what happens on the earnings. I do think that I love the company, but I think that it has room to go down if the earnings are mediocre. However, if the earnings are good, I think that will continue to kick off this earnings hype leading into the end of the year or the beginning of the year. As much as you like to share the profits, I'll probably sell most of them before earnings. Then why'd you tell me about them, bro? Now you just flexing on me. That's crazy. I'm gonna do that with you next time. We're like, yo, bro, I got this big house flip. If I hit it, I'm gonna share you. I'm gonna give you the money. And then if I come back, like, just kidding, man. Never mind. I'm probably gonna sell out before then. Like, you know what I'm saying, bro? That's cold. That's cold. I mean, you just brought it up on, like, damn, that's cold, dude. That's cold. I thought we had a moment earlier. I thought we had a moment. Earnings. Well, again, this will be the first earnings we're going to hear about their revenue. And remember, people, they've already recovered it, but and now that means people are expecting it too. People, remember, I think it was right around here. They were saying the ad revenue was not going to be good. So we're going to find out, but then again, they had a couple of hot shows this last couple of months here. But again, either way, I think they have enough cushion now where if they do bad, you come right back down to the 240. You could give up maybe, I guess 10% would take you down 30, but you go to 300 probably. Maybe a little lower. How do you not have Tesla up? I don't want to jinx it, dog. I don't want to jinx it. You know what I'm saying? It's doing good for me. That's it. We're finally up on one of our average downs. I never thought I could say that. So we'll see. Barkin watching inflation and labor market closely. Richmond Fed Tom Barkin speaks on Fox. What is he going to say? Come on, Bark. We've heard a lot from him. He said median CPI is still too high for what we'd like to see. So a little bit of Fed speak here. My cost is on HKDs like $14, $14.70 or something like that, or $14.50. Yeah, we don't have much time left. I mean, 15-minute pump, but if Barkin comes in, that won't be pretty. Barkin might bark a lot, you know? The Barkin bash. Yeah, again, a little bit of a Clifford there. I mean, again, we were supposed to get John Williams. He didn't say anything today. So we'll see how this one plays out. Again, we've heard from Barkin, but I guess nobody wants to hear the Fed is going to keep raising. He says, my hope is we see peak inflation behind us. Okay, good hope. So he sounds kind of like nothing's changing. And remember, the ECB announced this morning, that rally we had that faded, the ECB said this morning they're raising by 50 in February. Barkin says needs inflation convincingly back to target to pause. And Barkin is not a voter, I don't think, and we've heard from him before, so maybe this is just the first time hearing the Fed speakers this week. So, and then again with the bank earnings. But we're coming down now. You only got 15 minutes. It's a mix of time on the clock as well as Barkin, I would say. But none of it is actually like new. Vertex on the high. Where's Pfizer too? Tesla's still holding, man. I'm very fascinated. NVIDIA even took a candle. Again, you have United after the bell today, and then American the next day. And then Netflixonian, you know, is a good one. Pfizer, I think a big downgrade, and I don't know. I feel like they might have a lot of negativity coming their way, but they're also a behemoth. The price is low. If you give it to me a little lower, I'd be down to buy it, but they still have a lot of premium. So I'm not a buyer of Pfizer till it gets to like the $35 level. I know I take Tesla. I told you right when he said, I can't believe you don't have Tesla up. I put Tesla up. Guess what? It hits a high and comes down. I think Harker is the Harkin or Harker is the voter, but Barkin is not. UAO, I hate United. I absolutely despise them. They'll be like, yo, we put your seat in the front, but you need to put your legs in the back. I'll be like, how does that even work? It makes no sense. They're like, oh, you booked your whole family together? We decided to put y'all at random places in the plane, and you can't even pick your seat ahead of time. And then if you ask us, we're just going to look at you like you're crazy. I suck. I still fly them when I have to, but I hate them. I'd rather fly Spirit. At least I know what I'm getting with Spirit. You know what I'm saying? At least they're not fronting like they're this nice like airline. Spirit's like, listen, man, we going to charge you for everything. You get nothing. That's all. I'll take Spirit any day over United, but unless I have to take United sometimes. Spirit is the devil. At least he tells you he's the devil. That's fine. It's fine with me. Said they're the bus of the sky. I'll take it. Barkin says, as long as inflation stays elevated, we need a hike. The interview is now over. I do have those BP calls, but they're dead. You got like 2 weeks or like 2 days. BP play. That BP play hit at one point, or twice, 3 times, I think. You had an opportunity to take like 50% profits, 30%, and then I think another 50% to break even. I just kept pushing it. I was in denial about oil dropping that fast due to demand destruction. And I was down to ride it. I mean, that's what we got to do. I have cash in the small long term. I have 10% cash on both accounts, just under 10%. And then, quite frankly, 2 more weeks to get another deposit, so we'll be good. But we're chilling with cash. It says I could technically buy up to $7,000, but I'm pretty sure I have like $900 cash on a $10,000 account, and then we have about $7,900 on the $92,000 account. So you're selling off a little bit. Thessalonian is holding. Microsoft is coming down now too. They were up the next. No, they were up for like a month, 2 months later. You would have done better playing shares, but even about I think 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, the plays were up. But you just had to take it. If you didn't take it, you lost. I didn't take it. I even gave y'all the warning on it. Which one? It was January 20th. What was it, like 40 calls, I believe? Or was it 38, 35s, 38s? 10-minute rig, dog. Wait for the final 5. Yeah, let me see which one it was. Where's my friend? BP 39 for January. Yeah, and so we got him at like 45, 50, but we bought him, I want to say like right around here or one of these days, but yeah, you had a couple of moments. When was the buy date? August 17th. Damn, son. Yeah, so August 17th, you were up 100% almost within the first week. Then they came back up to like 20%. Then they died. And then you were like back up to break even. And then it was like November 30th, beginning of December. You were up a little bit. And that's where that was the final. I gave the warning. So it was decent, but it was just you had either held value or you had your little pops to get out, but you didn't get anything. And then if you bought the shares, you would have just killed it. So if you bought the shares, you would still be up like 10, 15%. The 5-minute rig. The final 5 is it hits, bro. It hits. Big fan. Market could be getting worried about earnings, but we'll find out. Little by little, we'll even see with the airlines. Airlines will affect travel names. Keep that in mind. I'm leaning towards the yen strengthens, but I'm not going to fool myself into thinking that, you know, the event risk is so high and nobody knows what's going to happen with it, but I am leaving there. I wasn't doing options. That was a play from August. Someone was asking about it. 2.5 to the sell side. Oh, wow. Clifford on JP. Oh, a little big Clifford. Goldman even. Oh, Wells Fargo even. FLJ, the next 2 days was FLJ. What was it? FLJ? So, what does this mean? Wow. This seems very cryptic message, you say. Very cryptic. The winky face, you know, it make me intrigued. You give me the winky face. What? Come on, Habibi. What do you know? Huh? Is that what you're saying? Huh? You know, they always hit you with winky, you know? Wink, wink. Huh? Why you wink, wink, huh? Come on, man. What you got? Another AMC squeeze. Wink, wink. You have wink. Come on, wink. Give me the wink, and I put it up. You wink. Yeah, AMC. Wow, AMC, man. How much time? Final 5 coming in. AMC, man. $39. Oh, wow. This is that greedy. This is where I said if we end here by, that's kind of ugly, bro. Low key, final 5 in 15 seconds. It better bounce here because if that dumps from here, this is hideous. Even though we haven't really moved too much, but I was saying all day today, now you're just going to get rid of half of Friday's squeeze, and then you're about to fill the Thursday level. So final 5 better save you. Final 5 in the books. Final 5 pop. There you go. They give you a little boost. Final 5, even the Tesla. Wow. XP may lay off 10% of their workforce. Activision is dumping. Again, we still have, I think, are we break even on Activision? We're down $1 now from earlier. And then Goldman, we're back down 100. I had 2 seconds to celebrate profit on it. Biden administration imposes chip curbs on Macau. Is that coming in right now? I don't know if that's new or old. I'm seeing it from Reuters. Chips are kind of bouncing with the market. That might hit. Does anybody have anything on that? Is that old? Biden imposes chip curbs in Macau. 1 minute? No. Oh, no, that was in the morning. 7:18 a.m. So that's old. But they're reposting it here. And then, well, we don't have much time left. The casino chips? You'll get the casino chips? This is in Macau. We titled the stream what it's called today because right now this is the start. This is the biggest start to the year for global equities since 1988. And some of the most bullish people out there on Wall Street, they're calling it a generational rally. Because you haven't seen a rally like this across the global markets, bonds, crypto, everything since 1988. It's time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 54 degrees, partly cloudy. Not too bad of weather out there unless you expected the S&P to actually do something, but you got more data along the way, and we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Bring it home. The third Monday of the year is almost in the books. Tonight with Japan. PPI tomorrow, and then you got more earnings, ladies and gentlemen. So finalize your plays. You don't have much time left, my friends. We did nothing today. All of the moves were in the morning. You did nothing. Quarter of, at least 1% on the Dow, though. So I don't know how you feel about it, but 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I said Monday, but it's Tuesday. I know the Tuesday feels like a Monday, but Chad, you got big data in the morning. PPI is going to be affecting the core CPI. You got Japan and the yen, and that could move the dollar a lot. The futures are going to move a lot, and then you got more earnings on the way. You even have United Airlines after the bell. But ladies and gentlemen, less than 20 seconds remaining. Finalizer plays. If it's an option, you can't do anything. If it's futures or shares, you'll get a little bit more wiggle room. Oh, no. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go, baby. Oh, let's go. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Oh, yes, we did it. That's the day, bro. GG, 7 hours in the books. You know what time it is. Let's go. Oh, don't let me yell. I can't yell and lose my voice. Good game, baby. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. All my people who kept it positive and respectful, that's what I'm talking about. We got a whole week, and it's earnings season, baby. Good game. All my laggers, all my lurkers, all my lovers. Why you being so shy? You made it 7 hours. Let's go. God bless you. All the people, all the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts, all the people ready to play in the game. God bless you. Amen. Good game. Good game, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. Come back, I ain't done really rapping about fun tilting. Blah, 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 blah. Good game, baby. Way to keep it positive. Way to stay in the game. Way to never quit. That's what I'm talking about, Chad. Amen.
I get paid for my thoughts. I'm with pay, so I stop. Influential as fuck, boy. My mental been tough. Wear my heart on my cuff. It ain't hard, I don't want, cause then everyone got like opinions and thoughts, but they don't mean a lot.
God bless you. Let's go.
I can show you the top. Every bottom I bought, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. UAL running. Oh yeah, it's earnings, baby.
Bitch, I'm popping every quarter. Bitches earning season.
Okay, hold on. United Airlines. Oh, wow. Adjusted EPS 50 cents to $1 for next quarter. They guided up. Oh, man, they killed it. Bro, United Airlines just smashed it, and they guided up 5 times on EPS. Oh, man, that's huge, bro. That's huge. What's the bad news? Hold on. I feel like it could go up. Oh, it sucks that it's up so much. That's the only thing that sucks about it. Oh, but they could still really, oh, I don't know how I feel about this, Chad. I don't know how I feel about this. Where's AAL? Because doesn't AAL know, but they're already up a lot. That was huge, bro. That was huge. Oh, does AAL has a little bit more. Oof, I don't know. You either go for the sympathy or UAL. I'm kind of down with that, bro. They see operating revenue versus 2022, 50%. No, that seems like a good one. It's up 3. Oh, I go small. Maybe we get the Nikes. Give me the Nikes, Habibi. Give me the Nikes. 53. Give me it. No stop. I don't want stop. Limit. No limit. 50. What happened? Fill me, Habibi. No fillium. How come? Oh, there you go. Okay, fill me. Yalla. Okay, I got in. I got 50 share. 50 share, small. It's up a lot. It could die, but that seemed like very good report. CapEx adjusted 8.5 billion. Estimate was 8.25. Q4 sales, they beat 12.4 billion. Estimate was 12.3 or 12.2. Again, big earnings beat. And then the guidance, that's what got me excited. I went 50 shares. I'm down $12, but they're up a lot. That's what I'm worried about. It's not only can it drop 3%, it could actually just die and give back everything else. So I'm acting early, but, I like the earnings. Let's see. Really rapping about funds, talking yields in the buns. Took the cart to the front. Okay, I bought 100 shares of... What the fuck? Oh, it's like, why am I down 2? I forgot I had that old option. I bought 100 shares of AAL too as a sympathy. At what? 17.39? So again, AAL's down way more, and then they're going to be reporting when? Please tell me aftermarket. Yeah, tomorrow you have American Airlines aftermarket. Or wait, no, that's AA. That's Alcoa. Where is AAL? No AAL? I thought AAL. Where's AAL? Okay. Yeah, they're all going up there, but I grabbed 100 shares of AAL as well, too. What price I get? I only have 17.39. The news is UAL just killed earnings. So they guided up next quarter. Bro, they just set their adjusted EPS for the year $10 to $12 for 2023. Are you ready? Estimate was 6.64. Holy shit. Yeah, they just guided up really good. They barely beat this quarter, but then they just guided up by over 100% on their yearly EPS, 300% on their EPS. Hold on, no, 100%. So they just guided up by a ton. Again, it's a small mover. I'm only up, from 53. I'm up off of that too. I'm up $50 off of it. We'll see what happens with AAL, but that one was very, very good right there. No, that was a fat sandbag. But then they already moved up so much. That's what I'm worried about. But no, they just guided up. They adjusted it. So again, the estimate for the full year was $6.64. They just guided $10 to $12. And then they said next quarter, they're going to do $50 to $1 per share after reporting 22 cents a share. AAL's next week. So I think AAL has less premium. That's why I like it, because it's not up as much. So we'll see. But it's a pretty good report. We'll see. I think they're factoring in lower fuel costs. That has to be the thing because again, comparing it to last year. But all the airlines are running right now. What's this? Is the S&P up? You would expect the S&P to be up a little harder off of that. Myrna's popping pretty big here too, actually. What do we got with Myrna land? Moderna says phase 3 study of RSV vaccine met candidate targets. Is Myrna, where are they at? Vegas, I don't know. Myrna, maybe. So Myrna just got phase 3 RSV. Yeah, Airbnb could be very good off of that. But again, Airbnb doesn't have travel. I'd even watch Uber, but it doesn't look like you're going to get a slowdown. They're not really reacting. Moderna phase 3 study of RSV vaccine meets candidates. So Myrna's up as well. Again, UAL just ripped it there. AL might have had it, but again, all the airlines are already up a lot. That's the only thing I'm worried about. But that was a very good report. I'd be more concerned with there, but that's a good sign right now early for travel. And then again, the airlines, they've just moved a considerable amount. So not bad. Uber over Airbnb. I have both, Habibi, but I'm not adding to any of them until until they kill it. Otherwise, it's not bad. You hold both, who cares? One do the other, but they look decent. Tesla even go up. Wow, they said airline, Tesla, very good airline, Tesla, Air Tesla. Wow, this remind me, where's Nike's, huh? Wow. We will see. So, Chad, that looks good. I think both of them. We got our pre-earnings plays. Yeah, Myrna again. Damn, I want to play it, but RSV is pretty big. But I think it's oh, there you go. Wow, never mind. Haha. See, I don't want to. There, never mind. Back up. Either way, how about the Tesla? Wow, Tesla. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. I think airlines is just a few. I'm surprised airlines are even doing this. So. We'll see. I'm still up on both of them, but they might give up a little bit here. We'll see what they all play out with. Delta could end up doing good. They all just ran a lot, but right now it seems like they all did It seems like UAL just very, very good guidance. That's it. So they beat on this quarter, but their guidance was just fire. It looks like they might actually turn a profit. So we'll find out. And then Moderna's up 7%. But Chattadonia, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's the day. I'm going to ride these till tomorrow. I may sell out a little bit if they like really surge by the conference calls, but Chattadonia, that's the day. I love you. Oh, you still ran up the likes, baby. 1.6. I'll take it. Horn. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you, guys. For real, man. If you did enjoy today and you liked the video and you subscribed, it means a lot. And for real, all of you guys who held it down today, I really appreciate it, man. So for real, if you got to get going, you just saw we made some earnings plays, but I love you. I hope you know you're blessed, and I hope I made the most out of your time, and I hope I've given you some insights, and I hope we just made the most of it, and I hope you're ready for earnings season because we do got a lot. So, Chad, check out all the links. They're all here in the description. Nightly watch list tonight. Second link, 4 p.m., 4:30. First link for that Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Shout out. Don't be shy to become a member, but it's okay even if you don't want to. We appreciate all of you. Just hit that like button or hit that subscribe button at the very least. Check out the merch. Follow me on Instagram. Report any of the fake Joshes who try to siphon crypto from you. Fill out the prayer request wall because me and my mom pray for y'all, and that's what we believe in, man. If it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. So pray for me if you ever want to do anything for me. I'm praying for all of y'all, and I just hope you know you're blessed. Okay, Chad? But that's kind of the day. So read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, all of that. But I need to play this for you.
Like I'm chewing on the mic, I know you heard
it back, baby.
Some
lots of money, but they talking non-gap. Oh, they don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me. But Chad, I hope you had a great day so far. I know I rushed through the end there. You know I care about the prayer requests, and you know I want you to check out the watch list and all that. But, you know, we have some plays that we just made, and I wanted to make sure that I had enough time, for the PHILO. Oh, yeah. Come on. Get you a good PHILO. I got a great PHILO. You know why it's great, bro? You know why it's great? You always know these PHILOs, man. It's when I sit down and talk with mama. You know that? This is some mama PHILO. You know, I had a nice talk with my mom the other day and over the weekend a couple times, bro. So shout out to moms. You know she loves y'all. She prays for all of y'all too, bro. And I honestly, man, she say, you know, you're all children of God is what she'll say. You know, and she really is. She really be praying for all of y'all, man. And she always tells y'all, she says, stand in the truth always, okay? That's a word from mama. Don't ever forget. So she was telling me, we were talking a bunch of different stories yesterday. And then the day before that, too. But she brought up a couple concepts. And honestly, I'm excited because this is one I just gave you. And I think it's just a good reminder coming into this year. Are you ready, Chad? Can I just tell you something? Can I tell you? Can I just break it down for you? Real simple. She brought up the devil and the tricks of the devil. And we started talking about what I already told you, Chad. So I'm just here to remind you. Remember, the devil is not lazy nor careless. So why would you be? And I know you don't believe in the devil. Not all of y'all believe in the same thing. I'm just telling you that force that is trying to stop you from getting to where you need to go, it is not careless nor lazy. So my friend, I hope you are more intentional with everything you do. I hope to finish out this year and to start it. You do not bring in any laziness, my friend. You know that. We got to keep working no matter what. Okay? And as long as you're making progress, that's all that matters. The best thing he could get you to do is stop moving. You know that, right? That's it. You imagine someone was trying to snipe you, dog. Would you stop moving? No. Keep moving. Come on. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Just keep moving, baby. For real. So that's just a reminder, okay? That's just a little reminder that we talked about. You know, and then here's another thing. You know, we were going over this, and I feel heavy because we were just talking about it, and it's weird because I didn't expect this from my mom. My mom was telling me, especially, I've told you stories of my mom. I've told you stories of how I've grown up. And like, I'm telling you, how moms is, bro, she will always stand in the truth. She will call people out. I remember growing up, no matter what, bro, she wouldn't let us watch things. She'd be like, no. And then it was weird what she told me the other day. Because she even said she had a realization that not everybody is ready for the truth. Oh, it's weird. It kind of blew my mind. I never thought my mom would tell me that. And then you know what she said? You know, it's like Proverbs. And you know what it says in Proverbs? It says it's safer to meet a bear robbed of her cubs than to confront a fool caught in foolishness. Oh, y'all don't feel me. So why am I telling you this? Stand in your truth, but that's for you. It's not always going to be for everybody, Chad. And I hope you really focus on moving. And sometimes the devil will clap you through other things. And you getting bogged down by, oh, I'm trying to help this person. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to show people. Nah. Because when people are ready, they're going to get it. How the hell did y'all show up here? Oh, stop playing with me. Seriously, my mom said that to me, and I instantly thought of the Chad. Because I'm like, wow, I feel like some people, we've presented certain things, whether it's the long term, whether it's the 10%, whether it's the fact we have PHILO. Think about it. Some of y'all ain't even like PHILO until randomly you did. Until you're ready for it, it's weird how it works. So, Chad, I hope you're ready for it. And that's something I'd want to ask you. Are you ready? Like, are you ready for the truth that you have unlimited potential? See, some people, when I say that, guess what? I'm not here to argue it with you. And even if you disagree, I'm not here to correct you because I'm not here to fight you if it's not your time to understand what I just said. Oh, man. So, Chad, like I told you, bro, I told you. I don't know if it's going to be your year, man, but you got a chance. And some of you, that truth may hit. Some of you, it might not. So I hope you're ready, man. For real, all of y'all. And I really hope you guys are ready to play the game. And I hope moving forward, if you're around people that don't understand things, I hope you know it's not your job to make people understand things. You realize as much as I could have helped a lot of people in here, as much as I could give y'all this or give you that, it is not my job. You realize that, right? Because this is what mom told me, bro. It was a separate situation. We were talking about something else, but she even brought it up with like Daniel and like Shadrach and all that, remember? But she brought that up again, and she was just saying, the Lord is the one who gives you wisdom. When your time is ready to see the light, whether it's financial, whether it's the stock market, what's going on, the path, when it's your time, it's your time, but more Fati, baby. You know what I'm saying? But for real, your job is to let's go, work hard. Do not get caught up into the same traps the devil will always use. Do not be careless. Do not be lazy. Apply yourself, my friend. And if you believe the truth of what I'm saying, you will see it, but it's not your job to get everybody on board. Do you realize that? I really hope you could get it. And I hope as you move forward this year, whether you do really good or really bad, I hope you do not get tripped up by somebody else, or I hope you do not get tripped up when you look around and the world doesn't understand what you understand. Oh, man, come on. So it's beautiful, and I hope you get it, and I know this will keep you moving along the right path. And let me give the cherry on top. Humble yourself too, though. You're not special. Oh, dog, they don't feel me. Okay? Because I'll tell you that right now, even if you do understand the truth, part of that truth you'll understand is that, wow, I understand something, but it's not because I'm better than anybody. It's not because I did this. You didn't do something different. It's called grace, my guy. And that's it. That's where the strength comes from. But, woo! So, Chad, I don't know how you took this one. I know some people, especially, I don't know if you on the fence of is this religious or not, dog. I don't know either, bro. Trust me. All I'm trying to tell you, this is to get y'all going. And as a reminder for the beginning of this year, let's keep moving. Let's not be lazy. Let's not be too complacent for the thing that is trying to stop us, whatever you call it. And then at the end of the day, you need to focus on building for you. And it don't matter if people understand what you're doing. It does not matter if somebody gets left behind. I'm sorry, we don't want anybody to be left behind, but everybody's time to win and time to lose. Everybody got their own. And you do not feel any special by that, because win or lose, we are all in the same boat. Amen? So that's all I'm saying for this PHILO, baby. I know I didn't get to hit you with some of the other PHILO, but for real, I hope you get it, man. And I hope you guys are ready for this year. And just as a reminder, we ended the year good. And I'm not talking with stocks, bro. I'm talking with PHILOs. So I hope you could bring this in and just don't forget and just keep pushing. And let's keep doing it and keep working. And Chad, your blessings will come as they see fit, but when you're ready. And this isn't a game of you have to do anything. It's just a matter of when the doors and the eyes open or not. But those doors won't open if you're too much focused on it. And just remember, it's safer to meet a bear robbed of her cubs than to confront a fool caught in foolishness. Okay? Amen? Amen. I hope you get me. Let's go, Chad. It's game time. Woo! So let's close out the rest of this month. Let's start off this year good, Chad. You got a chance. You got a chance, baby, and I hope you get it. I pray to God that you see what I see. And I'm not talking about the markets. I'm talking about what you got in the mirror. And what is in the mirror is not what you see. It's what you could become, and that potential that is there, and that feeling deep down when you wake up and you know there's more to something. That's why you feel that way. Oh, stop. So let's go, baby. Let's go, Chatadonia. Let's go. You with me? Oh, welcome to 2023. So that's it, man. Take that one to the bank. That's your PHILO. I love all of you, man. Enjoy it. And that's the day now. That's the day. I'm down on my UAL now. And I'm down on my AAL. But that's it, chat. So we're going to see. Get ready for tonight, man. You're going to get a little bit of that Japanese yen. And let's keep fighting, bro. Remember, just stay in the game, bro. Just stay in the game and let's keep fighting. You know what I'm saying? Who got the fight left in them? I know we do. Come on, don't lose the fight too early, baby. And I hope you got some fight in you. And remember, what comes out of the fire has to be gold. That's it. You make it through, it's coming out gold, baby. Amen? Oh, amen. I hope they feel me, bro. All right, I need this now. I need this. Now we need it. It has to. It just gets me hyped. Let's go.
I'm just trying to taste some, so let me taste. I'm just trying to eat some, so let me eat. I woke up in beast mode, they still asleep. Told them hit they free throws, and back on D. I could hold the L, bro, that's on me. Told them take the game slow, keep the pace. Looking at the table, my enemies don't know where I came from. I'm like E.T. Money ain't the motive, but it's service motivating. You ain't a hoe with love complaining and to celebrating. You sell a home, you know I'd love to have a conversation. We was buying cribs before you knew about inflation. You ain't gotta give me credit, boy, the banks give me a lot of that. I meant it when I said it, we gon' take it all and give it back. I learned a couple lessons, the wisdom that came from all the bad. I learned the repetitions, I put that shit on my dad. My money ain't getting lag, I wanted, could get it now, but I cannot force the hand. I buy that shit when it's there, your homie just look around. We did it, I say a prayer, we bit that shit from the ground. And the foundation they saying, y'all ain't feel it though. Nah, but we ain't need them though. I ain't being cocky, I just won't look in the mirror, bro. Doing more than talking, boy, the empire empirical. Every time I sound a dotted, boy, it still feel like a miracle. I'm just trying to taste some, so let me speak. I'm just trying to eat some, so let me eat. I woke up in beast mode, they still asleep. Told them hit their free throws, and back on D. I could hold the L, bro, that's on me. Told them take the game slow, keep the pace. Looking at the table, my enemies don't know where I came from. I'm like E.T. running. Market's gonna crash, but I could kick another lesson. Till the curve uninverted and I don't talk recession. Till the dollar was stronger, then I ain't really stressing. But the fact it won't crash it until the Fed admitted 15 on 50. Boy, the kid already seen this shit. Only way to get tricked off bullshit is to believe in it. 2022 like 92, you should go read this shit. Japan and how they move might really make you think they lead this shit. Inflation, hot money, boy, it sound like today. I'm not playing, it ain't funny, even the fix was raised race. Both the problem and solution started with a central bank. Call it what you want, but that one cost a decade.
Outlet. Defense, baby. Free throws, baby. We're gonna be small. Let's go, baby. Chatadonia, you're ready. You're ready. We got 12 more months of this, God willing, and God bless. That sounds beautiful. That's beautiful. I'm excited, bro. You should stay excited. You know why? Because you got unlimited potential, dog. That's why you should be excited. I don't care what you see. It's about what you know. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. You either feel me or you don't. You know what I'm saying? So, Chad, God bless all of you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Let's make tomorrow a good one. Let's close out the rest of the week. We got events tonight. Oh, man, we got events tonight. The morning. It's going to be good. And earnings. Oh, don't play with me. All right, Chad, I love you. So God bless you. I will see you guys tonight. And just don't ever forget why we're here and why we keep going and why they either feel us or they don't. They either feel us or they don't, man. And it's simple. The faith, hope, love, determination ain't never going out of style. And you better get that endurance up. Endurance is a very strong quality that's related to this, baby. Why? Where does it come from? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! So get ready, Chad. We'll see what happens. If I do go live, I will let y'all know. I'll stream alert it out. Even then, stream alerts, I'll give you guys an update if anything crazy happens. And we'll see. I hope I could go live today. We'll just see, though. But Amor Fati, vibe with it. But, Chad, I love you. Enjoy your day. And just have a wonderful day. That's it. We got to go, man. You know what I'm saying? I know. It's been a good one, though. You know what I'm saying? It's been a good one. I enjoyed it. Get ready. A lot tomorrow. And the child support's coming back. Would you look at that? That's amazing. That's amazing. It's amazing. All right, I'm out, man. Peace. The code. If your mama raised you well, we could clearly tell. There's 7 hours in the books, Japan on the way, and PPI for another day. You don't gotta go home, but you can't stay here, baby. It's been a beautiful one. I hope you enjoy your evening, and God bless the code, baby. Enjoy. Ooh, that was nice. That one's legging now. There you go.